Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to CCT. It's a very stormy day here in Dublin. We've got a red weather warning, but I know we're about to brew up a storm here on the broadcast.
What? Why are you so small?
I don't know.
To me.
I don't know.
Well, look, I know my head's big.
Shouldn't have that logo in.
It's not that big, guys.
Oh, no, but you've got such a big brain. It's just incomprehensible.
Maybe. We'll have to see. Yeah, hey guys, welcome back in. We got some interesting games today, actually. Obviously, 4 best of 3s, you know the drill. But we've got some O2 games to kind of kick off today. In 9 and Paravision, 2 teams that I didn't expect to be 0-2, but here we are. We got Sashi at NESC as well. And then a bit later, Aurora OG, which is a banger. Obviously, Aurora, no deco. Seen some of the tweets from him. Amazing. And Monte Cybershoke as well to kind of round out the day. But yeah, 9 Paravision actually is the thing I just want to immediately focus on, Freddie, because I think for both of us, we had better expectations for these teams. And obviously, there's going to be a little bit of teething issues when you first get your sort of roster formed back together. You've got players that then come in who haven't been playing tier 2 and haven't got used to the grind in a while, and now you're here and it's like, oh damn, we are 1 best of 3 away from being knocked out of the competition.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of shocked, and I think our narrative right now definitely applies more so towards Paravision. And if we go take a look at their roster, there's one piece that makes it quite obvious as to why. You've got Mr. Good Old James, who obviously, you know, he's a bloody major winner with VP. He's the Christ Redeemer himself. And he's definitely taken a step back, I think, when it comes to caliber of teams. I mean, he's 0-2 in CCT. He's not at Boss Bounty, for instance. And he's not calling either. You got Kika. And last time we saw them, Brandon, we were really impressed with Nota, actually. He was the one guy that we were thinking like, oh, this is a really impressive team, because on both maps that we saw being played against Sinners, they were in the head. They were in the lead, and we were like, oh, Paravision looked pretty good. And then they just made us sit there and seethe in our disappointment every single time.
I know, I felt bad. You've also got 2 major winners in this team.
Oh,
well,
obviously,
right?
sorry, Kikit, right?
Kikit,
yeah.
But new roles, new responsibilities, I suppose, for him. And for James, he can just focus on his crosshair, which is cool. But at the same time, we had this conversation the other day where it's... I imagine there'll be a point where he takes over in-game leading, because it's weird to think of James not being an in-game leader, and it's probably weird for him to think about the game not on a sort of galaxy brain level, and it's just like, oh, I have an AWP now. Like that's going to be an interesting little dynamic for him, and I wonder what his thoughts are on it. Unfortunately, can't talk to him, but I'd love to kind of be a fly on the wall. Obviously, if I understood the language, but anyway, you know what I mean. Like it's one of those where it's just a bit like, what is actually happening there? Look, Nota Belchanok, I think, does bring good balance to this team. I think the Travis James Kick core combo also rounds that out quite nicely. They should be kicking on. The reality is they're not. We'll go to Nine's roster as well. We'll talk about those guys. But what I will say is, for both of these teams, even if they lose and they go 0-3, like it's not the end of the world. With this CCT being an unranked event, it just means that you can have this time to sort of get your act together and then reset for the next one. And you look at this 9 squad. You got the changes that we've spoken about previously, but if you weren't here the other day, Man 2 roles remain from this core. Then you got Bob XD, Favon, and Kragan. Well, that's fun to say about that. And Kragan was brilliant in the game we watched the other day with 9. Favon was good for one map and then middling on the others. Bob XD was really good as well. And they just couldn't win. Again, it felt like Paravision. It actually really felt like deja vu, where you had 9 it felt like they were going to win. You really did, and then they just didn't.
Yeah, it like both of those games felt, because we had them back to back, and it really just felt like deja vu. It was like we were just watching the same game where one team like should be winning and then doesn't. I will say 9 played really good Train, and you can certainly see that the proper edition of Berry now, I don't even really know what's happened there, because I'm pretty sure he was there for quite a while before it was like they announced it and then like re-announced it. I don't know, it was really confusing after Saw, but I feel like definitely with 9 we entered them playing Train and we were like, I feel like they've got some good work on this, and you know what, they did. They looked really good on Train, and then we went on to the other maps and it just felt like it all fallen apart. And to be honest, I actually do think Fathom was a big piece of it like falling apart. I think he had a lot of inconsistency and plays some quite important parts of the map on both CT and T side, and he really wasn't stepping up to the plate, even though like Kragan and Bob XD were kind of holding their own. Mantu had these flares, Riles sure wasn't great, but I think Farvin, that like one piece was probably the most defining.
Yeah, I definitely say so. We'll hold this conversation just for a moment because I do want to speak about the Veto, but one thing is for certain, one thing we can absolutely agree on is that Kragan was incredibly instrumental in 9's success, and I'm really glad that he has hit the ground running in this team immediately, and I think that's a really big positive sign for things to come for 9, because I hold this tier 2 sort of team in a very high regard. So it'd be interesting to see how they do against Paravision. We'll see the maps come through. 9 banning Mirage is based. I think it's just no, but just from a actual tactical point of view, I think it's actually a really good one to ban in tier 2 because everyone and their dog plays Mirage. So by getting rid of that, you can then focus on the new maps, not Dust 2. Although that is, I guess, kind of new in the Veto rotation. Paravision picked that one. I meant this one, Train, being put forward by 9. I'm actually really interested to see what James looks like on Train. But I feel like that map is somewhat made for him. Yeah, I expect Paravision to do pretty okay on that. They start CT side as well. The other bands, we can just throw them through on the screen. The key highlight is that we go to Ancient for our decider. I feel like we'll need it. I'm going to be real. I think we will need that decider game, and Ancient will be, again, I think a very even match between these two teams.
Yeah, especially as we go into Dust 2 straight away. Obviously, we're going to be talking about CT side AWPing. You've got Mantu starting on CT side with 9. Dude, like, Mantu's been giving me a lot more reasons to like him recently. I will say that for certain, that I used to be a chronic Mantu hater, and I really, like, I guess like the OG kind of like into Big, I didn't like him on Big. I think that's where it spawned from. I really didn't like him on Big. And on 9, honestly, since he's been in this roster, I feel like we've had a step up in form from him. I don't know if that is me just like making things up. I don't think the stats correspond to that, but that's just from my eye test and how I feel in watching Mantu, especially the impact of his frags. I've seen him take over games a lot more, to be honest. I don't think I ever saw that from Mantu, and I've seen it a lot more recently. So as we go on to Dust 2, James, he has been doing very well, as you'd expect, coming down to Paravision recently. But you've got the likes of Travis not doing well. You've got the likes of Belch not falling off. And the same has for 9. You've got the Raz, you've got the Favor not playing well. So these AWPers, I think they're going to be super important when we go on to Dust 2. And I'm just looking at this head-to-head between James and Mantu.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to frame it. And I think that even stretches over to the entire best of 3. Obviously, you speak a little bit just about the riflers and sort of wanting an uptick in performance from them. With that being said, then, basically what we said in the pre-game, are you looking more at No to Kragan as that rifle sort of head-to-head as well? Yeah,
right now. Kragan really proved himself for me at a high level when they made the major at the start of the year. He always had it, but I think he like proved it to me and everyone else that like he could play ball. And now, yeah, I'm looking at those two, they're head to head, and well, it almost comes actually early on. No, wait, sorry, Nota's on the other side of the map, but Kragan, he's just dueling them out long. This is all a ruse. It's all a fake, Brandon. Nota was jiggle peeking with a smoke towards B tunnels, and because of Kragan getting 2 kills, it draws him in. He tries to go for a flank, thinking it's going to be a long aggression push, and ultimately it's 9 taking the easiest of pistol rounds, and it's your boy, it's Kragan.
Yeah, I mean, look, kind of fortunate on the first kill, to be honest, but the second one and then the dink on Kicker, nothing fortunate about it, just all skill. And you're right, that drags Nota in, makes him think, huh, I can start getting my flank on a little bit early, but no, you can't. The actual hit was over towards upper tunnels, so... Oh dear. They might lose everyone here. And they do. Very clean pistol from 9, a statement of intent as well, with already saying to Paravision, you're not going to feel too comfortable on this map, because we're going to try and get tricky with it.
So what's interesting... Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, I actually think that's quite interesting approach, especially when you're... Kickett's not a new in-game leader, but this roster is fresh under his leadership. So if you can be a little bit funky with it, if you can like mess with rotations and do things a little bit unconventionally, that is probably going to spoil the CT setups quite a lot.
Yeah, I was just thinking of like, I wonder how many reps has been put in from both sides for any of these maps, to be honest. And Paravision, we've already seen them in official against Monty. They actually, if I'm not mistaken, choked a lead. Seems to be a real consistent theme from them, but we haven't seen 9 on Dust 2 yet this year. We haven't seen Paravision yet on Train. We haven't seen Paravision yet on Ancient, and we've only seen 9 on Train and Ancient once. So there's obviously very limited data pool of just anything and reps. And I think this early sort of tournament, like it, obviously you are correct with it being unranked, and it's like, okay, we don't have the same weight, but I think getting good consistent reps in, and also for both teams, early confidence with early success cannot be understated how important that is. And it doesn't matter if the event is ranked or unranked, just a win is a win.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you. What I will say though is that the only counter I have is every time I've seen Paravision now, I mean, I've seen them twice, but I also looked at their Veto in Challenger League against Sinners, right? The only consistent thing is the nuke ban. It feels like they are just... Wow.
Right.
Okay, Jabe. They're just playing every map just so they get reps on experience on officials. They're just trying to play as much as they can on every single map. There's been no consistent first pick for this team.
Yeah, sorry, I also lied. 9 have played Dust 2. I just forgot they'd played in other tournaments, and I was looking solely at CCT, which obviously is not correct.
That's right.
Yeah, Paravision have picked Dust 2, picked Ancient, picked Dust 2 now. What did they pick against? Yeah, because in the Sinners Veto was completely different. I remember it was, yeah, they'd picked then Mirage, and then they picked Anubis, and they picked Dust. Yeah, okay, so they picked a Dust 2, Ancient, and Anubis. Either way, this was a force buy round that had an opening kill and then rejected nothing else.
Yeah, and it was just James for a smoke, and then 9 go, oh, there's scouts there, it's a force buy, we'll just accelerate, they're not going to have the utility to deal with us as we scale up towards short, and sure enough, they didn't. He's got the Galil.
That's... okay. More so, I was commenting on the fact the guy short survives.
Also that. But he wanted that Galil, Mr. Travis, and he got it. I'm happy for Travis that he made the major as well last year, but on a personal note, I was kind of a bit sad he did, because Travis kept tweeting, you know, Trav CS. He was like, come on, Travis, I need it for my major stickers. Every time he got really close, didn't do it. And I was like, haha, that's kind of funny.
It's quite funny how he was literally... Didn't he get it one time? Wasn't he in... Was Travis in the 9 Pandas roster? So I swear there was something about him actually making the major at one stage. And then it not being... Am I being really dumb with it being like he actually did make it but then couldn't attend? Or something along those lines? Or it was something really close. Like he was really... Travis was extraordinarily close a few times.
Close. Yeah, it was very close.
Well, they made the RMR a couple times.
Yes.
But anyways, Brandon, this is the first gun round. For 9, I think we both critiqued their kind of... I don't know, it felt quite janky, all things considered. It felt like that not everything was there yesterday on the maps apart from Train. It's a good start here on Dust 2. How does this roster feel comfortability-wise on this T side now? That's kind of one of the main things I'll be more so looking out for.
I think they'll be happy because Paravision, the way that they play, is on CT side is really passive for the first half because they're trying to figure out what their opponents want to do. And, you know, James, he's not going to be that really aggressive sniper. Instead, he's going to be the one trying to take some space. So here, look, he's ahead of the smoke, so he can say to his team, you can remain, but look at all of this map control 9 have got. They've got lower, they've got mid, they've got short.
It's fine,
nearly
though.
have Mantu.
It's completely fine, though, because Kika's just smoked off short, and, ooh... James been pulled away. I was going to say it's all fine because James has this mid-cross, but now James doesn't, and this mid to B's completely open. This is a gamble read that has gone completely incorrectly for Paravision. Belchinok left just completely by himself on this B bomb side, and well, he only gets one, more than I actually anticipated him getting. Mantu now joining up over on B, and he's providing perfect coverage in towards CT. That one kill right there potentially does just shut down this whole retake.
What a shot as well. Just the quick little adjustment. And you've now got the lurk on.
Oh, look at Bob XD. He's been helpful. He's been helpful. Ooh, he's been neutralized. James, he's been whiffed on. Favin, that was his opportunity. Mantu, holding for the window. Not apparently well enough, but Favin, okay, makes up for that first whiff by just mowing them down as they come through the window. And 9, ooh, that got a bit spooky, didn't it?
It did for about 4 seconds. And then Favin turned the flashbang and just killed both of them. And Paravision weren't even looking at his position because Mantu was being quite loud towards the back of site, just drawing rotations, just drawing the audio away from Favin. So, a good response from 9. But yeah, I'm not too sure. That's why I was worried about them allowing 9 that deep map control, because I thought comms would be maybe a little bit flustered if pressure gets applied, because you don't actually know what's going on the map, and that is enough to pull that rotate off James. Flashbangs are brilliant, by the way, to get 9 out long. Ooh. And now James dead. Ort's been picked up for kicker. Are you a sniper? Not currently, but also your shadow's been spotted.
I mean, the AWP saved here is, like, look, they'll have the AWP in the next round. Wait, oh, Rascal, I'm sure, okay. Yeah, it's like the AWP being saved isn't mandatory, but it certainly would have been a positive. I'm just quite confused in that previous round. Kind of the ultimate question is, why did James just completely abandon middle? Like,
the only thing you can assume, I think, is that short gets smoked by 9, double flashbangs over the top from 9 before they go back into the mid to B play, and comms are just a little bit dicey in that moment. It
must have been the comms, because look, like, okay, sure, they throw 2 smokes on A. You already have 3 riflers there. Like, that's also sometimes the issue of playing the AWP towards middle and playing the 3 riflers on A, is that the AWP is very important in counteracting an A aggression. So you want the AWP more so to be towards long, and having him hold the deeper angle as they run up short. And short, him in middle was great at controlling that space, but a rifle would have been a lot more agile in rotating around the map there. But I think there was a big break. There must have been a breakdown in communication. Because sure, 2 smokes and 2 flashes were thrown. That should not be the reason why 4 players have gone towards A. But with also, no other info.
Yeah, agreed. But also, I think James, he walked ahead of the first mid to B smoke, saw nothing.
No, he saw them. He missed. He saw them in mid. He missed.
I don't think he saw them.
Yeah, he went and peeked and missed.
Oh, okay. I completely ruins my narrative on it. Yeah, I don't know that. I was just gonna say he didn't see anything, so he went short.
I think it's just a really like fumble read from either Kikit or him or whatever. So a great round from 9, and now they're in a really good position on the T side where, look, 5-0. This can be really easy to spiral.
They've done both smokes in towards middle. One left, one right now for mid to B. Flashbang gets cracking in short, and I like this from 9 because it's a pace change, but it doesn't deviate away from what they've been doing all half long. They just take the map control on a slightly better, faster timing. Nota is here, in towards the window, but doesn't find anything. Break on the smoke for Kicker. Will only net him 1 kill. That molly is still keeping him trapped in the corner. Bomb needs to be picked up, but Mantu is still holding the smoke. Travis will find one through it, but the bomb could be made over. It's a 3 versus 2, and Paravision are going to save again.
Ooh, Mantu just saw his feet. Also, that spam onto whoever it was on the top of the doors, that was actually a good CT smoke, so it did cover the top. There was just a pure spam from Travis. But that was a really cool round for 9, where you just basically double pump the mid execute. You throw those first 2 smokes as more of a bait, so more of a ruse. And I will say for certainty, when you throw the lurk smoke and the CT smoke in middle, it is like nightmare fuel for the CT side, because you just have no information. You have utterly no information. And then while that's all going on, when the execute comes in, you also have pressure being applied towards the B-bomb site. So as soon as they deal with Kika in middle, it's just like the floodgates open towards B, and there's nothing they can do because they haven't been able to take any space. They're getting pressure taken from both sides. James Orp is nowhere to be seen, and Paravision just seemingly don't have a rebuttal to this mid-aggression and just this mid-coordination from 9.
You might correct me on this, but when I see teams smoke that left side of middle, normally I see that paired with a short smoke and then a flash, a drop into CT. Just to try and get the space, right? That's what I've seen over the last like 4 instances I've seen that smoke. But I think what that smoke does do is keep James penned in back at ramp. And then you've got that second smoke in towards mid to B, and then you've got that molly further forward, and then Nota is all alone basically trying to take this contact. And I think 9 do really well to get your rifle a wide swing and then get to the information for Mantu, who then gets jiggled on the angle. He immediately posts, he gets the kill, Nota finds nothing. But I think by doing that left hand side smoke, you also keep James on the other side of the map.
I think it just takes away information completely.
It does.
I don't know if it keeps James on the other side of the map, because they never smoked short either, so there's actually nothing to keep James in middle. Yeah, they just re-smoke CT and go up onto the site. Yeah, no, James, like, sure, I think James actually could have potentially... Oh, no, because there was already 3 riflers towards mid. Yeah, James couldn't really leave holding short there. I think it's just a really good round from 9, ultimately. Yeah, it just... The left side smoke is just awful to play around. Unless you execute with it, then it's really awkward for the T side. But this is an interesting round for Paravision, where, look, we've kind of committed mid B always, and now we've got 4A, and James by himself on B. He does get the opening kill on Mantu. No way, James. He's completely by himself, Brandon. This would be unreal if he just holds the fort. Oh, but he misses the shot on the elevated Fathom. And yeah, this is now this really weird this A setup. Okay, that's a great catch. Rolls really shouldn't have gone for that. All of a sudden, James has just done enough by himself.
Yeah, you've got enough utility to get you in here. There's no smoke for tunnels, but you've got that double flank coming through as well. Kragan needs to get both, and he can only find one. And now Favin is under an extreme amount of pressure. Has to put himself on an angle that separates these two players, and he does. Belchenok, Kicker have now got to go through together, and they do. Kick it through the doors, Belchenok up over, deleting Favin. Finally, it takes a while. It takes 7 rounds, but Paravision post their first.
It's also a first that is really unexpected to me. I don't know. It's like...
yeah, you don't expect James to get the multi there, and when you look at the minimap, you see 4 players on A.
It's just Rolls overplaying his hand way too early. Like, I understand what he was trying to do, but he just goes that second too early, and they're still kind of aware of the short play. But also, Kragan, look, he got 2 kills in pistol round. He got one of the other 2 since then in that last round. He disengages from Favin. They play very isolated in the 2 versus 4. That obviously could have been played a little bit better, just taking space together. But Paravision, they've been gifted a round. I'm honestly not too sure if they deserved it, but it is finally breaking that deadlock. And it's also James starting to get into this server a little bit more, and that showed with him just peeking mid there to grant the opening kill for Paravision.
Yeah, first time we've seen him get incredibly aggro as well. Travis is also thinking about doing this, but you see that molly, you're like, okay, I need to back out now. They have just also mollied themselves off here, 9, but this is creating a lot of space here for BobXD to get up short. James still holding for it, but I'll be interested to see how this fight goes down with Travis. 1 for 1's fine for Travis.
Yeah, considering the fact that James got the opening kill, it's completely
And now you've got
fine.
deep space in from upper tunnel, so you need to get this rotate over. Kicker either needs to push middle, or Nota needs to come A. In fact, both things are happening. Nota's got an AWP.
Ooh.
I didn't even realise it was double AWP.
We're going 3 short. James could be in a bit of worry here, but it doesn't matter. BobXD still trapped behind the smoke short, so James is able to pivot left and right. And James, you don't want to give him a multi-kill to get his confidence going, because, look, he's been performing fantastically so far in Paravision. We know the numbers he can put up as an AWPer, and he can just focus solely on that. With the rest of his team coming in behind him, he had to hold the line momentarily, and he does more. Brandon, he just kills everyone.
I'll tell you what, that was still really impressive. The fact that you've got 3 players going in towards short, and he just checks the close angle anyway on the smoke fade.
Well, no,
really
they knew
good.
someone was there. Like, it was very much like, I need to get this kill on long, and then pivot short.
But it's his positioning that gets it done, right? Because he's in elevator, he kills Favin, and but by him putting himself in elevator, he can instantly look at short and sort of isolate that angle.
It's a scary position to play over Norfolk, I'll be honest. Especially when you're solo A like that, but he makes it work.
Two rounds in a row doesn't break the bank yet of 9, but it might do soon. All you really need is just a couple of rounds, isn't it? So now look at this confidence. Travis, Kicker have taken deep space in towards long. They're ahead of the long smoke from 9.
9 haven't been taken long. I'm surprised they're even committing 2 players early there. I feel like they could have just left Travis do the instant smoke and they just play more than together elsewhere. This is a massive miscomm. Does Kika not know they can be up short? How has he been able to get 1 there? That is really impressive from Kika, and that is really unfortunate for BobXD. Notta perfectly just spamming through the smoke to identify if someone's there, and then when he's able to see someone, he can trace perfectly. This is 9 entering another post plant where they're in a disadvantaged position, and Paravision are so close already, Brand. They're just going to pop straight in.
Yeah, they are. Kragan needs to hold, and he moves his crosshair just off of the ramp. Mantu just hoping he can find an angle. It's Favin. Oh, and Mantu immediately. The feed lights up with 9 players killing Paravision. And in a blink of an eye, that afterplant is all 5.
Yeah, I'm quite confused what happened here, because Travis shoots long, and Kragan seems like almost startled by the fact they're so close towards him on ramp, and
what a
that's
shot.
Sick from Faven. I'm also kind of confused how Mantu's like not really holding the line to ramp, or like 3 players just kind of walk up CT towards ramp. Like I know there's a lot of smokes down, and it definitely was very awkward, but I don't know.
What it looked like to me is that he was sort of on the corner of short and going into sight to look deep long initially.
Did he get the kill on Travis?
I don't know. But
that would explain a lot.
I can't remember. We'll see it back on HLTV. But he was holding that deep line in towards long. Then they heard Paravision in CT. They also heard a flashbang come forward. And then he just wants to make sure that he doesn't poke his head up towards CT. So that's why he moves back in towards short a little bit. Just play a little bit safer.
That was a perfectly played 2-4. And
that's really brave.
Well, unfortunately, Jame actually couldn't even go back because he's also being pressured from lower tunnels. So he had to pick one. He had to pick 1 or 2 poisons, and he picks the wrong one. But on top of that, I don't hate the mid aggression. What I do hate is doing it by yourself. And he doesn't get. There's just not even a remote trade, and 9 are just like, oh, cheers, thanks.
He did it by himself with an AWP. Like that's the bit I'm the most like, what on earth?
And they're just accelerating because Brandon, there's no AWP on the other side. There's no issue. However, there's a big issue right now. The fact that Goose has failed, the Molotov hasn't landed properly, so Nota's been baited perfectly in by Kikert. And all of a sudden, this round where 9 have been granted a free opening kill has completely fallen apart. Oh my god, Nota. He's got the awareness, but Belchinok's being chopped down on the rotation. BobXT has actually taken a fair bit of damage in an interaction somewhere there. And there's 40 seconds left. It's a 2 versus 2, but the bomb is down right on the A bomb site in the grasps of Nota.
Yeah. That's the issue, really. What's Manti doing? Oh, he's jump spotting.
Also, BobXT's been red. Travis is here. Travis is there.
Yeah. So, now you need Manti to hit this shot on Nota, but Nota's played it really well.
I don't want to say save. Oh my god. Ooh. Thank god Travis has scaled up.
Yeah, NT. Because if he hadn't scaled up, Manti was banking on the fact that Travis would still remain out long. So if he gets this kill, he can then get the bomb and then make it a little bit interesting. I think it's a brilliant hold from Paravision. You're right. Miss Molly is the downfall here for 9. The fact he didn't spread all the way in the corner, but Nota makes the most of his opportunity. 2 quick kills, that the pre-aim on towards the close player through the smoke. If Travis hadn't scaled here, Manti would have had a bit more room.
Yeah, honestly, that was actually a really, really cool A-hold from Kika and Nota. More so Kika with dropping that defensive smoke. 9 are kind of forced to go through it, and they just go in. Even though the flashbang is actually really good, they just go into the hands of 2 players, and 1 goes unclear. So we still got 9 on 7 rounds, and they're actually just going back to what worked previously. And you can see for Paravision, they're like, okay, we know the drill here. Like, you haven't faked this. Whenever you've gone through it, it's worked. So you're gonna probably try just do the same thing again, and that's why everyone just hedges their bets onto it actually being a mid to B play. And it is. They didn't get a kill, but they have done loads of damage in utility and also taking away the minimal utility that 9 had to begin with.
Good jumping from Nota there.
Wait, what the hell?
Okay,
that's
right.
Nota tried to bait him in with the defensive smoke. They just walked into 3.
That's not ideal. And now Nota, he now feels pressured again because of this smoke. BobXT dealt with on short. They just got to go into B here. And Nota's now repositioned back over the spray. Okay, it's good onto Faven. So player advantage is now kept here for Paravision. And they're all here as well. They can just burst in immediately. They haven't got any util though. The danger is no utility here for Paravision.
Issue is Mantu's not holding towards door or window. He's trained on tunnel, and no one's actually retaking from that position. We need Mantu to activate very early on here on the retake, but it doesn't matter. Oh my god, it's a complete shutdown. The Tech 9 of Kragan does God's work, rolls support, and Mantu isn't even needed.
Right.
I love
Okay.
how Mantu's the only one to die there, is of all things as well.
I mean, Rolls is just spraying him with the gillet. What a really good angle as well. Obviously,
Yeah, he's
loads
like,
of people.
oh, good evening.
Loads of people play like on the half bit of the box, but by taking that angle first below it, just means that he can utilize it. Door. Yeah, from 2 ways. James has spotted Mantu.
How are we 8-3 up? And about to be 9-3 up. Like, this does feel close. And the scoreline doesn't even remotely depict that.
I would argue the last maybe like 3 rounds have felt close.
Yeah, I guess that's
rounds,
changed. The recency bias is changing it a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Because at the very start, it was extraordinarily one-sided. Also, what is Bob XD doing? Look at that smoke.
So previously, Paravision countered by just counter flashing through the smoke, counter pushing through the smoke.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
That was a no-scope, Brandon. They still haven't dealt with Belchnok, by the way. Oh my god, Belchnok's got away with murder. And Kragan, who's, all things considered, had a pretty slow game, now has to clutch up a 1 versus 3, and the bomb's actually been mollowed. He can't even go collect it and plant with the smoke up. He has to wait a long time. And because he's already had to wait so long to get the bomb, he might actually just freeze and play this a little bit slower. You've got double LORP for Paravision. Nota towards door, and he's been brought down. Kika on the deeper angle, also with an AWP. If he just holds the angle, this should be an easy shot. And Paravision, with Amanda's advantage, actually end up taking the final round at half with their low purchases.
Yeah, well, I mean, what a round from Belchnok, because he gets himself on a little horrible angle to deal with Bob XD. As yeah, common reaction from Paravision has always been to flash it and push through the CT smoke. It hasn't really come from window. The one time Nota tried to peek window, he got dealt with by Mantu. So instead, it's a deeper line from Belchnok, and then this reposition in is brilliant. They're not ready for him. And Kragan can't get by 2 AWPs.
Yeah.
Which is fair enough to him because he's got no utility to smoke the door. 8-4 though is completely fine if you're 9. Also remember they chose to start T side.
I can see why. I don't know, that last round, when I look at it again, very discoordinated. You know, you got Bob XD searching, you've got Mantu left in mid, you've just got a lot of moving pieces that get picked off by Paravision, and well, it's a new day, it's a new dawn. CT side and Bob XD, he can't he doesn't even get a shot off there. He just double goosed from afar. And also now 9, who were stacked up and congregated towards short, they try and make their reaction, and they're just held for by Travis. Bomb's going to get planted. It's already a 2-man disadvantage for 9, and I don't think they have a kit. They just have a bit of utility, and they're all retaking from tunnels. This is, I would dare say, nigh impossible.
They're not even going for it. I think they know as well. Okay, there is one win condition here I can see for Paravision, and that is Belchnok getting warm. Last couple of rounds have been unbelievable, and the instantaneous deletion of Bob XD over towards that deep plat angle on B. It's like, oh, okay. He's here. He's not messing about now.
Terrorists win.
It's that combo, isn't it? Belchnok Nota. Those aggressive riflers to get you space.
It's a force bow. I've got 4. Yeah, one thing 9 never really did last in the T half was no one really went long. Interesting how they played that T side where, yeah, they just never really actually targeted one side of the map with many forces. They had like Mantu posted up, for instance. They had one being thrown out with a flashbang. And this is an interesting round where Paravision feigned presence long. Bobx doesn't get away.
Dear.
Okay. I was gonna say Bobxd beautiful lurk in middle, but because he doesn't get away now, and because there's also just all this pressure added on long early on, Paravision are very aware that B could be a little bit weaker, and they react perfectly.
Yeah, really, really good reaction. It is the key footnote here. You're going to save if you're 9, because remember, you forced into this. That's such a shame for BobXD, but I also think the way he pathed that, he got out, and then he could have gone towards CT, and he was like, well, hang on, I need to go towards B, and then he crossed the doors again, and that was his ultimate downfall. He could have got away. I don't know if we can swap to Travis POV, but I want to get your opinion on this Galil skin. We'll maybe see it in a sec.
Give me Travis. Give me Travis. And it's not the small man we love.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, I was like, what?
No,
you're talking about Trav.
If anyone doesn't know, Trav's, yes, the caster, he's a very small man, but we love him, regardless of his height.
Just didn't need to add that, did you?
Sorry. Man, just go and AWP next round.
Yeah, yeah. Here's this.
Oh, we saw
it.
Alright, not even for a second.
Unlucky.
I'll get it eventually. Okay. Travis. POV. Travis. POV.
To be fair, he's not actually that interesting right now. It's this short play.
Yeah, we've lost the golden moment. Mantu's just holding with a deagle, but does he bait Kragan in? There are 3 players here, so he's going to be held for surely. Ooh, that was almost criminal, the fact that he almost got 1 there. Unfortunately, the fact he doesn't get 1 there, it just feels like this round. If they go A, it's completely over. If they over... What?
It's so stupid, but it's like you see those double smokes in at mid, right? The left hand, the right one at the same time. And it's almost like Kick It going, yeah, you like that? It's not nice, is it?
Oh, that's a cool skin.
Yeah, I unboxed that.
Oh, hold on. How much it cost? Is it expensive or is it cheap?
I think it was like 70 quid when I checked.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I don't think it is that now.
When did you unbox it?
Like a week and a half ago.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Fair man. Yeah, Kika's like, yeah, how'd you like those
apples?
Yeah, the rainbow spoon.
Yes.
Minimal wears €58, and there's no current listing for factory new. Can you just not get a factory new one? Or is it just really expensive? Oh, yeah, the factory new is like 200 quid.
Really?
Wow. It ranges from 200 to 70, like 100.
I can't remember what my one is.
The Rainbow Spoon's a great name, though. You know what, Brandon? I was actually scared that my PC wouldn't turn on today because
mine is factory new.
Yeah, so it's like 100 quid. Yeah, base.
Nice.
Fair play. Yeah, I was actually scared that my PC wouldn't turn on because I thought because we've got a. So there's been recorded winds today of 120 miles per hour in Ireland, and I just thought for some reason I was like, it's just my luck that my power wouldn't be on morning, you know?
Can I just say here, by the way, that this was what 7-1, like 6-0 maybe, and now it is 8-7. Paravision are within 1 round of closing this. This is the first gun round. It's actually really important for 9 that they need to actually win this, otherwise they're in danger of letting their lead slip massively. We'll talk about the wind in a minute, but there is definitely something in the air here, and it's all the formulations of a Paravision comeback on their map pick.
Yeah, this is just one of those really weird, awkward buys. We still have an MP9 on Bob XD. But Mantu Zorp, look, feel like he could have. I feel like he could have. I don't know. He's on 8 kills. James definitely had way more impact with his AWP. Even though he's got 1 extra kill, the rounds James been getting with the AWP, like he kind of is the reason why Paravision got any rounds on CT side at points.
I'm scared. Bob XD.
I'm terrified.
Flashed forward.
This is so brazen. Oh, that smoke they might get ahead of. Oh, he's dead. What is going on? Oh, this is so awkward. Are they just going to go through the smoke? Oh, this goes straight into the hands of Kragan, but he's being wrapped. How is Kragan alive? What is going on?
What?
Kragan is living in the Matrix right now, and he even inflicts a dink onto Keycard, but seems like Belchnok has got everything safe and sound as he is about to collect his 3rd kill from middle. It's a bit brazen. Sorry, it's a bit messy, but Keycard, Jesus Christ, how is he not being able to kill Kragan there?
Yeah, I'd be very angry if I was Paravision there, because it felt like Kragan shouldn't have got 2 of those kills, let alone 1. That was the other way around. 1, let alone 2, is more what I meant. Like
Got 3 in total.
Yeah, but the kill on Jame, more is what I mean. Like, how's Keycard not traded that yet? Eventually, he does, and Belchnok goes huge in middle.
I mean, without Belchnok, that round's over. Belchnok just as they're coming out mid. They leave Belchnok as the mid lurk, and he basically gets 3 kills. And okay, Paravision, they tie up the game, and this is all of a sudden a game that should have been 9-3 at the half is now 8-8 for Paravision, taking momentum.
Yeah, and you honestly felt like that round should have been 9s. That was a really good one to try and secure, especially with all the shenanigans that happened on B. And now this is just straight mid to B. And they haven't smoked yet. Now they will when they get really close, which I kind of like. You're just varying up.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
The timings for you to get in towards mid to B. Kragan starts to consider it, but it's been pure contact. There has been 1 smoke, and that's it. Yeah, I'm not surprised he's not really ready for the surge of Paravision up mid.
I don't even think he even can confirm how many players there are there as well. But that's just good heads-up play from Paravision, being like, well, if we're not taking contact, we don't have a reason to show ourselves. It doesn't even matter if Belchnok dies here. Like, they're going to have money to fully reinvest next round regardless. Kragan drops the op to Mantu. Oh, Favin's just like, really, dude? Really?
Belchnok's still alive. No way. This is the first time this game Paravision have taken the lead. It comes at 9-8.
I've just watched back that round on stream where Kragan kills 3 and almost gets a 4th. Keycard was literally on the B-bomb site.
That's what I'm saying.
Before he even got the first kill.
That's what I'm saying. I can't believe he got 1, let alone 2.
You mean 3? Like, even the first one, Keycard was already on the bomb site.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. 1, let alone 3.
Okay, the first one is like, yeah, okay. You kind of expect Kragan to at least get 1 there. But the rest is like, what's Keycard doing?
I guess
we
clearing. I guess he's clearing other worlds. Site.
Yeah. But we actually did, critique Keycard quite a bit in our last outing. I know he hasn't deserved it just yet, but last time on especially Mirage, he was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you weren't happy. I know.
Less said about that, the better, I think.
That's a good nade.
And now the boost up as well. Ooh, to maybe lock in the kill, but that is information for Paravision. 2 players boosted short. Mantu on the line, falls back.
It's such a big timing there when Jame was when we went to Mantu there. I thought we were just gonna watch him peek him, but no, he did. Understandably so. We don't have any short control, so he doesn't do that.
That's a cool smoke from my Nota.
That is a.
Okay.
Huh. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Neither have I.
Nota for anyone that's radio listening. Smokes long corner from underpass. By the way, Mantu's got onto. He's still back Mid, oh my god, Rolls has been obliterated, and we're trying to crunch into lower tunnels, but we're walking into 2. Bob XD, this could be, he needs to get aggressive. This aggression for him could be everything, and he's gonna catch, what? He's gonna catch Notra off guard.
Well, it doesn't matter, they're on A.
Yeah, if Bob XD had actually pushed there when everyone else was dueling middle, he could have got 2, and they could have scaled up short really quickly, but instead, he gets 1, and yeah, they're already on A. Six in a row for Paravision. And
yeah, they've been looking really good. But to be honest with you, whilst they've looked good, 9 haven't really done anything. This is the first time we've seen any semblance of CT aggression this whole half.
It wasn't great.
No, but it also, like, it just nice shot. It just feels like well, they're not really doing anything. Like, they're not doing anything special. I think Paravision are playing a really good, like, T-half, don't get me wrong, but they haven't been challenged. They have not been challenged in this second half at all. Where's the 9 from 20 minutes ago?
This is what we were this is what I was saying going straight, like, at the very, very beginning. I was saying, look, we've seen these really good moments for 9, but then it always seems to fall away in some regard, and that's exactly what's happened here on Dust 2 to begin with. It's just like, oh, like, yeah, like, what's happened to 9 on this map? And that's how I felt exactly watching them on the other maps that we saw previously, apart from Train.
The thing is, the paid by the round meme, it still lives in Paravision. So
that's the
there's every chance that we can still see, like, 9 getting a stranglehold in the game. There is still every opportunity, but right now Paravision are looking very good, and what I think I've appreciated a lot from them is that they've got a lot of variety here in where they pinpoint their aggression in the early rounds. We have seen them go long, we have seen them going towards middle, we have seen them fight B, and also I do want to credit Nota, because that smoky through from lower that lurked out the players long gave them the whole space to take long and the site, and that was the round. Done.
I think Mounty's got to kill this half with the AWP. Neither has James, to be fair. But I think it's a little bit different. When 9 are down, you kind of need someone to start stepping up, whereas James, he's been covering a lot more with the AWP and playing a lot further back, like the last round, and even in this round, just holding mid. And then kind of almost lurking in some regard with the AWP and letting his teammates go elsewhere. Mantu's just been seen on B with the AWP. I think this is going to accelerate them up A. They were already postured to go here, and they're just going to go a little bit hastier with the knowledge that the AWP is not here, and Raz is the only player on the bomb site. Mantu is rotating into CT, but what can you do as an AWPer? Jumping up here. Yeah, he's jumping up to his death. Rouse is only able to get 1, and you've also got Travis lurking under pass, and yeah, easy. Really easy round for Paravision, and they don't do anything particularly special.
No, and again, I feel like it's Mantu feeling a bit stressed to get involved and do something, and that's why he just jumps up and makes a really risky play just on those boxes to try and get a kill and towards short. I also think communication's a little bit misled as well by 9, because Mantu spotted Travis 5 seconds prior in towards upper tunnels, and then Kragan's not ready for his position in lower.
I didn't see. Maybe he, like, did you see if he wasn't ready or not?
It looked like he snapped back and adjusted, which is why Travis is 50, rather than looking to actively clear him.
Yeah, I can't really attest to if he was or wasn't. I just saw he fell.
There's no money.
Ooh. This is, kind of that was the one round where it's like, okay, this is potentially your final gun round before we go into a position where it's overtime, or until we're fine to play for overtime instead of fighting to end it off in regulation. Up next is Train, which Have Paravision played Train yet with this new lineup? I don't think they have, right? No, they haven't. So that's a big unknown factor. Nine were really good on it, but what's Paravision going to be like? And because Dust 2, I think, is over. Even though, sure, this round's quite cool with the aggression. You've got Belchuk again lurking, and he might actually get backstabbed by Fathom, but it doesn't matter ultimately because Brandon, we're not even smoking the cross. We're just fighting the pistols, and we're succeeding.
Yeah, no question is, can Fathom find anything? Well, the answer is no. He's just smoked himself off because obviously BobXD can come over and get this M4. And James is pushing him with the AWP. In fact, he's given away his AWP. He goes, hang on. I'm going to see if I can get a kill. Oh, I love it. I've never seen him do this.
This is the new version of James. Non-IGL James. I mean, Belchnock will have max money. Okay, James actually decided to play a little bit more reserved. That's back to being the James we know.
He's too magnetized to this AWP.
I also do... sorry, Mantu and James have had 1 kill combined this half, outside of, let's say, like a pistol round. From the first gun round, both these guys have 1 kill combined.
Belchnock's really stepped up. Kickit stepped up as well.
The lurks of Paravision with Belchnock Showers have been really strong.
So good. But I think I'd throw the same little bit of critique on 9 that I gave to Paravision early in that first half, right? I just don't think they've been proactive enough. They've allowed a lot of map control, which has meant that these lurks can get involved.
Yeah, I think exactly.
4 rounds needed in a row for 9. They've already done it once this game, but
it's a different.
They might not be able to do it again now. Oh, Flashbang's brilliant. Flashbang is so good to make sure that Nota gets by safely. Mansu can't hit the shot.
Yeah, lovely set play. James supporting his teammates with utility, and there goes all the map control for 9. They do have long still, and they are actually very actively battling for middle. Paravision though, they've got James posted up on B. I would love to see him getting more aggressive right now, because as soon as this lurk smoke fades, BobXD is out in the open.
Oh.
Ooh, the timing. James just, honestly, it should be James taking the first contact here.
Yeah,
let him clear out some of these angles and let the rifler scale. Instead, it's going to be Travis swinging first, and, well, it works perfectly the same. Mid-rap also instigated. Kragan does get 1, and he has been good at least finding something on his part of the site, but everybody else around him falters. Belchnock once again towards CT, controlling these rotations, and it's a 2 versus 4 for 9, which seems very, very futile.
2 players are low HP, but one of your guys retaking's got an AWP. So if he swaps to the AK that he can see, then potentially there's a shot. Fathom just goes to clear. Smoke goes in, but
the only smoke.
If anything, that sort of blocks them off a bit. Yes, it is creating a little bit of a lurk, but that nade is brilliant from James. And between him and Belchnock, they are able to close. Paravision were down and not seemingly out on their map pick, but it did look a little bit touch and go. But that T side was immaculate. And 9, again, a strong start to a game, and they just don't have it enough to close on that CT side. That CT side was very frail. They weren't proactive enough, and Paravision punished.
Yeah, it's really cool to see Paravision on the other end of it this time. When we saw them against Sinners, it was them choking, but now they actually mount an immaculate comeback where 9 don't get a single round on their CT side, and probably why they started on the T side. But now we go on the train. This is 9's map pick, and Brandon, last time we saw 9 on train, they looked really impressive. However, what's it going to be like after this kind of devastating loss on Dust 2? And also, what is Paravision going to be like on train? That's going to be a really interesting question that I can't wait to be answered in about 10 minutes after this break. all things considered, that was a rather disappointing map for 9. They had a really good half where they ended at 8-4, should have been 9-3, and I don't think that's what cost them, because they didn't get a single CT round at all, and Mantu only got 1 kill on the CT side. Actually, I don't think it was even just Mantu. Rolls also only got 1 kill. Favin got 2, BobXD got 3, and Kragan got 4. Kragan got 3 of those kills in 1 round. They actually lost because, well, they didn't win a single round. So it doesn't matter if they got 9-3 or 8-4, they still got absolutely demolished. But we now go on to their map pick of Train, where Brandon, previously when we did see them on Train, they did look really good. Is that still going to be the case though, considering Dust 2's loss, and considering Paravision might be amazing on Train? We don't know.
Look, I think they definitely, when 9 played Iberian Soul, that was the game that we saw in CCT a few days ago, and that was the map, the first time we sort of covered Train as well, me and you, and we saw 9 work a lot of extremities. We saw them push Ivy in the mid round quite a lot. We saw them push up at B, and Iberian Soul were just not prepared for it at all, and I think Paravision might be. I imagine Paravision have also watched the demo and have been like, okay, this is how 9 like to play. I think they will be prepared for this, and considering 9 is first pick in Train in a number of these matchups, if they're allowed to, I think there's enough sort of tape on it, if you're Paravision, to look at that and think, okay, this is probably going to happen, we need to be prepared.
Train's in a weird spot right now where even the teams that are playing it, and 9's official, I guarantee they've changed a lot going even into today. Like, there's just so much, there's just so, like, it's so different, and it keeps on evolving. So even though there is tape, I can imagine 9 is also evolving, and Paravision are also going to know that. But Paravision definitely come in as like a, okay, you don't even know what our default's going to be. You have no idea what's happening. Question is, for Mantu, is he going to be able to find any form on the CT side here, or just in general on Train? Because, you know, 1 kill on CT side isn't exactly fantastic on Dust 2.
No, it's not, but that's a different map now. We look forward into this, and we look at Favin scaling quite quickly. Did he spot the dualies? No, he didn't, but it doesn't matter, because 9 have just hit the accelerator, and they've killed basically everyone. Travis at the back of site's already been dinked, and now removed as well. That was clean and easy for 9, if anything.
Yeah, everyone was towards A for the CT side as well. They actually had a full 5-man stack, and well, you wouldn't expect it because it gets atomized very quickly. 9, they're actually going to be up against the force by though, so from the firing pan straight into the fire.
They're forcing this. Okay. Where are we going here, Paravision? They wanted to take this fight, and it feels a little bit awkward, but I kind of like the setup. You've got 2 players pushing lower, and you've also got 2 players pushing pop, boost up, will catch Bob XD, but the trades are there from Rails, and they are exceptional. Belchnok now left all alone with the Deagle. They are all coming to him, but that's the issue. They're all walking at him, and he's got a Deagle. So as soon as he takes 1 kill, he's going to get traded immediately, you would feel. No? Okay. There we go.
You got scared there for a second, didn't you?
Yes.
That round's kind of reminded me. I remember, so I was talking to you last time, Brandon, about the importance of B main control as a city side and kind of fighting over towards that area. We actually scrimmed a team yesterday, and they relentless towards like pop, long, B, throwing a lot of utility every round. So I just didn't expect a team to kind of do it that much necessarily. I've never seen someone like put that much emphasis on it. So I wonder how Paravision approach taking, you know, B main, pop on the gun rounds after we just saw them stack in that force buy. So that's definitely something I'd be interested to see on the C side, and how that develops as well, just going forward, of how much attention people actually paid towards B. Is it a lot? Is it kind of in the middle, or is it maybe not at all? Also, yesterday when I saw 9 getting like super aggro on Ivy CT side, that really got my mind going about Ivy in general. And I was like, oh yeah, you can really abuse this as a 2 side. An early tactical pause for 9. Intriguing. It's very intriguing, actually. Taking a tac pause after being 3-0 up. You know, game's not started yet, right? But, Paravision, they actually have an AWP out very early on for James. They already have that purchased up. And for 9, you gotta remember, guys. They were 6-0 up on Dust 2. So, it almost, like, we need to take these early rounds of pinch of salt where Dust 2 looked fantastic and then they ended up losing 8-4. I did not think you could nade that from A main. Makes a lot of sense because you can smoke A main from the other side. That makes a lot of sense. I just never really clocked that. And that's a really a very cool nade. But wait, the T side reacting perfectly. I thought this was going to be a shutdown from Paravision with the aggression towards A main and also Travis putting a bit of that pressure on early towards B, but ultimately it's actually going to be a 3 versus 3 with the bomb now being planted. No kits on board though for Paravision. I've got James and Travis a little bit low, and well, Travis in the grave now. The fight gets brought to him, and with no kits and 20 seconds already wasted, time's dwindling down, and the question is just, are we going to be able to get out? It appears so. James and Kikit shall be saving, and for 9, they react to that A main aggression really nicely, and stabilize after losing the opening kill quite early on in the round. It was a good start for 9, and a round for Paravision, which to me really felt like they were setting themselves up for success. Travis has already tried that gimmicky play of walking through a smoke once, and this is a big change up from the 9 default. They're putting a lot of emphasis in controlling upper B, which has been in contention quite a lot early on. In the meantime, you've still just got Kragan roaming around A main. He threw the early nade towards Pop, which did a big chunk of damage onto James, but he's just currently blocked outside this A main smoke. And we saw this a lot from 9 against Iberian Soul, where whenever the CT side would start, you know, these early active approaches towards A main, let's say, or Pop, they would just wait for the util to bleed out and then re-execute and re-clear space, and it ended up working really, really well for them. So that's what this type of default feels like to me.
Sorry about that, I'm back.
Oh, no worries. You just missed the best round of Counter-Strike ever, but it's fine. We can move on.
Okay, that's fine. I'll watch it
I was
back.
joking. There wasn't much. Nothing really happened.
That was a good flash there, thrown by 9, because that puts James off the angle and just denies them info. But, with that being said, there are still 3 players here in contention. That molly doesn't land at the back of default, and as a result, this angle's still being held by Belchnock. I thought it was going to find more success. It finds nothing. Nota gets overwhelmed as well, and suddenly Kicker gets punished. Oh dear. That setup looked really good, and then they just didn't get any kills.
This is what happened in the last gun round, Brandon, which is the last round they saved, where Paravision felt like they had a really good setup. They had the opening kill, which was, I guess, you know, that accentuates this point even further from this round. Where it's like, oh, we've got a really nice setup. Oh, we've all died. We've all just kind of fallen apart. And it hasn't felt like 9 have done much. You know, they actually pushed smokes in the previous, if anything. Like, there wasn't any crazy utility. And yeah, this is 9 going 5-0 up. But as I was kind of reminding the viewers, Brandon, I was like, remember, 6-0 up on Dust 2. And also, I think Train's T-sided. So, you know, we're taking a lot of things with a pinch of salt right now. But I will certainly agree, Paravision have had some very awkward setups so far on A.
They've got money to buy if they want to, but I don't think they want to. They're going to take a pause to think about, firstly, what's wrong, and secondly, what the economic state looks like in round 6. Okay, no, they will. I was going to say, James can drop, you can get the AWP out as well, because he saved it. This makes sense. I quite like the force here, because you're still putting pressure on 9. But at the same time, you are also needing to get around. So you do need to secure something.
It's felt very flaccid so far. It's felt like it's very much just like, okay, we've got the good setups, but we're just not even getting the kills. Okay, it's a change of approach with a Paravision. Instead of fighting for deep aim aim, which they will actually now, they stagger it slightly. Dragon, oh, he peeks as the flash pops. So yeah, Belchnok takes a main, but look, this is not necessarily a positive, because this is what Paravision have been doing every round. They have been getting a main control. They have been getting kind of like upper yard. The issue is 9. As we saw against Iberian Soul, as I mentioned in the previous round, they are very happy just to wait out the early utility and then just go for the execute. And they have overwhelmingly more utility. And they just need to make sure we don't walk into the AWP. That's kind of the one concern, critique of this round, is like, make sure we don't just walk into Jane. And okay, yeah, he's been spotted and now dealt with. Yeah, this is no utility for Paravision to deter, and it's just Mantu taking these free fights with everybody here, and the numbers dwindling fast for Paravision unless Nota, oh my god, he runs out of bullets. 3 kills. Excellence on the server. Is Travis potentially going to clutch up here?
I don't think you're going to be ready for him at the moment, but really good repositioning out of both Faven and Bob XD. Bob XD gets round towards Hell and can just guarantee that even if Faven falls, he's still completely unknown. The fact that that round gets close because of Nota is scary in of itself, but the good job from 9 to hold on, because up until that Nota sort of heroics, that was brilliant for the way they coordinated that to get Mantu on every single line. You still got James with an AWP.
It's a big change up in the default for 9 though. And also Paravision. Paravision been putting aggression towards B through ramp. And this is the first time they've actually pushed pop. And Noto, he's rewarded with a pretty cool kill for it.
But he's been really loud about leaving.
Yeah, this is going to give Raoul's freedom to retake control. But we've seen Paravision in an opening kill in a very similar setup, where they got that kill on someone towards pop, towards B. But yeah, Rouse and Kragan have just completely cleared out pop. Well, they're about to, actually. And in the meantime, the change up in the default for 9 is actually towards Ivy. where you have Faven and Mantu walking up. Issue is, Brandon, they're not going to expect James. Like, they come around this corner here, James is going to get an easy free kill, and there's also this setup ready to react from CT. But instead, it's Nota who takes the first contact from the bomb site. James not even needed. The crunch happens without James orchestrating anything, and Kraken is just left completely by himself. This round, they get the opening kill, and this time they tow it over the line.
Yeah, I mean, they should, right? Like, they should lock this in, and they do. What I really liked in that round was how dynamic everyone was from Paravision. James, obviously... James like a supportive parent in this team, because he'll hold a line for you, he'll flash in the youngsters to go and try and take entry fights, but then he's like, I'm doing my job, I've got my responsibilities, you do whatever else you want, I don't care, this is what I will try and achieve, this is the angle I will hold, and you guys don't need to worry about it. You guys can do whatever you want. He was doing that a lot on Dust 2. Now he's doing that here on Train. The Nota Belchanok reshift from, I guess, Nota going pop, and then he went back to default, but he also went to B for a period. Belchanok then was relieved of his duties by Nota, and then he was able to come over and hold Ivy, and he could take the first contact on the pistol. It's the fact that Nota was the guy from default that took the first contact on Ivy. That really just spiraled things out of control there for 9. Because you feel like if Belchanok takes that contact, and Nota isn't there, then potentially they could have double swung James, for instance. Obviously, you don't know. It's all speculation. But I think by Nota taking the contact there, that really locks in that round for Paravision.
Yeah, there's actually that default position from Nota is really powerful for holding Ivy in any situation. And that situation was more so the example. Belchanok, that second there may have even just ended off the round, but doesn't seem to matter. The rest of the team are really ready and waiting to cancel out this A pop. This is the first time 9 have actually gone for something maybe a little bit faster since the opening stages towards A, and it's been completely shut down. That's 9 already using 2 of their tactical pauses, one in after 3 rounds of play where they're actually 3-0 up, and then the second there, and it unveils to nothing.
What a good feeling it would be if Paravision could collect the rest. I know we're a long way off, but we've got a hero AK and that's it in round 9. So you imagine Paravision are able to lock in the 3rd. Depends how they deal against the potential pop/upper B here. Nota's been really proactive in the last 3 rounds, and I think that has really helped Paravision out. James already rotated to B. There we go, Nota.
Yeah, he got there eventually. James on B, but the AWP's almost like the worst weapon to have here, because, yeah, he misses a shot, and that's kind of it. However, he has the ability to re-peek.
That's a nice angle from Travis.
Yeah. He's just done really well at getting his 2 and surviving. No bomb plant is like, sure, you know, well, you know, you're expected to keep 5 alive, etc. But it's just the fact that there's not even a bomb down, which is really the kind of most important factor. Means low utility, very low utility actually across the board. Mantu, Kragan have 2 smokes and a Molo. Bob XT is smoke and flash. It's not good.
Pretty clean, isn't it? I'm learning all these new angles that Travis is taking as a resident B player.
Remember the angle I told you?
Yeah.
One under heaven?
In the corner.
Yeah. Whoa, that is stupidly good.
If we play each other at LAN, I'm not there. I absolutely am.
Oh god. And we're gonna pick into Anubis.
Don't come A.
Grr.
9 are now playing even more passive. Look at this. The fact that they've actually allowed Paravision to get A main. Kraken should be aware that Belchnor's going to be in this corner.
I don't know if he will, though.
He could molly him. Oh, no, he didn't know.
I don't think he did.
I'm surprised.
So the reason why I was kind of commenting on it being a big change is that Paravision, whenever they've gone towards A main, it's been very much like, okay, we are here. Like, we're putting smokes down. We're layering our take towards A main. And the reason why I comment then is because obviously there wasn't anything, and Belchnock actually just shifts right in. So that's why I think Kraken thought there was no one A main. It's just a very different approach for Paravision. And we didn't see the POV, unfortunately, but I would assume Kraken wasn't 100% ready.
James? Oh, easy. I really like the angles that Belchnock is taking as well in towards the back of default. He's consistently varying his angle, but it's always the same outcome. Kick it now starts to push pop. Yeah, this is a lot of info. Rolls around the corner. Can he find anything? No, because it's multi-layered in towards connector with Travis and Nota. Man 2, last player standing. As you go into pop. Hello, there's Kick It.
That was an awesome setup. I'm writing that down.
These rounds have been very, very good out of Paravision, and 9 again that they had the chance to really cement themselves in this first half. A bit of individual brilliance from Nota, and you're at 6-4 with no money, no bomb down in what 3 rounds, and as a result you're ping-ponging between full buys and tech 9s. There's a real chance they can get 6 rounds here.
I think it looks like we are getting 6 rounds.
Oh, maybe not.
God, how has Belchnock died there? I mean, he was fully blind, but it's just more the fact that Kraken's just run through a mollo. 9, okay, well, they're all out towards Hell and towards Olof, and they're just continuously being given these kills. They're going 1 for 1 now, and they've got the advantages to do so. Travis is all by himself. He's over on the B bomb site. Like, lads, what's gone wrong? We've been almost flawless for the last 4 rounds, and then we just get dissected by Tech 9s.
They got pantsed, and that was, look, 9 also just changing the pace a little bit, accelerating, not allowing Belchnock to get comfortable. Kick It from his angle can only go 1 for 1 because it is so exposed once the smoke fades. He even gets mollied. Horrible. Travis will get the kill, but there's no time to go for this retake. Best he can do is try and hold on to his rifle, but Faven denies it. Alright, 9. Never mind. They even get the AWP at the end.
Oh, that was a really hard round to replicate, though, I'll be honest.
That's still a tough one for Paravision, though, because you just think we've done all this hard work and now we've just lost to Tech 9s.
Agreed.
I feel like Nota's angle should have got him something. In fact, it got him nothing. Do they not know that they're out? Surely they know, Paravision, that 9 are out. They certainly are aware of it now. Kraken just trying to duel at the back of the bomb train. Kick It now being overwhelmed by utility. Has to put a smoke forward on pop. I'm not sure they're going to respect that. Yeah, great util.
Ooh, but the punchback is immense. Nota and James both add a kill to their tally. James completely by himself, and he actually smokes himself off, but Travis coming through connected. That's a massive kill to be collecting. This is also going to basically firm Belchnock even further in, coming from the back lines. Travis just got to survive here. That's exactly what he's going to do. He adds a little bit more pressure, and he's just baiting even further in for Belchnock, who now peeks from behind, and it's Faven all left completely alone. This is Paravision, after losing 6 rounds in a row early on their CT side, end up only losing 1 in response to the next 6. and it was against the Tech 9s. Will that one round of the Tech 9s come to haunt them? Will that slow start come to haunt them? I don't think so. I think they're going on to the T side with a lot of momentum, a lot of confidence, and I could see them actually edging out to a 2-0 here.
What I will say is that what has really been cool to watch from Paravision is how dynamic these riflers have been. How consistently the setup is changing within a round. It feels like the Paravision sort of crossfires changed 3 or 4 times in one round alone. And then on top of that, you've also got Kicker pushing, Belchanok pushing, like in these flanks. It reminded me quite a lot of what 9 was doing on the CT side against Iberian Soul.
Yeah, there was a lot of rounds where this CT side has had just players moving so well, and on this T side, that's already a fantastic opening kill. Kragan now has no support. Utility blocks off everybody else, so he's just trapped by himself in E-box. But Rolls has just dropped the bomb.
Yes.
Am I concerned? Potentially, but the bomb has been collected. Okay, that's the difference maker right now. The fact the bomb can be collected. Oh my god, the smoke's fading. Oh, Fabian, if he had just held there, he might have not denied the bomb, but he could have at least put it into a 3 versus 3. Instead now, though, as this bomb gets planted, the fortunes change dynamically and very decisively in favor of Paravision.
Wow, Kickit was even holding for the Bob XD push from A main. You little rascal. This can't be another lackluster CT side out of 9. Like it can't. Otherwise, yeah, they will lose. They will lose trade. They're gonna force. I don't know how I feel about that. I'll tell you what, that is an awful lot of utility put forward by Paravision at the top of B. Look, deep smoke in towards upper. Molly lower, double nade flash. Yeah, you've got that control, don't worry about it. That is all yours.
Paravision went for a play on the CT side early where they tried to go for B controls. I think they're kind of countering that, which is a natural reaction on this low by round to go for something aggro. He got very lucky he didn't overextend because he just got fully blind as he was kind of going back into the smoke, so good for him there. Not so good for Nota. He gets 1 kill and then overplays his hands a little bit. Belchanok
needed that.
Yeah, that was very, very close.
Look at Rolls. This still gets weird because of Rolls' position.
I really think I thought they knew about him, but I now don't know. And yeah, they definitely didn't know about him because Travis has fallen. The bomb, it's not being planted. Kikut's just been dinged. James, he's let Mantu walk through the smoke, but at least he does react in time. And James, okay, calms the nerves, calms the storm.
I'll tell you what, supportive parent. I'm just saying, like, Paravision can take all the deep fights at B. They can go and look at oil as well. They don't need to worry about that push from Con to Thomas because James holding it and he just tucks himself in the corner. It lets Mantu walk by. It gives him a full sense of security. It lets Rolls push up a little bit more and he kills both. Good recovery out of Paravision because that was looking touch and go for a second. That was the force buy. Now it's your eco and now it's Paravision potentially with another round. That molly is slightly missed. But it's the same util setup again.
Well, the flashbang comes in a bit too late. Everyone's kind of already fallen.
Still a lot of damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got James lurking in pop now.
Taking away these AKs is actually quite...
Oh my god,
oh my sweet Jesus.
That was... Oh, that's why he's an AWPer. Oh my god.
I don't even know. I think he hits the shot quite cleanly. It was just... He didn't expect someone to be there, I think more so. This is, again, Paravision 6-0 down. Now 8-7, taking the lead for the first time in this map. I've been here before.
Can Rolls do any more damage? No. He can't. But at least he has an AK. But you're right, this was 6-0, and now it is 8-7 to Paravision.
Do you know what's great about being a caster and like a coach, and when something new comes up like train of like, this is my demo watching.
Yeah?
It's fantastic. I love it. It's just two birds with one stone. I love seeing a new map like train being added in, not Dust 2 where we already knew. Where does
doing? Oh,
what is oh wait, no, but he lines that up, that drop.
Yeah, so it doesn't make noise.
Oh, it did make noise.
Oh, did it?
One dropped off, yeah.
Unlucky.
Well, no, but so what's Kikit?
I don't know. We'll see in a sec.
Coming. Well, you could smoke con from here.
Oh,
I assume that's probably it. Oh. Okay, big trade.
Oh,
however, the double aggression. Yeah. What? Oh, that's a big kill. Okay. Bob XD falling there. His aggression to try and support his teammate ultimately is potentially a negative. I'm looking over at Travis. Dude's still in Ivy. Feel like for Travis, we could maybe move elsewhere. Also, James thrown a smoke to try and pick up the bomb.
Trying to get the bomb.
Yeah, James threw a smoke to try pick up the bomb, but then it didn't go far enough. I don't know. This round in the 3 versus 3 looked plausible, but Travis activates quite ineffectively. James misses a smoke to pick up the bomb. It's just a little bit too far ahead than he realized. And okay, that's 9. First time on the board for the CT side. It's already better than Dust 2.
What a great round out of Favon, by the way. Like he anchors down Pop brilliantly. He got pressured, and then he even pushes the smoke and catches Belchanok. So just guarantees that, hey, you're not going to be removing us from this. There's a lot of weird things going on with the electricity in my house. I'm actually kind of worried about what's going on.
It's amusing that you've got the electricity issues and I'm currently in the midst of a storm.
Well, we're in a storm as well.
Oh, is it affecting you as well?
Yeah.
Ah, well, actually, it does make sense geographically.
But like my power trips at the start of this map.
Yeah.
And now my computer's fine, but my lights just went off and on. So we'll see.
Oh, that actually sometimes happens to me. When I hit my desk, my light turns on.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. What it used to be a thing when I'd hit my desk, my PC would restart.
Anger, never the answer.
It's always the answer.
Pop control's now been re-established by Paravision. Let's make sure that that doesn't happen again. Mantu has spotted players out Ivy, though.
It's kind of muddled with the rotations a little bit, right? Like, you've got all 3 players back lines, or in and around back default. Travis has got another smoke. I would love him just to smoke the top of Ivy here. Bro, this is a really ballsy CT side setup. 3 players pushing Pop. Travis just needs to get 1 and then kind of survive, get information. That's the first for free. And now Favon and Mantu are fixated on his position. The flashbang's perfect. How does Favon not get that kill? That is really good pathing from Travis. And now he knows there's one more towards Ivy. And that's just going to prompt the acceleration out of A main. They know both are in connector as well outside of the guy towards Ivy. And oh, it's a bloodbath. Blood smeared across the wall at 9. Sure, they get their first round on the CT side, but as soon as they do get that success, it instantly comes back in their face.
Yeah, but again, that's another round where that is pure. Oh god, you don't want to give them a chance here, guys. That's another round where I think Paravision have read into what 9 wants to do on CT, and that is get aggressive in towards Ivy. But when they get aggressive in towards Ivy, they don't even They don't even flash anything until the second kill. And the fact that Faven doesn't get that one is a bit baffling to me. But you're right, really good pathing taken by Travis to almost set himself up for the spray connecting. That felt like it was a bit given away there from 9, to be honest. Take nothing away from Travis, but they did give that to him a little bit on a silver platter.
I mean, I would argue that they actually played that well because of this flash. That should have been an instant trade. I don't even know if they. I think they don't. I think Faven just whiffs, dude. Like the setup's so sound with the reflash in. But I don't know. That it's interesting that 9 put so much focus on killing one guy Ivy though. That's
the danger you've got now though because of that is this buy.
The timing. I think Belchnock's seen him. Yep. Sorry, yeah, you were saying about the buy. It's like a full buy.
It's a full buy. They lose this. They're going to give over 11. And Paravision have been burnt by this pot play before, and now they are dedicating someone to go and hold it. I think you just, as weird as it sounds, I think you just save. Yeah, I think they agree. Yeah. This looks weird on the mini map, but it makes sense because of the way the money is.
I'm trying to think it even looks weird on the mini map realistically. Like you've got no kit, you've got 1 smoke, you've got 2 A1Ss, no other economy.
That smoke, I think that smoke thrown at top pop just completely. They just go okay. Man 2 trying to read the train schedule.
Can you read Cyrillic?
No.
Terrorists win.
That says information.
Oh yeah, I can read that one. Yeah. We were trying to do callouts for some of the more like because train has those awkward angles. You know, like the one under heaven, for instance.
Yeah.
Under heaven's quite a mouthful. So we were like, okay, you know, on Inferno, there's the sign. So you have like Vino for wine on the back of A, for instance.
Yeah.
But then we were looking at the callouts for like Under Heaven, and we were like, yeah, no, I don't know what that says. Yeah, that's our callout now. By the way, even though that was a save and we do have the same kind of upgraded weaponry, it's still a really like poor buy. Like we've got 2 smokes left.
No, I'm not. But I'm saying it's better. Than,
it's better than an eco.
Pistols, yeah.
But it still doesn't fill me with massive confidence, you know.
Jane throws a flashbang into Ivy for Travis. It's like, there you go, Travis. Deep A main space. Will Kicker Molly this position?
It's the double A main, the triple A main, which is my focus here. It's not just one guy.
Oh, Faven.
A lot of focus.
Faven's pushing. Faven's trying to push Travis.
Oh, he thinks better of it. He's also got the 1 kit. Faven can't be the one that orchestrates the play. This kit is made for the late round, so we want him to be alive.
They're going to walk into this setup.
Mantu dies though. Kragan holds on. Second player, not anticipated. This setup towards A main so far is working out, and Rolls puts the cherry on top. He actually has to do more though. His players around him are falling. The bomb's going to get planted. The kit is down in connector. Fathom was a died in com. That's where the kit is. So for this 2 versus 2, we need to keep aware of where that is being dropped. Rolls still making some noise. Bob XD, the unknown piece of this puzzle. And James, dude, he's glazing a smoke with a P250. Okay, he's pulled back his ore, but he's about to get flashbang, fully blind. It's an easy kill for Rolls. He's on to 3. Belchnock, though, uncleared. Bomb planted for him. Kit, it will be collected, but it's so low the clock, and with only a deagle, Bob XD, there's nothing he can do. Belchnock doesn't even really swing out. It's ice in the veins, and Rolls, even though he gets 3 kills, it doesn't matter.
I'll tell you what, I think even, again, that looked weird for James, but by him doing that, you never ever expect Belchnock in pop. So I think that his reposition, he just sort of sells himself a little bit. Obviously he gets pot flashed, but it's like, he's done his job. Because there's no way Rouse is clearing Pop. Bob XD has gone to try and clear Ivy, but you worried about the timings of, well, just sort of everywhere. Like, he could have gone Con, he could have gone all the way around. Like, he could have even been in Ivy, deep. You wouldn't have known. So the fact that they don't clear Pop there, I think, is because of Jame. That was
definitely was
that was touch and go, but they do get their 11th.
That's the most important part, really. And sure, everyone does go down with the ship, but they have enough money for the reinvestment regardless, so that's not as much of a concern. I think 9 have just lost the gas. Like, sure, they do get... They made that round close, but it's because Rolls gets a 3k, and he's been a pretty absent piece. This is a faster play towards A. They wait for the early utility. Yeah, that's an insane Mollo lineup. That goes straight into the back of the bomb site, but Kragan reveals from the shadows with 2. The supporter flashbang from Bub XD forced him onto a 3rd, but Travis punches back with 3 of his own, and he's actually just slipped the net. He's in towards Connector. He's got around the corner on 10 HP, Brandon. What's going on? They're chasing him down. Travis runs out of bullets. It's James versus Mantu. What is going on? They don't know about Jame. He's so far away. And Mantu, yeah, fixated on Connector. This should be an easy kill for Jame. As he's coming out of heaven, he's going to look towards Connector. Mantu's walks back in towards Connector. Bro, what is happening?
Jame can't make noise.
I think he can.
Oh, he can now.
But he can just go down the ladder regardless. But Jame has no idea where Mantu is. Never is he going to expect this.
Oh my god, what if he gets the bomb and goes A? Timing of this is everything, but I think where you're both AWPers, yeah, James was so worried. He's gonna clear it. Oh, timing! Oh my god, the timing. But in his head, because he's just cleared that, he might be thinking about heaven as well.
Wait, he's got around the corner. Okay, Mantu hits the shot. Gee, okay, we need to get a counter of timings there. Bro.
In that 1v1 alone, about 4.
If Travis had like 2 more bullets, he wins that round.
I just can't believe he has the bomb.
They push the smoke.
He just pushes the smoke. He then drops another smoke. A hero AK for Jame. Are they? Yeah, they're just gonna go contact out. Jame gets the kill.
That's massive.
You won't be ready for Fathom though.
No, there's no way you're expecting him. However, Belchnock's the only one to fall. You kind of give away that pistol life, maybe for the greater good. Jame, this hero AK might have to do a little bit more, but they're not going to expect Fathom up on top of Thomas. Choo-choo goes Fathom. And now you've got this awkward rotation towards Pop. Roz, he's behind all of them. And he's just dinked Travis as well, so... the hero AK round actually not doing too much, even though they get the opening kill.
Oh my gosh, there's no way. Jame has now put Travis on... Is he on a Glock? He's on 19 kills and he's on a Glock.
Dude was the only reason that... Okay, it's on a Deagle, but still. It's the only reason why the last round was even... The last gun round was because Travis gets 4.5 kills.
That molly is consistently missing for Paravision. It isn't tagging the player to give them info that there's anyone in Pop. It's landed a little bit to the left. Double setup on Ivy again for 9. Single setup on Ivy again for 9. That's funny, I was really confused what you were talking about there for a second. I was like,
Avon dies. Wait, this is a somewhat ballsy read from 9? Okay, Mantu's double back. Oh, Belch not crunched on though.
He's seen 2. He's seen 2 at B.
This should cause the reaction onto A. However, 9 are already someone in a position to rotate over, but they're very scared of CT. Travis could be in CT for all Kragan knows. Rolls. This is an angle where you either overlook it or hard clear it. There's no in between. And it looks like it's going to be the first. Travis, though, peeks up his head from Ivy. Confirmation that both players are now towards Archers. And James, who opened up this round with a kill onto Favon, now has to clutch up a 1 versus 2. He's able to cross to the bomb site safely, so the bomb shall get planted. And, wow, they are giving him an extraordinary amount of space. And, dude, James got the read. No, he moves away from connector. Doesn't hold it for long enough. That's where Mantu was coming from. Kragan repositioning towards A main. He's low HP, but the AWP, it simply won't be able to capitalize the same way as a rifle. But James playing these angles perfectly. Dipping and diving. The AWP misses. He's in a 1 versus 1. Mantu baiting out the shot is unsuccessful. And I can now see why we dropped James the AWP.
Yeah, fair. And also Travis, he gets gifted a kill as well. Because he gets that M4 that James took away from Favon early. Travis plays it perfectly because he walks that Ivy smoke. And he just kills rolls in the back, which creates that space for Paravision. So even though Travis has been sort of shafted, he actually does the most important thing. Number 1, he gives James the AWP. Number 2, he kills rolls to give Paravision that movement and to give James that wriggle room to win.
God, Mantu's been having a rough game. He's going to be seeing that miss in his nightmares, dude.
It's still not the best buy in the world here for Paravision, but you have got James on the AWP.
And that proved pivotal in the previous. Also, it's awkward buy for 9, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, it is an awkward buy for 9, but if they're able to get over this hurdle, we're going OT. They've got no money here, Paravision, at all.
Tech 9s, though, we've seen they can be brutal. It's one of the few rounds 9 got after. Was the only round they got after their string.
This is triple Ivy, no one home.
And Kika gets the opening kill.
Yeah.
And the flashbang as well allows him to exit just about. So he survives on 11 HP, and he forces 9 to put a lot of emphasis over towards A main. Kraken's only now looking back towards Ivy. Does he get a timing? Yes. Able to cancel off Travis. But that's the lurker. Travis is the one guy who's always in and around Ivy. James. What are we doing? Kraken! He's been allowed to do disastrous things to Paravision. How are we not expecting the re-aggression from him there?
That's really silly. That has to be a comms thing.
Not a fan of that. James back turned. Oh, I don't know. Belchnock also just not ready.
You've given Kraken basically an ace.
I don't know. This is that round went from being 0 to 0 so fast.
I actually cannot believe that. They got the opening kill. Sure, you lose 1 player to Kraken, but then no one looks. Wow. And they're not going to get a bomb plant in this round. I think Kicker is going to go over to Ivy really, really late and try and get the AWP. Or maybe he'll just sit. He should sit with 10 HP. I'm in disbelief. I cannot believe they didn't hold for Kraken.
Counter-terrorists win.
That probably means OT.
Well, it's for sure overtime. Unless. Everyone uses all their tactical pauses. None remaining as we go into round 24. You know how it rains on train? Should that not disrupt the guns? If everyone's soggy and the guns are wet.
Everyone's soggy.
But surely the guns should be, you know, that would be a cool addition. Like you shoot an AWP shot, but little do you know the gun just breaks.
No. Respectfully, shut up. We need to fix the game, not break the guns even more.
Oh no, it's add an element of it make it very fun. It would definitely that should be a show match. Just the guns sometimes don't work. Oh wait. They're pushing into the double stack. There's 3 players on the other side though. Nota gets one to be fair. I don't know why he's swinging there. I don't even know how he gets one. That is a madness of an opening of an opening round. 3 players of pistols. One of them can pick up the rifle from Nota, and if they really want, they can also pick up Kragen's rifle. Seems like though only Belchnot's going to be able to upgrade as the other 2 players are outside A main. And they're just throwing down utility, sandwich smoke, archer smoke, and we're actually going to be continuing this aggression through pop. There's only 2 players on the A bomb site right now. Because these smokes have been put up and nothing else has been done with them, it's almost kept 2 players B, but Favin, that's a wonderful timing onto Jame. That's the high HP rifler dealt with. And now with 3 remaining, still committing out towards A. Kika clears rolls, but doesn't get the kill. Belchnok lines up, and Travis knows where 2 are on the bomb site, but there's simply nothing he can do here. Spotted out, and overtime commences.
Yeah, look, we always thought it was going to be OT, and it is. 2 things here. The fact that it's the presence of mind from Paravision. As soon as they get the tag on Bob XD down lower, they're like, right, well, he's not looking, so that means they have to be pushing us in towards Pop. But then the slowdown is a bit hit and miss. And of all the players to go down there, Nota isn't the guy you want to be losing, I think, early. Because he's been doing a lot for Paravision. 12-12, we go again. We've got all the money back, and it's, interestingly enough, not an AWP for Jame, it's an AK. And it's fast. Oh, it's so quick. You're never expecting this if you're 9. It's been slow, it's been methodical, but they can turn up the gas.
That's more like it. Bob XD also won't expect Belchnok just to be claving this smoke. When this fades, Belchnok's a dead man walking. Ooh, you can now kiss the bride. Wait, they just... Oh, they're next to each other. Wait, what? Oh, no. Bob XD holds the trick discipline, but I don't even know what's happened there. I want to see Bob XD's perspective of all that.
I will say one thing as well, is do you remember when we watched 9 versus Iberian Soul, and on the pistol round, Iberian Soul threw this smoke that landed on the front of the bomb train and dribbled over?
Yeah.
Paravision just threw that same smoke.
So, I watched back that demo. I really can't tell if they missed a con smoke or not. Like, they threw it in the position where they throw con. I actually don't know if they just missed the con smoke. Either way, it's a cool smoke. I might revisit that idea and think about it more, because that round it really opens up the bomb site, doesn't it? Because that's what you used to throw in Old Train. A smoke on the bomb, smoke on the right of bomb, do you remember?
Yeah.
So it is retro trade, and it does seem to work still. Also, this is back to just slowing it down, where I think we want to... I think we want to get Travis Ivy late.
Again. They're going to crunch, I think, maybe. Or on towards sort of lower and upper. You got double pop. You've got 2 players coming over at B still. Nota jiggles and sees the AWP. You're going to have this pop interaction with James and Mantu? No. Instead, it's going to be Kragan versus Nota with the rifles.
Oh, Nota
Bob XD's
actually
timing.
doesn't
Bob XD's
go for it.
timing right now.
Oh, it's massive. Belchnock had just moved away from long. Sorry, from heaven. Game falls, and now Kragan, he tries to activate off Bob XD's timing, but instead he falls, and we have this mass rotation, mass extras over towards the B-bomb
Wow,
site.
what a kill.
So because 9 had gambled originally correctly towards this B-bomb site, Kragan opens up the pathway for them to come back towards A, and Mantu's just left by himself. He falls, and so does the round with him, unless this 3 versus 4 retake makes any leg room, and no, there's no wriggle room. Favin drops, and well, Bob XD and rolls. They might actually want to consider a save because Mantu's going to need a AWP drop to him next round.
What a really good kill out of Kickert. He like crouch, like donk slides into Mantu, and he just can't hit the shot. And Kickert might find even more. Rolls is really ready for him. That's an AK, but notable trade.
Terrorists win.
I think they just needed one to survive to drop the AWP, and that was Bob XD.
Yeah. So that's okay.
I think that kind of donk slide, that peak, when you're clearing out pop and you see, okay, nothing E-box, nothing close aim main, nothing sandwich, it's like, well, they're bomb site. Wherever they are, they're on the bomb train. And yeah, you kind of clear those angles slowly by slowly, and then you can just swing towards the right side of train and connector, and yeah, it's perfect entering. That round is just Kragan trying to find a timing, and unfortunately overplays his hand. Is that the smoke for the front site?
I'm looking.
No.
I'm watching it fly. No.
No, that's... I think that smoke went sandwich. This is an AXQ. They're coming straight out. It worked at the beginning of overtime. They're going straight back to it. There's 2 towards Pop, and Favin alongside Kragan holds sturdy. There is a big trade from Travis, and James actually lurking through Ivy. Bob XD's making noise. James gonna have this kill dead to right. Mantu, ooh, smoke fades, and I thought James was gonna be able to cross in time, but he actually hangs around just for a split second. And now speaking about kills dead to right, Favin has Travis easily plucked out the air.
What a round from Favin. They've said that a few times this train already, but here steps up really when Paravision try and go aggressive again, but you see all these smokes come in, you're like, right, okay, one of us needs to be anti-flash, one of us needs to just get the initial contact, and then I'll do the rest. Favin gets 3 kills there. That reposition through Pop to catch Travis was brilliant. And now it's 9 that take a pause just to discuss what they really want to do here on T-side overtime, because towards the back end of the first half, nothing was really working out. It's been a long time since we've seen Paravision on the defense, but remember, they got 6 rounds after being... No, they got 5 rounds after being down 6-0. Maybe it's 9 that go to Ivy and try and fight Paravision.
Ooh, the odds heavily favoring Paravision here. Ooh, wait, look at this from Travis. Dude, Travis is already fighting aggressively towards B. He's taken a lot of damage. He still maintains his control. James, ooh, that overstep. One more step and he'd be dead. Mantu, though. This is a cool angle from James. Mantu, if he continues to hold, he could be rewarded with success, but the smoke is just going to block James out. Now, the nade to crack it open. That got very scary for a second, but it's a really good rotation
angle
from James.
Can we look at Nota, everyone?
He's on the bomb site. Yeah, he's on the bomb site, but the smoke... Wait, James just gets that kill so easily. I think the nade was still, like, the kind of bloom of the nade still shrouded Mantu's vision, and the Yorp head-to-head comes into fruition with James taking success, and with 50 seconds left, that kill onto Mantu forces 9 to reset with only a singular nade to their name.
Nota's been dynamic again. He wasn't towards the top of Pop, and now he's moved over to the rolls angle, I'm going to call it, in this map.
Wait, Nota's rotated away, though. Nota's rotated away at the worst time. James, he's plucking them off as they're coming out of A main. Needs to be cautious of Ivy, and he is super aware. Is the ex-major MVP. These 3 kills in this round is going to secure another map and series point for Paravision.
Yeah.
As Favin drops without even putting up a fight.
I mean, even though Nota dies there, he gets an awful lot of info, because he was the one fighting top Pop again. He was the one sort of commanding all that space. James does everything, do not get me wrong, but I think Nota's positioning, the fact that he can be doing that because Travis is playing so passive in B really helps out a lot. And again, it's these dynamic riflers that are creating space and getting a clearer picture in Paravision's mind as to what is going on here.
Well, 9, they've done 2 rounds in a row before, but last time they had serious help because there was very low economy. That's not going to be an issue right now. Issue is, Travis, who had taken control towards B last round, tries to do it again this round, but gets sidelined by Bob XD, who peeked towards the window. So this time, it's actually Paravision to be in a man disadvantage. Belchnok is in A main, and this is an interesting... Oh no, okay, he smoked deep, but he went ahead of the smoke. I was wondering if they'd smoked shallow and he'd just pushed in front of it, but Bob XD, after getting that opening kill, he's actually just given away the advantage as well. Also, there's this 1-for-1 in A main.
So it's a 3 versus 3. James is again patrolling this Ivy position. They're so ready for Nota to peek, and it all depends on when Nota goes and if he goes. They move over. Nota starts to go.
Yes, the
Rolls
bomb
is
as
still
well.
holding. Yeah, Nota nearly drops the bomb. Nearly. And he gets ahead of the molly. They're swinging him. A 1-for-1. But that really just succumbs your fate into the B site. You have to go to B, potentially.
30 seconds.
But Kickit doesn't see anything, so James can remain rooted. Look at James' reposition.
I'm really worried about how long they're taking, and they're going towards A. They're walking straight into James. Mantu drops. Molotov on Pop. There's no way Favin can get out. Wait, he does, and without barely even taking any damage, but 10 seconds left. I don't think he can even get the bomb down. Yeah, he's lost. That's it. 9 have lost train. They've lost the series. It's the first time they've lost train this year. They've won it twice, and with that, they are also eliminated from CCT Series 16 as Paravision live to fight another day.
Yeah, look, I was really impressed with Paravision. I'll tell you what, Nota pushing just beyond that incendiary and getting that kill. Not only does it waste time because they got to wait for the incendiary, but it completely puts them in pandemonium. 9. They're like, where do we go? Well, we're not really sure what we're doing here. And they run out of time. Kickit gets the advanced info for James as he's just taking this deep line elevated on B. So, like, really impressive stuff from everyone all round from Paravision. But 9, you gotta feel like they're good kicking themselves, because it is now 2 maps where you've had really big leads and you've not been able to get it done.
Oh, it's actually identical. It's 6-0 T side and then you lose. It's 5-0 T side and then you lose. And at least you make it a little bit more contestable on your T side this time. But ultimately, yeah, like it looks like a very disjointed 9 that haven't maybe quite figured out their identity yet, have a little bit more protocols they need to install. And I think that's definitely like the system needs to kind of regain its control, like just basically just strength up, because they had that honeymoon. I would be sure now at the end of the year when I watched them in that Christmas Cup thing before Kragan came in. And yeah, I think now in retrospect, the top 4 CCT, the winning the Christmas Cup, the Frost and Fire 3-0 main Swiss, it feels very it does feel very honeymoon-esque. So now that we've actually gone back into the season, sure it's an unranked tournament, but 0-3 is not a good sign.
No, it's not, and we finally get to see a little bit out of Paravision, what we really expect from them. I think this team has got potential. I like what I see out of them when I watch them. I think Travis really showed his weight in gold in this series. I think he was absolutely brilliant. And the fact the game could have been over a lot sooner than it was because of a Travis 4K walking through that connector, just causing so much chaos. The fact that you can create this much chaos in the team and still have Jame, you can get freaky with it, Paravision. Like I do really like the direction this team's going in.
I like the idea where this team direction's going in, and I think it has a lot of good pieces. And I think this is one of the first tournaments where, somewhat like other teams, like, you know, people are like, oh, Fnatic, they lost to what even is their name? The ex-team of Travis.
Amcal.
It's like, oh, Fnatic lost to Amcal. It's like, yeah, early doors for everyone. And I think for Paravision, we're starting to see them look a lot more prosperous. But, random, we are going to see more of them. But in the meantime, we've actually got a few more games on the card. Coming up in around... we'll go live in about 40 minutes. It's going to be Sashi versus ESC. And it's another 0-2 game. Another team shall be sent home. And with that said and done, we'll see you guys in 40 minutes for our next best of 3 of the day.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
one best of 3 already dusted on the stream today. 3 more to go. As my mic has stopped working, but hopefully it's back now. Amazing. You didn't miss much, guys. All I said was that we've done one best of 3. We've got 3 more, and it's Sashi versus ESC.
Well said.
Thank you.
That,
twice, even.
Yeah, twice. Yeah. I mean, it's perfect. We can go bring up the schedule to look at what's already been done and what is more to come. So we just saw Paravision conquer 9, 2, and 0. That means Paravision survive and go 1 and 2 in the main Swiss, and 9 get eliminated. We've got another similar matchup with Sashi ESC Gaming. The same consequence. Whoever loses is eliminated. Whoever wins survives. Then we go on to the 1-on-1 games. There's some very exciting matchups there with Cybershock, Monty, Aurora, OG. I think we've got a very good day of Counter-Strike. Or is Cybershock OG 2-0? No, it's not. It's 1-0. It's 1-on-1. Okay, yeah. Cybershock. I thought they were the goats, but not quite. But let's take a look at Sashi first, because this is a. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ow. But I want to take a look at the Danes first, because this is a team where I feel like they stagnated at the end of last year, or kind of in general after success last year, and I feel like these are really positive improvements.
Yes.
Oh. I got it, baby. Okay, so I'm going to continue my train of thought. Sashi. Last year, at the beginning, at kind of the first portion of last year, they made massive waves by making the Esports World Cup. They also, if I'm not mistaken, made the EWC. So they had these like really, really successful online victories against legitimate tier 1 teams that ended up getting them into tier 1 events. They also made the RMRs at the end of the year. So, you know, they had a pretty good year, but it felt like they were, in honesty, kind of capped at that, like, okay, they might do well in, online, but we don't see much continuous development. What I think now with these roster changes, and when I talk about the roster changes, I'm talking about Zyphon, I'm talking about Altex, who came in at the beginning, at the end of last year for Mr. and Quez. These are really good roster changes that push them forward. And also from what I've gathered with Sashi, they were actually looking to make roster changes at portions during the year. And I think success kind of changed that narrative or changed the capabilities of making those roster changes. But I think these are 2 massive changes to be picking up. And I think they add so much firepower and give Zyphon another opportunity at a regional team to prove himself once more.
Yes. I really hope that this is fixed now. Amazing. Yeah, but to be honest with you, I'm really surprised that 0-2. That's the takeaway I have. The fact that this team is 0-2 and we know what they can give. I mean, it's the first tournament of the year in terms of CCT, so I guess we can let them off a little bit. But I do expect this team to gel together a bit more and be performing on a higher end. And I think they've got a good opportunity to do that against ESC. We'll bring up their lineup and talk you through them, because it's the not core of Permitter, but it's a couple of remnants from it with Master and Mari. Samay comes over from Sangao, and then you've got the blend of youth where you've got Biami, who gets an opportunity here on this team, has been floating around some various different regional projects but finds himself in this team. And then you got Teen, who you don't know too much about. He has played only a couple of HLTV officials, but the eye test was pretty good from him when we watched him the other day, wasn't it?
Yeah, just like in general, when we watched ESC, we watched them against Spirit Academy, and they lost 2-0, like they did against OG as well. But against Spirit Academy, when we were watching that map, we were like, ESC seemed like the better team.
Yeah.
And I think that is in part of Spirit Academy, not known for their tactical depth, and I think that really showed against ESC. So I was quite impressed with what we kind of originally saw from a project that seems brand new. But you've got like kind of the best pieces of Permitter, I guess, without Beanox. You've got Biami, who's a really high firepower, and Samay, who, look, he's come from a very high level of Sangao, but he wasn't the, you know, he wasn't the piece of Sangao that I'd be looking at with you know, loads of excitement. So I think for me, for ESC, you've got a very experienced AWPer, but like, how far is he actually going to be able to take you? I think that's when we start looking at the other riflers, such as Biami, such as Teen, such as Mari, and see how much they can provide.
Biami was really good at anchoring down A on Nuke. That's what I remember quite vividly in that best of 3, and I'm excited to sort of see what his development looks like. We'll go Veto because, again, it will be another fun one because ESC will ban Inferno, we lose Anubis as well, and when it comes to the picks, ESC picking Ancient, it makes sense they want to just keep going for this map. Pick of Sashi's Train, Freddy. So we get Train again, we get some different teams on it, which will be an exciting one. And then our decider is Nuke as well. I don't know, however, if we get to Nuke. I think Sashi should be taking this in 2.
It's a very interesting one, seeing the picks here that ESC don't elect to pick into Nuke, because ESC have picked into Nuke against OG, against Spirit Academy. Sure, haven't won either of them, but it is a bit of a change in direction. We're actually going to be seeing Ancient, which was also in the veto for both of those, but it was the pick of their opponents. And ESC always had second pick, so I guess they've just got like this comfortable map pool from their perspective, Ancient and Nuke. Issue is they haven't got any wins on it. Sashi, Trey's an interesting one, because they're actually one of the few teams that are starting to get considerable reps in. This is the 4th time they're picking Train online and on LAN, and the only victory they've got is actually, from my perspective, against the harder team, against M80 on LAN. And that's something that we also haven't necessarily brought up. Of the reason why Sashi is 0-2 is because they actually had to forfeit against Fireflux due to technical difficulties, and they've also had travel days and LANs throughout this kind of main Swiss. So I think that is also something we should add into it. But they've been home for a couple days. They played M80 3 days ago. They've kind of just got back from Spain now. And look, they won Train, and they actually did put up a pretty decent fight at the ICE Invitational. They took a victory over Nexus. They did well against 500, took a map off M80, which is Train. So yeah, I agree. Going on to Train, I don't think we've seen ESC yet on Train this year. We don't know what they're going to be like on it. And on Ancient, sure, they've got reps on it recently. They've got reps losing on it recently.
The game yesterday against Rebels that Sashi had on Train is actually insane. Both teams had 11-1 halves. It was Sashi's map pick. They were losing 11-1.
Oh God.
And he brought it back to OT, and then they lost in OT.
Okay, so Sashi seemed very CT-sided.
Yes.
let me check the M80 game. What was it like there? So M80 again, okay, it's a little bit more even, like 6-6 at T side, but then still CT side prominence. And to be honest, I feel like Train is looking quite T-sided right now. So when I see a team like Sashi that seems a lot more favorable on the CT side, that makes it a lot more interesting. And I wonder which side ESC start which side they choose first. Like, do they actually want to put Sashi on the T side? Even though,
yeah.
Well, no, but for ESC here, do they want to put Sashi on the T side and just make sure they can hold on to the lead they get? But regardless, we're going to have to wait till we get to Train. Because first up is Ancient, it's ESC's map pick, and Teen is already being a fiend on this A-bomb site.
Oh, what, for now, and then Iceberg finds 3. Zyphon chimes in with 2 more, and that's the round over. Yeah, Teen gets an opener, cool, but Iceberg just shuts you down. And then Zyphon follows suit with 2 more kills. And to be clear, I have got the veto in front of me. ESC will start CT side on Train.
Okay, that answers a lot of questions. I think teams, I think it's still honestly undecided which side teams want to start. But right now, I would actually choose to put teams on T side if they have the chance. But I guess this is a difference of going against what Sashi are strong on.
Well, that was a dominant pistol. Cabby dual Berettas taking middle. Knows it's going to be an eco. So he just wants to try and already bolster his finances. Good space now being taken by Iceberg as well. There are 3 players on the other side of the door, but there's no flashbang to get rid of Iceberg out of this tricky spot. And there are those dualies in mid. Also, we haven't touched on it, but I will briefly mention it. But I think Altex is a really good player. I'm glad he's been given this opportunity to be in Sashi.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Altex. I think he's had a very weird run of the mill when it comes to rosters. So He had the classic Astralis talent, win a CTT, look really good, go to the Astralis main team, play Dallas, I think it was the kind of main tournament. Yeah, top 6 at Dallas. He got the arena of Dallas, also won a CCT with Astralis, came second in the Brazy party, played a Blast Spring final, and then goes to Preezy, which on paper, Preezy team is fantastic, right? Dude, that was the most awkward Preezy where, like, you had Dupree but with no Orpa, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And I feel like he did really well, but that whole team was just, like, set up to fail going into those RMRs. And I think he came out of it. TSM couldn't really quite succeed, and I think TSM just, it was such a weird project that just never got off the ground. So both him and Zyphon looking for redemption, but in the meantime, I've glossed over at the beginning of this round, but we actually had some head-on offensive towards a main. Cabby goes 2 for 1, and it's an advantage for Sashi as they're looking to further that going down B. That's exactly what's going to happen. Altec's getting first on the board, and ESC, this default, and this round, they've never been able to actually start it.
And Lucky's even holding for this. Push in from Maru. So all bases covered. We've got fights taking place on both extremities and the middle of the map. And Teen is left completely on his own, thinking, well, I know Lucky's in CT low, but I don't really know where the others are. I think the gap is Zyphon, who is typically your donut/A player. If you can find Lucky, never mind. You can't. He gets 2 kills. That was a very quick round out of Sashi, is what I will say. Yeah, we've been live 5 minutes, and we've had 3 rounds of play already.
Boom, dude. This is really random, and this is actually really annoying me.
Okay.
So, I didn't know this, but even if your phone's on silent and you get a red weather warning, it makes a noise.
Oh.
So my phone's just been going off in the background saying that there's a red weather warning. I was like, no, I understand. I've been well aware of that for the last 24 hours.
Oh,
That's my little pet peeve.
Shot. My phone today, when I woke up this morning, the alarm wouldn't turn off. And my screen froze or something, and I had to like reset it. But until I figured out and like woke up properly and realized that my screen was frozen, I couldn't turn my alarm off. It was just going off for like half an hour, and I just couldn't do anything about it.
All my housemates went to a boiler room last night. So if I I didn't, because I had CCT this morning. I actually didn't as well, Brandon, you'd be proud of me. But like, but like, you know, if I had that, I'd wake them all off, and I honestly think I'd get like, they would kill me.
That was another early kill.
Ooh, that nade opens the smoke. Ah, that's
so
amazing.
Good.
That's insanely good. Sorry, Sashi have been, like, we've kind of been, you know, this has been amazing. This mid-take for them in all the rounds, especially the previous against the low buy, has been, like, absolute sublime. ESC are being mauled right now, Brandon, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, okay, Samay.
Oh,
okay. Okay. Let's pretend he doesn't get those kills. That's 4 alive. And it's a basically flawless round.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've still got like 10 grand on 2 players. For Europeans, 10,000. Sorry, I realise that I do say grand sometimes, and people just don't understand what that means.
Dude, it's midday in America, in Europe. There's no one watching American right now, surely.
I said Europe.
Yeah, there's no one watching in America. Oh.
Yeah,
wait.
It's a UK thing. The when you say so 10,000 is like 10 grand. So that's very UK.
Do Europeans not just kind of, like, I kind of just thought it's just like it's a UK thing, but they understand.
Let us know.
Let us know, because you know, there's not many UK viewers, so we don't want to try and appease the minority just for our ease. Let's see what the viewers and fans have to say.
This has been a mauling is a really good adjective, as you said. Like, there's just every time you watch an ESC player, they are just dying. It's so aggressive. Iceberg has been brilliant, just being incredibly intrusive in towards Heaven and Shelf. Isn't it wild that I actually think this is a good start to a round for ESC because they've got shelf space, so they haven't been killed elbow. Oh no, they're double pushing ramp.
Oh, and everyone's gone to cave. Okay, all of a sudden this is not so good of a round because Lucky's also just gonna be trained on cave. Not the map. Train's up next. Wait, Lucky's being... He's made noise. They still... Oh, this is so weird. Okay, now you start to realize the people behind you. But Lucky's been forced away out of B because the Red Room player died. This is all falling apart, and it's at the hands of Samay. Oh my god, ESC, this round... It went from being like a good start to then me thinking, oh, this is round over because you have this aggression towards cave. And now, Altex, even though he gets 2, it's not good enough. Zyphon, he's yet to fall. We're in the 6th round and he hasn't died once. But this looks like a fairly unwinnable 1 versus 2 because he's only getting towards B doors with 20 seconds left on the clock. And Samay, he can just play this really reserved. He can let Teen maybe just take the duel and then, yeah, go for the repeat, go for the swing and the trade. It's instant.
What a round for Samay. Just getting those 4 kills. I think where they've cleared B lane and not seen anything towards Heaven, not seen anything in towards like the little cutout bit, you start to think, they're not here. And Lucky goes, oh, okay, and just walks off. That was the first real breakdown in communication from Sashi. And now Samay's got an ore. But so does Lucky. So we get this head-to-head early. This nade is going to do a lot of damage. Ouch.
Ooh. That is the Molotov blooming there. Actually is a negative Altex, but Iceberg's been baited in. Ooh, the army turns around at the perfect time. That is a massive kill to be getting for ESC.
Are you ready for Cabby, though? Cabby's still here at the same time. Yeah, I didn't think you would be, and Altex has now just pushed the molly.
Do you wanna... So... This is a random one.
Go on.
So... We were watching the Imperial game, and we actually noticed Zaz does a lot of the...
Oh, yes.
The... Like, I call it the Malbs entry, or the Malbs shooting, where it's like, she just doesn't stop moving.
Yeah.
And, like, it works. And so we call that now, like, the Zaz spray. So what Altex did, I'd be like, oh, that's the Zaz spray. Yeah, like, so it's not even a mean thing. It just works. It's crazy.
It does. So she has told me at Impacts that she DMs and she practices that deliberately,
which is it's like the classic, like, the madness actually has a rhyme to it. It's crazy.
I mean, it's adapt or die in CS2, right? Like, you can get away with a lot more of that.
The A1S, you always could get away with it, to be fair, even in Go.
True.
Also, Brandon, I've just been in chat, and just apparently everyone's American.
Okay.
I really don't know if people are messing with us or not, but everyone's American apparently.
Oh well, the army's dead. He now just has to watch on. Mars gets 1, but Cabby's been really good being the glue to this team, and Altex again has just pushed down B ramp. It's about to be 7-1. This is... Whose map pick is this?
Wait, it can't be ESC's, right? Oh wait, it is Brandon.
This is unbelievably dominant.
This is a really good CT side from Sashi. Like, as in, this isn't like they're just ego swinging. Like, you know, all these plays and these setups towards middle and these setups towards lane, like, it is really good Counter-Strike. Honestly, I think I expect ESC to throw in like an A smokes here.
I was gonna say
Sashi, but I think Sashi are gonna read it. That's my point. The issue now on your T side is that you're like kind of like, oh, I guess we kind of have to go A, and that's when Sashi, the ball's in their court, and they're kind of just dominant, and they dictate how this game goes. Oh,
you're supposed to jump.
Tune.
No, you don't give him the teen when he does that. That's so horrible. There's no A smokes, but there is a fight for mid control, and there is a bit of early relief. And Samay really wanted to punish Altex, and Altex goes, "Oh, you're there? Okay, cool." He just drops the smoke and he backs off. Cabby now under threat, spamming from Red Room's really good. And Lucky comes over with the AWP. It's Zyphon that gets the kill through Red Room. Cabby and Lucky not revealed in Donut.
Was that a spam?
Oh no.
Master just DC'd.
Not ideal.
A sticky one. Steal.
You gotta go B.
Yeah, this is what I mean though with Sashi just expecting the A play now. Where they've actually got 2 donuts, Zyphon's rotated out of Red Room, because he doesn't need to be there anymore, right? You've got Lucky train on donuts, so that's all of mid control. And it actually looks like they might be rewarded. No, we're going towards cave. Oh, what a perfect smoke from Iceberg. The timing genuinely couldn't be any better there.
I think they made a step. They must have given away an audio. Sumay looks to Red. Gives Donut a glance. He's like, you know what? I don't want to go there. You got to be careful about this timing though. Cabby starts to eke his way out Donut. Now scales in towards Elbow. There is 10 seconds left. Sashi are playing retake, and they're trying to set up this play for Cabby. Feels like the bomb can be planted.
You were saying?
You can deny it.
Yeah, or you could just spam. And Samay's actually pushed onto the bomb site, so he's going to dart a time. Not only do they lose the round, but they also now have one player with $400 going into the next round. And a tactical pause. Brandon, that's their final tactical pause.
Wait, when did they use the other 2?
They used one
I don't even remember them using it.
So they used one when we were talking about Zaz. Yeah. After Altax ran down ramp, and they used one. When did they use the first one?
I can't remember.
Let's go back. 5-0, 6-1, 8-1. Keepers.
Okay, team. Got to jump on this bit.
Also, I want to reiterate, we weren't talking trash about Americans. We were just talking about slang and how it differs to different places.
Wait, people getting angry at you now?
Apparently.
Oh. Yeah, I literally said, I don't know if people know what grand is, because that's a very UK sort of specific thing.
It means something completely different in Irish. In Ireland. Also, they've had to buy into this round, though, as we take as we look closer into this map.
I like
it's round 10.
Oh no, the donut smoke. Oh no, it's up.
Wait, they've re-smoked it.
Oh, that's
This is
clever.
a really interesting CT side round where they've kind of actively.
They're making a funnel.
Yeah, so the issue is here, Brandon, is like I completely agree. You're making a funnel into who? Zyphon. Like you're quite split up right now for Sashi, but. We're creating even more of a funnel. Also, Samay just so far ahead of the rest of his team. And yeah, that's the issue I have. The funnel only has one layer to it. At least, though, there's one more player in Donut and there's one more player towards Cave. Lucky calls over to Cabby that, you know, all those players in CT, well, they're not coming Temple. So they have to be coming towards CT, towards Cabby. And Lucky, he just got all the right angles and all the right timings. And, okay, that round definitely made me a little bit scared with the lack of cohesion or, I guess, density around the funnel. But ultimately, it works really well.
I'm gonna argue with you. Not
okay,
literally.
hit me.
I actually think by Zyphon doing this, by playing proactive and being almost like he's sort of selling himself that he's on his own a little bit.
Wait, what? Sorry, did you see that?
Nice shot. But you've also got Cabby that's gone completely quiet after dropping the donut smoke. Zyphon's the one being really, really loud. It's almost like he was the one that rotated over from donut. We've seen Zyphon in donut before as well. And then you've got an extra element of Lucky, who's just then being given a long-range angle. I think it was done perfectly. And this round, this mid take was also perfect. You have got space to walk out mid, or do you? Because Lucky's here on the angle. Yeah, you got space.
Lucky. Okay, Lucky's actually missed this time. But look, like, the bomb's gone down in a fight. What? Is the bomb even going to go down? Okay, Lucky. That's a bit much. We're giving away this round. Iceberg, though, that brace, I think he saved the day. Yeah, okay. Fundamentally, really poor 5v3. But Sashi a 10-1, so who cares?
That one, I would say I agree with you. That was not very good fundamentals.
Yeah, well, that's a round where you have one player CT. Sure, there's a deep CT smoke and you can abuse it. But Lucky is not the one starting off that retake. There should be... And this should be where maybe Hunman gets on the mic and is like, okay, you know, that doesn't matter that we're 10-1 up. That's how you lose the games, by throwing those rounds. Your protocol there should be, especially towards A, whichever side, so A main, CT, Temple, Donut, whoever has the most players, and it tends to be Donut and also Donut behind the utility, is the one that calls the retake. You had 4 players rotating into Donut, and the reason why that round's perfect, and the reason why as a T side, if you are at a disadvantage and you get the bomb down on A, you are at such a disadvantage there when you've got like 2 or 1 players less. It's because when you've got all of mid control and you've got all of map control, it's so easy to retake the A bomb site, and you just gotta you gotta do it more together, unified. So those are the type of rounds that you can throw away, and that can spiral you. It doesn't, but that's definitely something where, as Hundred on the coach now, has to be like, okay, like, let's rein it in now, guys. We're 10-1 up. We're crisp. We're excited. Great. Let's just draw back that a second.
What is good as well is the balance. It's not just one player just popping off. It is every single one providing moments here for this CT side. Mary, just the trading, and then the nades onto B ramp. Altex will finally get caught by Biami, and so does Iceberg. Okay, we've got the makings of a round here, because Biami is finding everything. You're right, we have.
That is one of those really weird rounds where Altex dies, and on first glance, it's like, what's he doing? He was actually getting flashed into ramp. And he just gets peeked kind of like as the flashbang's about to be thrown. So that's an unfortunately really awkward round for Sashi. And, that would have been really good util for Lucky. But instead, he falls, and ESC, they go on to the second half of their map pick with 2 rounds.
Yeah, and both of them come in with a 4K from Sumay and then Biami. Biami doubles his kills in this round. Yeah, Flash is a second late.
It's not that the Flash was late. It was almost like the play wasn't ready yet. Like they were just about to execute it, and ESC beat them to the punch.
Yeah, no, of course, but in essence, it was still late.
Yeah.
Still, a very good CT side. Can ESC work their way back into this?
I'm just going to say no.
They're in the right place for the pistol. 4B.
Got Iceberg with a smoke and flash. Where's this smoke going? I would assume short, and then they flash to long. They're taking contact before the util. Wait, Iceberg still hasn't thrown any util. What? There's no way Cave was supposed to take first contact there before the util. Either way, though, they know about Mast regular. Yeah, but they know about Mast, and they're fully aware of that, and they know he's also been tagged by Cabby previously. Okay, so this was a really weird round over towards B, but now we're actually in a 3 versus 3 post plant with Zyphon, I was going to say controlling the rotations and allowing Lucky to come and fight with him, but Zyphon dies. However, Lucky does hear them all running away, and the sharpshooting continues. Lucky, 1 versus 3, the low HP player dealt with. Mary's picked up Mast, Kit, and Smoke. There's a smoke on the bomb. The duel. Ooh. It's awkward, and Lucky's lost track of the bomb, and Biami's hunting him down. Okay, ESC, they string 2 together now.
If Xiphon stays alive for like half a second more, like he can swing, potentially get the trade at the bare minimum. But he gets swung on by 3 people at Red Room. So good pathing and decision making being taken by ESC. They also had to go in towards Red Room, as you mentioned, to get that smoking kit off mast. So by doing that, they go as a unit. It's not just one by one. It's the ability to move as one. And that was really important for ESC. Of course they're going to buy. They got the bomb down. They're 7 rounds up. Great nade onto Iceberg as well. It really is nice. Wow.
Oh.
It really is nice to see Xiphon popping off.
Bro, Xiphon on TSM was at the end making the RMRs. Wait, let me pull up the exact statistic.
He was carrying them.
It was like a 1.6 rating to get them into the RMRs. It was absolutely ridiculous. And everyone for the last like 2 years has been... Wait, okay, I've got it. A 1.40... Bro, Xiphon's stats at the end of TSM are ridiculous. RMR qualifiers, 1.44 rating. Thunderpick World Championship, 1.34 rated. And then so far with Sashi, he's also been incredible. This guy was performing so well. And I think there's definitely been a sentiment like the last 2 years, kind of, I guess since Heroic of being like, you know, or I guess since Sprout when they made the... Like, Sprout making the major Heroic of, like, you know, Xiphon, like, what's happened to him? But this round, however, this was an advantage, right, for Sashi. And now Altex is actually left in a 1 versus 3.
I'll tell you what. That was such a good A-hold from Teen. They gotta go. They gotta smoke in a kit again, but they're waiting right until the last possible moment. Teen going first with low HP. Oh, they lined up, but Altex's spray was a little bit laboured. Mari will get the defuse over the line. There was a world.
There definitely was.
Any other gun, there wasn't a Mac 10.
But that was a round, right, where there was at least amount of advantage for Sashi.
It was a 3v3. They're going to keep buying. You don't want to let the CT side back in the game, guys. That's a good way to start.
Opening kill, though. Yeah. Again, Xiphon on the board. They know about Teen, because he's dropped this smoke to get away in jungle. Issue is he hasn't really gotten away. Only now. If Sashi had continued to force the issue, even though there was a mollo down, they could have scaled around it. If they'd continued to force the issue, I feel like they win out that duel with Teen. And I think it was Biami. I don't know if it was Sameh or Biami, but instead, Sashi, they're just going to be happy with that opening kill. And they're going to reset. They've just actually missed the Red Room smoke. But the pressure and the worry is not towards Red Room. And even though their gaze might be adverted because of that Red Room smoke, they got to focus towards Donut. There's 2 players here. They hold on, but only for 1 kill. And now the advantage doubled. Biami, the only defender on this bomb site, tucked towards Temple. Masters nowhere close enough, and it's Xiphon to complete the hat-trick in this round. And Sashi most certainly scoring 11 with Masters. He's only got 3 kills, dude. I don't see him even getting a kill here.
One thing I've been worried about for ESC has been Mast's individual level. I know this game's a bit of a blowout, but I think it actually is a defining point to note actually moving forward is whenever I've watched sort of Mast play, like I thought his rifling was really good, but it's been very inconsistent, especially at the start of this year.
I mean, permitted the whole of last year was most played maps in the whole year, if I'm not mistaken. And then to what, and I think it was a real, just like inconsistencies. The kind of the main word, I guess.
I miss you, Beanox.
Beanox was the one who carried them to that semi-finals. Their like only success when Beanox just dropped a nuke on everyone. What a little nifty angle from Cabby there. Also, he has just spotted the best part of 4. And Sashi were already in position to react towards the A bomb site, so they do that as well. That's Cabby dies there. You can see that as a negative, but all the information he gets ultimately is a positive. So I mean, Sashi got a map point.
I like that Xiphon is also integrating a bit of safety into his game. I think that's developed a lot over the last year, because whenever I used to watch Xiphon play, he'd get 1 kill and then he'd just swing and he'd keep going and he'd keep going. And the reason why I bring that up is because he rotates in towards Donut and he just dropped a smoke to prevent them from coming to where he is now. So good stuff. I mean, with the way he's played, he probably would have got a kill, but that's not the point. He's playing to win the round.
And he's not only just winning the round, but they're winning the map dominantly. Remember, guys, this is ESC's map pick. Sashi, they go on to train next, which we haven't seen ESC play on. The only worry is Sashi's maybe poor T-side. It's off the basis against Rebels, where they won 1 T round and 11 CT rounds.
Based on how this is going, I wouldn't worry.
Yeah, I think no matter what, like, Mari must have 4 kills. I think that just kind of speaks volumes.
There we go.
Okay, that's 1 more. I feel like, Brandon, look, even if they win this round, it's kind of just delaying the inevitable for me, personally. That's how I view this game right now. Unlucky.
That sums up the game, really. They're making the right rotation. They're going to bring everyone over towards B. Even Teen is starting to rotate. And then he stops. The slowdown from Sashi is the bit where you think, oh, okay, we might be in trouble now. But they have got all the right pieces in the right place. The flashbang goes long. They want to isolate this fight, and, well, they kind of do. Swing of the fat mass, Biami with the double.
No.
2 players are really low. Xiphon, he can win this.
Oh, but Mary just pushing this. Wait, did you see Mary? Oh, no, he didn't.
He didn't.
4x3. Yeah, that was an awkward. He saw the ankle. It was almost the Achilles heel for ESC, but no, the Polish squad will, again, as they say, they stay alive for 1 more round. But look, Brandon, I think it's only going to be an inevitable loss. Like, you know, maybe let's just not swing. Maybe let's just not swing out middle dry. Those type of situations, you know?
Good hold from Biami.
It is a good hold, and we were, praising his anchoring on Nuke?
Yeah.
And I think he's been the only redeeming feature for ESC this map, which is kind of just obvious from the kills, but there were also being quite quality kills.
Oh, wow, what a flash. And Xiphon, you know, he loves these fights. Between him and Lucky, they find 2 kills in middle. 1 gets traded back by Samay, but he's already taken half of his life points as a trade. Mast is behind Cave. So, if Biami taking this kill, they're not going to be aware for Mast. It all depends on how many players ESC think are in Cave. Biami needed that, and he gets it. You're not going to be ready for Mast.
Yeah, no way. And I think the fact that they're separating and disengaging is showing us that, yeah, that's the case. Cabby tries to isolate Samay in the back lines, but maybe moves a step too far first. And ESC, okay, they put 2 in a row on the board, making Ancient on face value look a little bit more respectable. It's going to be an eco from Sashi. So ESC, they will be up to go to a 7th. then how much further they take it. Or I guess maybe the next question, Brandon, is when do you start to believe OT is a possibility?
12-12. Yeah, 12-12 is when I start to believe it. Cabby might have that kill on Biami at short. He doesn't. In fact, it's Biami that gets the best of him. Biami is now starting to rack up even eco kills. Now his stats look unbelievable. Can Iceberg get a kill donut?
Any zingers?
What does that mean?
Xiphon zinger shots? Oh.
Oh, no. Sorry, you just said it without any context, and I just thought you were, like, after a KFC. Maybe it's a tale of two halves. You said the T-side on train wasn't very good, or maybe it's not very good on Ancient either. This was 10-2. The SC have won 5 rounds out of 7.
Yeah, winning the final round of the first half in pistol round really does do wonders sometimes for comebacks. We see it a lot on Anubis, especially of all maps. Mid aggression again. Flashbangs, ineffective. However, the crunch from Cave is way more effective. Mast pulls out a triple. He silences them coming up lane, and he's able to support to middle as well. That is the Mast show right there, baby.
Okay, I lied. I believe now. We're going OT. Oh, I was going to say good angle from Biami, but he just gets owned, to be honest. Altex knows there's another one in Cave. He knows Master's here this time. What about if he goes through this smoke? Or team's watching. So that gets punished as well. There's another one. 12-8. They need 4. And there's no money again. It's an eco. They're going to need 3.
This game is all of a sudden like just kind of a few rounds and it's like, oh, okay. I'm gonna start believing off the next gun round. When it hits 10, that's when I'm like, okay, overtime is maybe a thing.
Oh no, it's okay.
Mary's done really well to adjust. Bye. Altex, that is a disgraceful shot through the smoke, but okay, apart from a few extra Tech 9 kills.
Oh my god, please kill him. Okay,
wow, that was one of the rounds of all time, but ESC still keep 3 alive, which it doesn't really matter, because they're still going to have money regardless, and they can't, you know, it doesn't matter if they lose one, there's going to be no reinvestment because they've lost the map, but I think it's just a good sign to, and a good look to keep players alive. This is the round where I feel like, okay, if ESC win this, I believe overtime's it is a thing. Not like it could happen, or it is a thing.
It is a thing.
Okay, overtime happens if ESC win this. If ESC win this round. Sashi haven't really changed up their game plan, Brandon. I'll be honest.
No, they haven't.
We haven't really put Lucky on an AWP. We've kind of been trying to test Xiphon out middle. And look, like it kind of is working, but it hasn't worked for so long. It's kind of one of the things where, like, if you do it 5-6 times, it's going to work eventually. Issue is, Mast and Iceberg, the two minds clash heads, and Mast has been surprisingly amazing towards Cave in this half. And sure, he gets the kill, but it does come at a big cost of his HP.
Sabay was really close to lucky, but instead has moved back. Yeah, you're never expecting that player, are you? Teen dealt with.
Good trade.
That's normally the A player, so I think that indicates to Sashi, hey, we can walk out A here. They are planting, they're getting the bomb down. It will be a 3v3. Bomb goes down, lucky trades. And if you're ESC, you should know where both of these players are. Cabby was heaven, Samay searching and securing, and now you know that Lucky was A main.
Molo, flashbang. Samay can get a Molo towards A main. Not even needed. What a shot. Rocks Lucky's head.
They played that really well.
They played that really well, and I gotta give big props to Mars there. Like, sure, Samay, his patience is fantastic, but I really don't think that round would have been winnable if Mast hadn't gone for that 1-for-1. And my worry was that the T side are going to be able to set up in a post plant in with the two players on the bomb site because Cabby is just keeping Samay's attention. And then as soon as Mast gets that kill, it kind of forces Cabby's hand to start moving forward, maybe a little bit earlier than he would have wanted. So Mast on 3 HP is able to get one more crucial kill as the bomb gets planted, and then both Biami and Samay clean up the rest. It's 10-2. I think we're going to overtime now, baby.
Mast had to swing Temple there as well, because otherwise Samay would have been backstabbed. They would have taken Donut and he would have died. Whether that was from middle or from Donut itself. So I'm right there with you. A really good push from Mast. I can't believe this. 10-2 to 12-10. How have they let this one slip like this? Because I'll be honest, this has not been... We've had some good moments individually, but it's not been like ESC reinventing the wheel on CT side. It's been Sashi doing the same things over and over again. First time we get something vaguely different, it's going to be an A exec. And it's going to be teams stuck behind the boxes. It's going to be a player close donut.
There's no Molo.
There's already a rotation. And as you said, Teen, no Molo. Will get dealt with by Iceberg. And he also found Mary. 3v3 bomb down.
Look at Temple. Look at Temple. Out comes Yummy, and wow, he actually gets one there. Xiphon really late lurk through elbow, and now he's last alive. Smoke still up towards Donut, but as I say that, it actually runs out. Sammy has gone over to the AK, trying to put the Molotov down, but he was messing around for too long, and Xiphon nails the headshot of all men. 23 kills strong. He tops the scoreboard for the whole server as Sashi, as soon as I said it was going to overtime, they finally win their round and they take ESC's map pick. It got a little bit close towards the end, but ultimately they go onto their map pick with the advantage.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. But you've also let ESC warm up a bit. Like, Teen had some really good anchoring holds. I think Samay was really important, and Master, as you said, some good multi-kills right at the very end to ensure that ESC stayed alive in that game for longer than, to be honest, they deserved. For the majority of that game, they were being outclassed. So, Train, interesting one coming up now, but I do think that Sashi should have enough based on the amount of reps that they've done.
Yeah, it's just the worry about the T side, and we mentioned kind of during Ancient when it looked really one-sided, we were like, we don't think it matters, just the way that this game's going. But does ESC's comeback actually add a little bit more fuel, a little bit of a spruce in their step? And when they start on the CT side, they can actually just completely clothesline Sashi. The big question still remains when we watch teams like ESC on Train is they haven't played it yet. We don't know what to expect. Sashi, they've won it against MAT. You know, they've got good reps online already. Even though it's 3, it's still like you can tell they've put effort into that map. And I think it helps, especially when you are a new team actually with those new maps. You don't have maybe your old what would be the word? Like, you kind of have your old map pool, you have your old ways of doing things. That's not necessarily the case when you do make a new team and a new map's coming out. You can go into that with a fresh pair of eyes straight away. And those roster changes really do help, I think, with that. But Brandon, we're gonna be showing it to we're gonna be throwing it to a short little break. ESC, they fail on their map pick, but now do they have a little bit more momentum and energy going into map 2 because they were able to string some rounds together at the end? We're gonna be finding out the answer to that after this break. Okay, it got a little bit dicey at the end there for Sashi, but ultimately, after having a 10-2 half, a 10-1 lead, they end up closing off Ancient just about. It really was touch and go at the end there, and it did kind of take like a heroic kind of round where Iceberg got a double entry, Zyphon got a 1v1, and like a big lurk in middle. But now we go on to Train. So regardless of everything that happened on Ancient, Sashi won their opponent's map pick, and now they go on to Train, which they look quite comfortable on. And for ESC, we have no idea. They haven't played Train yet. Who knows?
That's the thing. And where they did warm up into it at the end, that gives me a little bit of hope for them. But the issue is, without any sort of reference point, we don't really know what they're going to look like. We don't know how much time they've invested into it. We don't really know what their default looks like. Is it a little bit basic? Have they got some more intricate works? We don't know. And also, Sashi, you spoke about the routes, you spoke about the T side. You know that they're going to be working on that. You know they're going to already have some adaptations. They're going to probably have already reviewed some of the games that went wrong. And it's like, okay, well, now we're getting Sashi form in Train, whereas in theory, we've got ESC at the beginning of their little Train journey.
Question. How much time would Sashi actually had? Because yesterday was their crazy 11-1 CT halves into overtime, and that was at like 1 p.m. And then they had an ECL match in the evening, and then this game. So, and then mix that with the kind of travel between Barcelona at the start of the week. So it's like, you say what you're saying, I completely agree. They will be going over, but how much time would they have had since yesterday to go over the game for today? That's the question that remains in my head. Have they had enough time to look over their mistakes and kind of refix the T side? Honestly, a pistol round here could just do the job.
The thing I will say, and this could be a little bit ignorant of me because I'm not in the landscape of player, coach, etc. But I think in the moment, you already might have known what went wrong, and there might not have been that detailed review. I didn't see the game, so I'm not 100% sure, right? So I have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think you're correct. Sometimes just how teams play as well. Like, some team might be worse than your next opponent, but you might do better against the worst team. Issue is, this pistol round, utility sound, but Mary has played around that backside mollo perfectly. There was even a boost towards archers if needed. It wasn't, but those players towards Ivy still are successful. Now, we've got a lucky 1 versus 3 ace, and he's actually just nailed Mast. He has no armor, but he does have the bomb. There is a kit and smoke on Teen. That's definitely something to keep an eye on if we go into a post plant, and it looks like we might be. Teen's made a lot of noise, Brandon, but he's looking for Teen. He doesn't realize that Samey's also in connector. Does he realize both players are in connector? This is the main question now. And he goes over to the USP, forced to reload, doesn't actually get the reload off, hasn't got many bullets, isolates the first, knows where Teen is, has got the reload on. This is for the ace, 1 versus 3, misses the movement, and he actually costs him the round.
Yeah, it does. That's so unlucky.
Team shows him how to do it.
Yeah. I can't believe he missed that movement. High pressure, that one jump, and then he sort of was a little bit startled going for that 1v1. He did everything right up until that jump. But the fact that he's able to get the kill and then still be able to pull off the reload, unfortunate. The whole reason he swapped to the USP as well was because the P250 was running out of bullets. Bomb plant though, and all the kills bar 1 means that it will be that force by 4 Sashi. Great nade onto Altex, but Mast is suffering the same amount of damages.
God, dude, Lucky's going to be replaying that 1v1 his head for a while.
A very spread out Sashi as well. You got players in Ivy, players in main, pop control. There's a lot of space here for this T side. It's just about where they elect to go. Maybe they might try a similar vein in the pistol where you try and get the Ivy players out late, but Mast is holding for this, and you have got Biami.
And you've also got Samay who can swivel towards default, also looking at pop. just like this. So there's a lot of layers to counteract this Ivy control, but is there as many to counteract the pop control? I don't think so. For me, Sashi right now, it's all about who activates first. And it looks like the Ivy guys are going to start to crawl up. They've made no noise. A smoke comes out from Pop to go towards Arches. Mask engages towards Ivy, knocks the first down, and just about gets away from Lucky. We've got the advantage maintained for ESC. There it goes. Lucky, he didn't win the 1 versus 3 in the last round, but he's trying his best now in the second. 10 seconds left. Bomb's going to get planted. Mary, though, knows where they both are and is able to dispatch with the first. Another clutch for Lucky. This one so much harder than the previous. And it's a 4K from Mari to hold down the bomb site and to complete the retake.
That was exactly what I was speaking about as well. That was the same round as the pistol, where you drop the smokes, you try and get the control in from Pop. And Mars knows, well, you did that in the previous. I'm just going to go back and check it. Lucky tries his very best, but it's this angle from Mari over the top of Khan. And then he just goes on and does everything else. Another bomb plant for Sashi. But this time, there's not going to be the reinvestment around it. The staging of the round's really good for the T side. It's just about getting the kills.
The odds are surprisingly close, considering that Sashi won ESC's map pick.
So I think, nice shot.
Is it map odds?
I think it's map odds.
And even then, like, this is Sashi's map pick, and ESC, we have no data on them, so... Intriguing. Regardless, though, this is...
If Iceberg gets this, we could have been talking about something, but we don't.
But even the bomb, look at an MA, and, like, Biami was also there to match the call of arms. And it's a good start for ESC. It was a very, very touch and go first 2 rounds, but ultimately Mario's is 8-1. He's definitely off to a good start, and Mast has as many kills he did in the whole of the first half.
Got to remember that Sashi, in theory, only need a couple of rounds here on the T side. Just because their CT has looked very good historically. Oh, they're fighting this. Biami's not cleared. That's messy in from main from Sashi.
And it's a pretty poor start. They try to get someone out, maybe towards Sandwich, E-Box, and Zyphon, who we kind of saw him just throwing himself towards middle and ancient on the T side, and it kind of having like a real mixed bag of results. He's done somewhat the same here on Train, and he's actually yet to get a kill. He's 0-4 currently.
Can we see what this boost can see?
It goes towards like Arches, kind of the back. Yeah, so
okay, cool.
Arches. So Mast, if this boost is held long enough, could catch, I'd say, Mast off. Yeah, but instead they're gonna disengage. Cabby's got a full bell of utility. Smoke towards connector, and then on the fly, there's a smoke from Arches. Cabby's flashbang went way too early, so he's going to throw more utility. Reflash. No, they're just going out completely dry. They're just running out onto this A bomb site. 1 for 1. That favors the CT side every day of the week. Over the smoke, though, Altex provides further success. Mast. What? This is crazy. Has he walked through the smoke? I don't even know what's happened, but Cabby's found him, and this was a 4 versus 4, or a 5 versus 3 actually at one stage for ESC. As soon as it's gone down to the 3 versus 3, it's been flawless for Sashi and very individualistic from the CT side.
I'll tell you what, got to give a lot of credit to Altex there, because he saw the guy in Ivy, like almost like get right on CSGO, and he just ignores him and just clears the boost up over composition, because they've been killed there so many times. Teen just steps up there. Not his fault, because he's not played there yet, but he just gets pre-aimed. I really want to know what happened with Mast.
If he had pushed the smoke, he might have actually denied the bomb going down, or
Yeah,
at a minimum.
I thought he did push the smoke.
He was like about to get out the smoke, and then we looked away. So I guess there's just some things that will never be found out, Brandon. Ooh, Ivy control. Cabby needs to be careful. Master's an MP9 at least though, so the long range effectiveness is minimal. Early sandwich smoke we're seeing from Sashi. Maybe in the future they're gonna try get Xiphon out of A main, like they tried in the previous. Kind of the emphasis is on tried. They were unsuccessful. Cabby needs to be careful here. Don't know if he's gonna expect Mast. Hello? Okay, well Cabby expects Mast. That's a massive opening kill, and it also adds a lot of pressure towards Samay now with the AWP, because he's gonna have to be somewhat tunnel vision towards Ivy. There's no one coming that way, so when does he make this call to be like, okay, we're gonna look away and we're gonna focus away from Ivy?
There's been a timing hit as well. Team pushing. Sure, only the 5-7. Iceberg looks back. Team moves forward. Iceberg looks back. And now team spotted.
What?
And he wins the fight. Sure. Altex now has to look at him in pop and just about kills him, but that's a lot of damage being inflicted, and Samay and Murray just find kills apiece. In from main they go. Biarmi still a fly in the ointment. Samay finds another kill, and now it's all on to Xiphon. Yet to find a kill. Time running out. Has to go back and get the bomb, and yeah. Why on earth would you be ready for Biarmi?
That is a massive play from Samay. He makes that very crucial decision to just leave Ivy. And he focuses towards where the main attention was, towards A main. And he still does jiggle Ivy, but the fact that he just elects to go, screw it, I'm going to look Ivy, there's no one else coming Ivy. Look towards main, there's no one else coming Ivy, is massive. That's the deal breaker. And there's obviously that just kind of final piece of the puzzle with Biarmi that's not expected. Xiphon still yet to get a kill, and you can probably track all the success back to Teen, just getting that one isolated frag with the 5-7, forced them out A. And yeah, speaking of forcing out A, we're trying to get out onto this bomb site, but that's kind of the emphasis. We're trying, but we're not really succeeding. In 2, the kills start flooding in. Xiphon, ooh, he's not exactly being clinical, but they're giving it to him. It's hard not to be clinical when they're walking through smokes right in front of you. Mast, he tries to do that cheeky little play twice, but fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Wait, no, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Xiphon shall not be fooled.
They're following in the footsteps of Teen right now. And they think, look, he's the B player. He's not on B. So we can just plant this immediately. And T's just thinking, damn. I was right there. Maybe he can go and get the AWP for Samay. That would be a really nice one to grab if he can. There's an M4. Samay's AWP was back sight. Doesn't want to be too loud about this, just in case he gives over any audio cues. But he is out of there. He will get the AWP, but it will be Sashi getting that second round. And I thought that was a little bit fumbled nearly from Sashi, because not only did they give over the opening kill, they also double smoked sandwich.
Terrorists win.
I think the only reason that round's won because of Xiphon. He creates so much space getting towards the back of the bomb site. If he, because the rest of his team were really quite stagnant at like E-box, main. They didn't really get out onto the bomb site. It's Xiphon who not only adds the first few kills to his tally on train, but it's massive impact. And this goes back to the conversation I was having of, look, they were just sending him out Ancient on middle, and it was like, okay, eventually it was going to stick. That's what that round feels like for me, for Zyphon, is like, okay, finally, it eventually stuck.
I'm surprised that Mast, when he walks through the smoke, doesn't aim at Zyphon when he's had elongated fights, especially with Samay. Good lineup for that molly that Altex has just shown you that will land perfectly in the mouth of B.
Ooh. No trade. That's a massive kill for Sameas. Considering that we've got quite a disjointed, janky purchase where 5-7, 2 MP9s, and then you focus your attention on the A1S and the AWP, and Samay, it's a massive opening kill. He's even spotted the second on Ivy, but he just assumes they're going to disengage, and it's the correct assumption. Now, towards Pop, if he holds his patience, he's going to be rewarded, but instead, he just smokes them off, and now he's actually forcing the issue, pressing it further towards Zyphon. Look at this B main aggression, though, from Mari. He falls. Will they expect teen? Yes, but Altex, already low HP, topples. Do they know about Iceberg, actually, towards Pop? This could be the difference maker. Oh, wow. Never mind. Zyphon spam through the smoke. He's not going to add any more to his tally. And Iceberg is James Bond style, 007. Shame he doesn't shoot like James Bond. And it's Cabby last alive. This round has just completely fallen apart.
Why did Zyphon do that? Why did he spray through A main?
To try just further bait, I guess, for
Iceberg in, right?
Iceberg. That's like my maybe.
I suppose so. It just felt quite redundant. I can see why they've not won many T-side rounds on train. It feels like they take the map control, and they're very much like, oh cool, we've got it. And then that's it. They don't do anything with the space that they've got. ESC can go up to 6 rounds here.
Honestly, Samay's AWPing has been really quite
good.
Fantastic this map.
Teen.
Ooh. He has been caught on a pretty mega timing. Iceberg, though, has been spotted. Yeah, it was kind of now for Iceberg, if you've got this far out of B, where do I actually look? Like, where is the defender? Samey, it's another good rotation. It's some very awkward shots, but you know what? He's landing them. Iceberg still on 0 kills. And it's ESC putting up a pretty good show here on the CT side, Brandon. They're 6-2 up. And I don't... And Sashi aren't showing me anything to make me feel confident in them bringing it back.
No, they're doing... As I said, they're doing good in getting early map control. But they're not pressuring and forcing rotates. They can't peek Ivy because it doesn't work, because Samay's there. So now they're going to try and, again, brute force their way out A. And it's worked for the moment. But Biami and Mast... Oh, don't get caught off guard by Zyphon. Biami's still tucked in the corner as well. And there he goes. Strikes onto Altex. This is completely favourable trades here for the CT side. Biami now just slides back in. You know Mast was over towards Ivy. You're trying to clear him. You can't do it. Biami's now just walking through the smoke.
It's actually so big that Biami's able to retreat there, because now he just plays up with Teen. We've not throwing caution to the wind with these other plays. We're playing the odds. And now they try re-aggress towards Connector. 2-man strong. Cabby walked into the crossfire. Lucky, next up on the chopping block.
Well played. Again, a really good design in that round. The fact that Mast gets the kill, he's already smoked off Ivy. He goes back and he just clears it and he holds it. And he knows that he can do that because Biami is already tucked in towards the corner. You've already got another player that's rotated over towards connector. And Biami, look at where he is. Look where his silhouette is. And he somehow manages to move all the way forward and gets to deep connector to set up, as you say, with Teen. A really good round out of him. And ESC are running away with this CT side.
I mean, that round sure was good from the CT side, but feels like Sashi haven't exactly know what to do on the execute when they get players into sandwich there. Like, Xiphon doesn't throw any of his utility, doesn't kind of re-exec through the sandwich smoke, instead completely leaves his teammates. I don't know. That felt like a really awkward round for Sashi, and just all in all, not a good look. I can see why they only got one round against Rebels now. Well, the issue is, the rate of this half is it's going to be 4 rounds max for Sashi. Also, I think one big thing for Sashi right now is, and we've been commenting on kind of the lack of kills.
Oh, you look back, but he must gets him. Hang on, they can still rotate here. Oh,
no, they can't. Bombs down. Yeah, so this round is like, okay, cool. We're getting some kills. Oh, what a
good
shot from Samay. I mean, that's a nut shot to be hitting. So, yeah, these rounds, I think this goes further into a point of Sashi, tactically, don't look completely there. Individually, right now, are not looking... At the start of Ancient, they were insanely crisp. They were hitting everything. Right now, I'm not seeing these type of rounds and these type of individual plays that Sashi kind of need right now. Like, your tactics is not seeing completely there. What you need is someone to just, like, 2 players just to be able to pop heads. That's not happening. And it, you know, I don't know what they're going to have going for them in these last 2 rounds. Oh, Xiphon's out A again, but a double nade into the sandwich smoke, and ooh, Mari actually falls, and now this propels them forward, Brandon. What a shot.
Nice shot. Needed that one. You've also just seen Mast reveal his hand. Iceberg just trades, and there you go.
It's more like it.
Definitely is. And to be honest, 4 rounds is the best you can hope for. And if you can grab that, then potentially we still have a conversation, because one thing that has been consistent is how good Sashi's CT sides have been. And to be honest, when I look at this team, again, I've been trying to do this a lot more with Tier 2, is just sort of break down the balance of teams, and I look at the way Sashi play. Every single one of them, in my opinion, is a lot more defensive. Oh no, Master's defusing the bomb. Hello?
Oh
my god. They're a lot more defensive, apart from Xiphon. But they can't defend against the ninja.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's just done that. Go next. Go next map.
Dude. That is ridiculous. Master, I thought he was saving.
So did I. I didn't even notice him doing that.
We were watching the AWP, right?
We were watching the T side.
We were watching the T side, and then all of a sudden we're like, wait, Master on the bomb? There's no one nearby. Oh, that's backbreaking. And Xiphon, no heroics 2 times in a round. That's actually the epitome of fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. We don't get shamed twice. We don't get fooled twice. Samay picks up the opener.
He's already rotated.
Bro, Samay's actually playing a masterclass of AWP CT side. And yeah, Teen's also been really consistent at just getting his one. And now you've got an extra layer of rotation coming through. Samay hasn't been spotted. You've got another guy coming through connector.
Oh,
and
wow.
You don't even need the other rotations. Samay's done it all. That's 10 rounds at the half for ESC Gaming. Are we sure we had the map picks right? Are we correct here?
Well, we've seen 10-2 evolve into 12-10. Samay is on fire, and Sashi are terrified. Like, we have to go to a third map. Like, we absolutely have to. This has been 20 minutes. This half took 20 minutes.
so quickly.
I want to see this sequence again. This Same bang into wallop in heaven. Oh.
Mars was a full belt of utility.
Sashi did come back yesterday from 11-1 down to 12-12. So
did lose it in overtime, however.
Yes, but what I mean to say is they can do it. Oh my god, what a shot.
And that's how you started off.
And you get rid of Same. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's the P250. It will, I assume, get put into someone else's hand. Yep. Yami picks it up. Mast, he's dropped over a flashbang to Mari. ESC still can just wait for this smoke in lower to fade, and then there's no counter utility. Now here comes the full execute. Molotov towards connector actually isn't going to affect any of the rotations. They're already quite far away. Biami?
Saw Cabby.
Well, I can imagine, I can understand why he's picked up the P250 now. He's hitting bangers, and he's not over just yet. Adds one more and survives. Oh, it's all going wrong for Sashi, but finally, fortunes change. Lucky picks up a brace. 2 versus 2. There's no kit for the defuse. That's a very big thing to notice, that Sashi, time is of the essence. And Mars, ooh, it's a very labored shot onto him, but Zyphon does finally catch it. Lucky now up in towards heaven, kind of isolating this 1 versus 1, but it isolates away from Zyphon. Defuse never comes in, and Teen is just playing the clock. He's playing the time. He knows there's no kit because it already would have been defused, and Team, sure he falls, but he succeeds in winning the round.
I don't know why one player's gone so aggressive there. Like, I understand you're trying to hold whilst the defuse comes in, but as you said in the play-by-play, it's so disjointed. It's so disjointed. Great work from Biami to get those kills. Spots Cabby, just runs at him. The fact that he gets the third one towards connector is a bit criminal, to be honest, but he makes it work. Alright, let's go nuke.
Series.
Let's go nuke.
Which is ESC's map pick in the last 2 best of 3s they've played on CCT. They have lost both of them, but you know, it's still good to note that it is their map pick. And Sashi, they're actually buying into this. They lose this round, game's done. It'll be map point for ESC, and we're going to nuke.
They've been looking really good. I've got to give a lot of credit to ESC. Same, Biami, Mari's really dusted himself off after that ancient performance.
And just proved himself again. Oh, the flashbang's amazing. They might not get the kill on Iceberg, but they sure as hell know where he is. And yeah, he will topple. Altex is making moves in the flank, but he's just been spotted. It's actually just going to get smoked off. Teen, focus more on the bomb site. Cabby's got a USP out. And I don't think Same stopped moving there, to be honest.
Bomb has been planted.
Wow. This was quick. Look at this angle from Biami. Actually anticipated by Altex, but not quite claimed. He'll run away. You want to have the 5-7? Sure. Take it. I don't even think he'll be allowed it. Mari and Teen here. But it's not Mari. He backs off from Ivy. It's Masked. There's Teen to lock it in, and it is ESC with 12.
Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy.
Imagine if Sashi dropped the ball on Ancient.
We'd be done. I mean, Sashi, you could argue that they did drop the ball on Ancient. Well, this is their map pick, and you couldn't really tell.
I think you saw someone.
Yeah. I also have a feeling that they saw him. Altex is actually completely faded away. He's joined up with Iceberg, so he's only got 3 players on this A bomb site. They've just smoked deep A main. Little do they know there's 2 players in A main. Yeah, they've just all fallen. I was going to say, the CT side, they were going for an aggressive take in A main, and I was like, do they realize that there's already players in there? Also, Altex, he's now been spotted, identified, and dealt with. Lucky, no chance. 1v3, no time. A scout. Oh, sorry, he has got time, but no kit. It's kind of what I was going for. And, I mean, yeah, what can you do with a scout? He's been spotted now as well, so all eyes on him. The whole world's watching. And ESC, that was oddly decisive, Brandon.
That was insane. Yeah, Sashi looked poor. It is what I'd say. Sashi looked poor. Samay looked fantastic. And you got to give a lot of credit to him. Everyone stepped up around him as well. Sashi took map space early and then didn't do anything with it in the rest of the rounds. And then when nothing worked, they tried to go A. When that didn't work, they tried to go A. When that didn't work, they tried to go A. And eventually, they lost the map.
Simple. Simple as that. And, well, Nuka's up next. ESC, it's their map pick. Oh, so it's the 3rd map, but it's a map they pick into. They haven't been doing very well on it, though, recently. However, I feel like they have got all the momentum in the world, built off from Ancient, secured on train, and now this could be a devastating loss of a series for Sashi, and also it would mean elimination in this tournament. We've got the 3rd and final map coming up for our final 0-2 game of the day. Do not go too far, we'll be back very soon.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
This has been a very oddball series. Map 1 was almost a comeback, with ESC being 2-10 down at the half. It was unsuccessful, but they made a very good effort. And then when they went on to train, you could tell that that attempted comeback actually had its purpose, because they came onto train all guns out. They came in swinging, and they absolutely destroyed Sashi 13-2 on their own map pick. And now we've gone to Nuke, and I feel like Sashi has actually lost the opportunity to close out this series.
I wouldn't go that far, to be honest. Okay. I think Sashi are a very good Nuke team. I think like ESC, we've seen them play pretty decent CS. They won the night, so they start CT, which means that Biami will be anchoring A. Maybe now, with them starting CT, that can have a positive impact on it, but I'm not entirely sure, obviously, what this map holds. We've had blowouts basically in both maps. So I guess signs do point to leads ESC to potentially take in this, but I don't want to rule out Sashi.
I don't want to rule them out because, yeah, as you said, they had a very good end of year on Nuke and then went into this year with the newer lineup and have already taken quite a big victory last night against 500. That's a team that's in good form. And being able to beat them 13-10 on Nuke while starting also on the T side. They had a pretty rough T side. They only got 4 rounds and then dominated 9-2 on CD side. So definitely as we go on to Nuke, even if ESC are dominating on their CT side, we definitely could keep that into consideration. But this pistol round is already off to a pretty good start for Sashi as they get the opening kill towards A. They mess with the rotations. They get Cabby down the vent who's able to actually deal with Samay. And now you've got Teen who's just in this awful position where he has no idea where to go. He's being wrapped around from literally everywhere, and Cabby has just got his 3rd kill in vent.
Fair. Fair enough. I really know what more there is to say apart from Cabby did excellently. There was a good structure to that round where you're faking the A hit, then you just go in towards ramp, you force the ramp player back, you force the vent rotate, and Cabby's there already. And it was the flashbang thrown from Squeaky that pushes the main player back into main, which gives the space for Cabby to get down vent in the first instance. So everything by design, good work from Sashi. Samay's got the scout and doesn't quite find the headshot. They do peek as that smoke goes up. Mary can't see anything currently, even on top of the boxes. Smoke will be blown open, but they're already down. Or are they? Because they're walking back up.
Oh yeah, they're not committing towards Secret entirely, but the bomb is still here. I think they're maybe just trying to show a bit more presence outside to basically just take away any information ESC have, but ultimately we are still committing down towards secret. And because of maybe some of this extra pressure thrown, the only player down on B is Teen, and he's caught rotating in towards B. Sashi, there's no breaks whatsoever. Full gas onto the B bomb site. And, well, this is a pretty perfect round, all things considered.
Yeah, you save this now if you're ESC, because you would be on an eco otherwise, so you might as well just keep everything. You've got a bit of Kevlar and pistols. It still doesn't really have much venom in it, but it still feels okay. The only danger here is if there's an instant headshot, potentially on Samay, but there's 2 MAC-10s that are hunting. Oh, Samay missed the shot. Flashbang goes forward. Remember, they're low in CT, apart from Samay, but they're okay.
Okay. Some save, but still, this should be another pretty easy round for Sashi. And also, something good to note, last night when they ended up making that quite big comeback and only, let's say, getting 4 rounds on T side, it was because they had a very difficult start. Now, that is not the case. And already, they have conditioned A hits. They've conditioned outside. This is a really good start to Sashi.
I just really like the decision to go in towards A in this round, because you know they're not going to have utility. You know they're going to just be using whatever weapons they've sort of got in this. So this makes a lot of sense. And you're right, it does create that extra layer of conditioning. Hey, we've gone outside twice. We've now gone in towards A as well. A really good start here to life on the T side for Sashi. Something that we haven't said at all in this series so far, and it comes on Nuke, where sure, I guess it is shifting a bit more to become a little bit even, but historically this has always been a very defensive minded map. I actually really like the for the most hang on
a second, that's
yeah.
a big kill, and Lucky unable to trade. Samay, what a shot. Okay, who cares about Samay towards ramp, because Zypham, he's ripping heads off outside, and that is all of a sudden this opening kill kind of negated by that pick outside. And also Altex is starting to mobilize a little bit. There's no one actually on the A bomb site. They're both towards main, and no, Altex, he had such a prime opportunity, and he also doesn't spot Bajami, so that's also no information for Sashi, and now actually a man's advantage after this space they'd gathered outside.
It hinges a lot on Iceberg finding space down secret. The next conversation is, well, how do you get the bomb over there? Samay's holding this pixel peak. Zyphon's still top main. His drop-off has been heard as well. Silo being considered. Oh, they know. They definitely know someone's up here. There's the smoke to get over. They're just going to ignore Silo. Ooh, last timing. We'll get the best of Zyphon.
Still no one down towards B though. Issue is Sashi actually have no utility to counter this, so both Team and Samay have a lot of free reign. Also, Jami has got down Vent. He's going to be followed by Mars, so we've got very quick rotations, and Sashi have nothing to really oppose them. And I was going to say they're losing players, but instead, Lucky is able to go dink for dink. The 8K overpowers the A1S, but he's now all by himself. Samay's got the USP. He's just running him down. That was a little bit too confident for my liking. And Lucky, oh my god, the ice in the veins. He understands that no one's sticking it. Now, at the second tap, he has to peek out. And if he'd actually just maybe gone for the kill on Mars, he might have won out that round. But instead, he goes for the kill on Teen, who was covering, and with such low HP, the 1 versus 3 was a little bit out of his reach.
Yeah, really good work from Mast. The kill on Zyphon basically secures the round. There is some heroics from Lucky right at the tail end, but him making that a 2v4 is a lot more bite-sized than a 3v4. It feels like if Zyphon was there, Sashi were going to take the round because of how close that came. At least if you're Sashi, you've now confirmed there is an AWP in play.
Confirm the AWP. Question is, where is it? Currently, he's outside by heaven towards generators. Also, Mari is very lucky to be alive there. He got spammed through the smoke down to 35 HP. Couple extra stray bullets, and that would have been a monumental opening kill for Sashi. Instead now, we hit this deadlock in a minute. I would assume Lucky is throwing outside smokes. He doesn't have any though. I thought Zyphon was going to drop him one, but he didn't. Okay, this is... Oh, yeah, okay, now we're dropping outside smokes. But we're not going outside. As Iceberg got a second... This is weird, because I think Samay is just holding the cross, right? So the CT side know it's not a play outside. They're now hunkering down the inner bomb site, and also Mari has just replenished the smoke towards door while also rotating up heaven. Samey also in tandem. There's 4 players on this A bomb side. Sashi, the flashbang comes way too late. The trade is there, but Zyphon is only able to get one. So many just numbers here for ESC, and there's also the final player coming up ramp. Wait, is it all falling apart? 15 seconds. This is the issue right now, and Iceberg, he's only really just coming into main now. 10 seconds left. Bomb's being picked up. They're hunting Mars down, but team from ramp will provide the perfect coverage. And for Sashi, they just don't do enough pushing, pulling, and prodding in the mid-round. They don't make ESC uncomfortable, and because of that, it's such an easy gamble read. And to put the cherry on top, Cabby dies after time.
Yeah, he's got no money now. Trades look good for Sashi. Initially. Did Iceberg end up making it through main in the end?
He came out. He instantly died, though.
God, masters everything again. His position, moving into hut, just on the off angle. No one cleared him. The flashbangs were just affecting everyone. And Iceberg has taken a astronomical amount of damage outside, put further into the ground by Mari. Zyphon will trade, but again, it is a lot of damage being inflicted onto these players on the way in.
It's also a really cool rotation and just general setup from ESC. You've got Samay, who's able to pivot towards ramp, and that's allowed for Teen to go down towards secret. So Sashi, they maybe think that ESC don't have control outside. Maybe that they've got a player down secret. And unfortunately for Sashi, it's not the case. Teen has completely taken control of outside and secret. And now at a minute, we enter the same predicament we had in the previous round. We're not pushing and pulling. We're not prodding. We're not really forcing rotations to be uncomfortable. And I don't know how Sashi go from here, to be honest.
They can go ramp and wide swing the AWP. And that can put him under pressure.
He's just smoked. Oh, the timing on that smoke and also the door smokes have been impeccable. They're going to go straight through. Samey's very cautious of outside. That's the issue, yeah. Samey was in 2 different mines there, but he's still able to get a kill and drop the bomb. Alongside that, Teen's not allowing the progression of Zyphon towards secret. So with 15 seconds, we go down towards this B side.
Oh,
rotations are quite slow, and they know, but like they know Teen is down secret. So as Zyphon takes double control, they know he's over towards single. 4 versus 3 retake, Brandon, and the advantage is heavily in ESC, especially considering the HP.
Yeah, and this is cool as well because you've got the walk down vent helped out by Teen. There's Lucky removed, and now the vent player Zyphon. Oh, they don't know about him.
No, they do. They definitely do. He shot the army as he was coming down the ladder. They definitely knew about Zyphon, but they choose to just neglect him. They choose to go, you know what? You can do your own thing. And the bomb gets defused, but he stays alive. He saves the AK.
Okay. To be honest, from what that round was, not the worst feeling in the world. Oh, never mind. They did force in. I thought they didn't force. They brought up a little bit more than I thought they did.
Kind of just going around the fact that Cabby had no money.
Yeah. Nice shot from Samay. His AWP in this series has been so consistent, and you compare and contrast that to Lucky. I don't remember a Lucky AWP highlight.
Samay's definitely been... ever. Samay's definitely been a lot better. Train, he really impressed me, and he's already been very active and mobile on Nuke. But that has just been a virtue of... I don't think he's been tested with the rotations much. Ooh, that's a
brave.
That's a brave play with no flashbang. Not quite sure what the reasoning was there, but in the meantime, we have got this very effective lobby push. And yeah, Altex, okay, he does get a dink on Samay. Fair play to him. But even though ESC evacuate lobby after that kill, we've actually got all of the control. Sashi have no map control, and Zyphon's just giving away his life for free. Cabby's making noise down towards B. The bomb got dropped as well, so that made noise. And yeah, they know where both players are. That is a cool crossfire, because yeah, it basically acts perfectly with Cabby nails the first guy, but that's when the second pops up. And Lucky, you know what? He gets the bomb down. He's now on 7 HP, and Mars deals with him. Bomb down in that situation? Not bad.
That's not bad at all.
You know when it's bad when the positive is like, oh, they got the bomb down on a full buy round. Well done.
Yeah. But the pistol, the conversions, the hard work, they're still very much in this first half. Like, sure, ESC have now got this flurry of rounds in a row. Great crossfire, as you said. But Sashi, in theory, only need another 2 rounds and they'll be fine. And they can try and do that. They can try and get that here. I think you just got to avoid the AWP. You got to avoid the AWP. Teen has passed a number of tests over a ramp. What a shot from Biarmi. And he's the guy I've not even really spoken about. They know he's down the vent. You have to know that Cabby's down the vent. But Sashi are out ramp. Damn. Alright, Teen. Fair enough. Round over. This guy is passing every test with flying colours, whether it's ramp, whether it's on B. Cabby, low HP, will find Samay, and as he runs forward, he's not going to be ready for Mast.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way. That would have been truly ridiculous, but that is a fabulous hold from Team, and it's been very impressive how he's been able to orchestrate this part of the map. And I think it's also more impressive considering that I don't think he had a single HLTV game before ESC, only playing in like a few seasons of Advanced and Main, like a very random pickup. You know, he's very high rated on Faceit and he's quite young, but he's proving to play above his years at times, and that's another example of that, just outplaying 2 and being I don't necessarily think the savior of the round, but he makes it 10 times easier. Oh, we're just peeking the AWP drive.
He knows you're there. Go on, Teen. Go and get some more kills. if team gets overwhelmed, there's a weird moment in the round where... Okay, never mind. I was going to say where they could get the bomb down. It could be like a 4-on-2. Instead, it's a 1v5. A Master's down the vent already pushing single door. Okay, ESC. I'm listening. I'm respecting. Is Lucky going to get an AWP?
AWP in T-side is always a mixed bag. I do tend to see teams just favor having 5 rifles on Nuke T-side. And I don't think he's been that spectacular with the AWP either. So I don't really... I don't entirely blame the fact that we're going for 5 rifles. But a big tactical pause. I think this is like a perfect time to take that tack. You're not down and out, but... What, that is 6 rounds in a row for ESC, right? So, Sashi, are you really going to end the half with the only rounds you've won being contributed from the pistol round and basically beating 2 half 4 spies? ESC, they're looking all around the board pretty flawless. I guess maybe Mari outside has struggled, but the rest of it, everyone else is picking up the pieces. So, another necessity of a gun round. And it's beyond me to... I don't even know where he died. Somewhere towards A. That was Molos. That was Spam. That's a massive opening kill. That's, for the first time in a while, actual success for Sashi.
Can they spin it into something greater, though? That's your next question here. Because we have seen this with Sashi before, where they... take space, and then they're not really too sure where to go after. So outside smoke's down. Mari can now hear all of this. It's only one player crossing. A break on the smoke. Oh, that's going to reveal all of them. Mari swings, but trades are immediate, and you've still got Iceberg down B, but it doesn't matter if Mast is just removing everyone. Teen holding for the single rotate. Again, brilliance from him. This round has cascaded out of control.
Feels so simple for ESC. Oh, Teen's played this perfectly. He's just moving around this bomb site amazingly. And it also helps when Mars is able to rotate towards Ram. ESC are looking very fluid on Nuke right now. And Sashi, who are looking, I'd say, the complete opposite. It's just, it's like rock versus paper right now. Scissors versus... Wait, no. Yeah, rock versus paper. ESC are the... are paper.
Yeah.
I've never understood that analogy, to be honest. I feel like, you know, rock probably would just beat paper, but hey ho. You don't argue with the oldest game in the book.
All those silly expressions people say. Mari has passed another opening kill into the hands of ESC. Iceberg removed, and Iceberg's fall off in this best of 3 needs to be studied because I can get like 17 kills on Ancient. And I was going 3 and 9. This is also a 7-3 scoreline where no one's really got any like massive amount of kills for ESC.
Oh, I don't know. Teen's been getting a fair few multi-frags.
Yeah, but what I mean is, like, if you look at the scoreboard, it doesn't... I think if I look at the scoreboard, I don't think that... I wouldn't say, oh, they're winning 7-3, right?
Yeah. Yeah, very valid point. It's been pretty spread out nicely.
Oh, BRB!
What are we doing? Why are we on 30 HP to a Molo?
This is cool from Zyphon.
This is really good. You've got pressure from Lobby. He just walked through the main smoke. Okay, this is maybe the gimmicky play that Sashi needed. And Biarmi, who was already low HP because he sizzled. This is perfect. And this is all because Siphon spearheaded this offensive. It's those gimmicky plays that sometimes you just need to rely on the individualism. But, yep, I'm hanging on. This is very awkward. Siphon's stuck. He's been naded. He's been dealt with. There's still one more towards Lobby, but he's all by himself now. Semaine, a 1 versus 2. Does he know about Cabby?
Yeah, he does.
directing his attention towards Hut. He has a smoke, he has a kit, and he's heard Cabby. He was actually looking towards door, but it doesn't matter. Cabby still nails the instant headshot, and close, but no cigar on the retake for ESC.
Important from Altex. Really important. The fact that he gets one kill and then swivels back and deals with Heaven is everything. Because that retake was looking tangible. Especially when Samay gets this kill, Mars is able to deal with the player in Xiphon in second vent. It's actually Samay's nade, but it really could have been an ESC round. But Altex brings stability. Cabby locks it in. Sashi, despite looking worse for wear overall, they will at least walk away with 4. Potential to extend to 5, limited, because they are playing with a player disadvantage, and Mari's playing with all the info that, hey, they're down secret, and I'm right behind them.
They are never going to expect him, and they're also probably going to wait a second, because to put counter utility down, Teen is just making it very difficult for them to get out, and there you go. Mari catches one in the side of the head. Iceberg does trade. However, I feel like this round is still... It's not very possible. Wait, no. Tabby gets one. Does it matter? Yes. Piami left in the 1 versus 1. Iceberg for back-to-back clutches for Sashi. Does he know where Piami is? He seems very aware that he's down ramp. 50 HP. Down even lower now. Nade misses its mark. Piami, that nade, if put correctly, could have been it. But it doesn't even matter. He'll do with the MP9. It's an awkward duel at the end there, but ESC, the advantage prevails, and they take a dominant lead going into the second half.
Reason why I said, oh, it's over, is because there were 3 players on ramp, and Cabby was just stuck at the Astralis plant.
And he gets one.
He gets one.
And he also deals a lot of, like, time, right?
Yeah.
Iceberg's able to come through and assist.
Yeah, he does more than enough. But that's what I was just surprised. Because you see the kill for Iceberg being put forward and he's holding the vent rotate. I thought it was going to be, bang, Cabby gets a headshot, instant trade, and then Iceberg's just iced out the round. But he isn't. Instead, he gets that trade. He makes it a 1v1. It's uncomfortable for Biami, but he does get it forward. He does make it happen. So ESC will find 8 on CT. And we're in attack. Are you what angle are you leaning on this, by the way? Are you excited for ESC or are you disappointed in Sashi?
That's a great question. Can I say both?
Only if you explain why.
ESC, I was really excited after Spirit Academy. Like, the fact that the system was fundamentally better than Spirit Academy, and the only reason they lost realistically was because of individualism, which I don't blame them. And against Sashi here, like, the grit and determination to come back into Ancient there, and Train just looked so clean. So there's evidently a lot of time put onto that. And I think with a really new squad that has a few players, I mean, like, Mari and Master kind of, I guess, the main two, and Biami with, like, you know, they haven't been having a great few years, right? This is probably the best I've seen from them. And for Sashi, it's like, dude, these roster changes are so good. You got Xiphon and Altex in, massive upgrade of firepower. These are the roster changes that take your team from where they were of, like, getting to these tournaments and then getting owned to get into these tournaments and actually contending. And they're about to go 0-3 in CCT. So for ECS, I'm excited to see them actually become, like, a quite consistent playoff team in CCT. And for Sashi, I'm like, dudes, I'm expecting you to be like an RMR level team. We're going 0-3.
Yeah. It's not looking amazing. I've always rated Mari as well. I think the surprise to me has been Biami and obviously Teen as well. But I think Biami really excelling in this roster speaks a lot to who he is as a player. Iceberg will be traded by the Army. And there is 3 players rotating lobby. It might not be. Never mind, it is. Oh, it really is.
Certainly
4
round.
players walk in to marry. There were 4 guns on 2 players. He only has 1. And he does get 2 kills. Lucky jumping about. Okay. It's all good for ESC. They will get the pistol. But it does look a little bit touch and go right at the very end.
I was like, how is he not dead yet? How is he not dead yet? I'm going to pose the same question to you. Are you happy and excited for ESC or disappointed in Sashi? Boom, go.
In this best of 3, I'm more disappointed in Sashi, considering how good Ancient looked. And then it looks like they've just completely gone into a shell of themselves. For ESC, this is good results leading to, for them, hopefully better rewards. But I've watched Permitter too many times that I'm scarred by them.
Yeah,
last year.
agreed.
So I don't know what this means.
So May's showing better qualities than he ever did for me on Sangar.
Well, Samay is also now playing in local dialect rather than international as well. And also the rounds for ESC are set up a lot more around what he can find. And in Sangao, it was a lot more about, X-Cloud Jota rifle duo, right? So it's about adjusting to that style of play for Samay. And to be honest... Hang on. We should be okay. But I just want to hang on just for a moment.
Cabby's got a rifle. Cabby's got into main. Oh my god, what a shot.
Fine.
Look at behind. Look at Zyphon. Okay, they know about him. Okay. We're all good.
I think even though Samay didn't have the best stats in the world on the Sangao, he wasn't the player really spoken about, I think he did a really solid job in that team, role-wise.
Yeah, for sure.
So... I've always been actually quite kind of big on Samay, and then this is just making his stock go up, which I think is very good to see.
Well, this could be the end of the run for Sashi, and a very disappointing start of the year for them. Both 9 and Sashi are not teams I'd be expecting to go 0-3 in CCT. I would have said ESC would maybe be one of the weaker teams, but they're not playing like it, I'll say that for certain. We're just going for an A-pop, we're just going straight for it. Everyone's blind. We're not going immediately. It's the double exec. The flashbangs are really clean, but Mari, he had to get that opening kill to Altex. Because he doesn't, we're able to reset. And ESC, they would have actually honestly just been better going straight into that. No double exec, just a single. The flashbangs were fine, but ultimately it does come down to the ineffective entries there.
Yeah, especially with the double layering of the flashbangs, you feel like they're poised to at least get out of hut. The issue you've got is that Sashi just suffocated them at the choke points. Team just goes and gets the AK, and then he'll slide away. And now we get 40 seconds of breathing room again. I tell you what, bar for bar, Sashi and ESC have played exactly the same rounds on T side. We had the pistol into A that actually turned into a ramp one for Sashi at the end. Then you got obviously the against the eco. Then first gun back rounds, it's an A pop.
Counter-terrorists win.
It's not massively working out for them. I mean, look, it was an 8-4 half, right? And that's exactly what it was yesterday against 500, who I would say are a better team as a whole, and also on Nuke and ESC. Issue is the loss of the pistol round, and like you've already got double digits, kind of makes me start that for me changes a lot of the narrative. But look, Sashi have already done it once in the last in 24 hours, so can always just do it a second time. And this is a very peculiar round. They've thrown a lot of emphasis outside, but a full ramp control. Xiphon, though, all of that outside control, ESC were trying to throw, now gone. But ESC,
they're trying to
also,
back A.
yeah, they've drawn 2 players down towards B, and now they're going back towards A. But whatever they do, to be honest, Brandon, they need to, whatever they do right now, they just need to do it fast.
Lucky's paranoid about anyone coming towards Hell. B players haven't seen anyone. I don't actually hate the slowdown because, yeah, Iceberg's gone away. So Cabby back site, currently only defender here on B as Iceberg rotates up the vent.
Behind the silo.
Oh, seen him and dealt with him. No kill for Cabby.
And also dealt with super fast. The issue is, though, I'm looking over at Mars Lurk. He's allowed them all to get down towards vent. He's so far away from the action, and I don't think he's really actually going to be here in time to help, because look at the pace that Sashi are putting onto this retake. 2 players already storming in ramp. Teen, he had nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And these players, I don't know, Samay, sure he gets one, but that's it. And Mast, as I mentioned, he was just so far out of this equation. There's a smoke that's been dropped on the bomb. There's a defuse coming in, and there's nothing that Mars can do. Almost actually gets killed with the nade. But ultimately, if Mars was just a little bit closer, we could have had the argument that this round was going to be winnable for ESC. But Sashi, the pace they threw onto that retake is the difference maker.
Mars, just like my face at teammates for real. We're planting the bomb. We're on B. Why? Why are you squeaky? Please come. Please help.
Bro, bomb was planted on B. He was outside. Like, he was blue box. He couldn't have been further away.
Sashi are making the argument. Hero gun on mast that he brought over from the last round. He looks to take aim, so do the Deagles. Samay nearly gets a chance to rip Siphon's head off, but it doesn't happen. Instead, he falls back. There's no outside support. Really Lucky is providing a little bit of cover and fire. But you know Xiphon, he's going to always peek.
Meow.
There's no util here as well for the T side. So that means you need to win the same duel. And good luck doing that against Xiphon. He's really coming into his own now. Oh my gosh.
What? Like, I've never ever in doubt of Xiphon's individualism. It was just on Train and Ancient on the T side. It felt like he was doing these similar motions, and it was like, well, I'm gonna win eventually. And sometimes it did work, but it felt a little bit flat and narrow. And I don't know if that's him or just the system as a whole. But I think Sashi, this is certainly, I will say, Brandon, not the Sashi we're going to be seeing for honestly that long. I think there's going to be a change within the next month, and we're going to see like a whole different Sashi once the reps are there on the officials and we start to really include these 2 newcomers to a roster that, by the way, has been together as a core, as a 4, as a 5 for a very, very long time.
Yeah, to be clear, you're talking about the results changing and them looking more dominant rather than the players changing.
Oh, yeah, obviously. Yeah, the first, not the latter.
Yeah, but
I love the roster changes.
No, I knew you meant that. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
The Twitch
I love
viewers.
the roster changes.
We're all rifling all the time. There's no warps.
No warp gaming.
Let's see what we're working with here then. Flash forward in towards ramp for Sashi. Meanwhile, ESC do take the outside space, and they don't really call the bluff on Sashi. They just walk down immediately.
Okay.
Cabby versus Teen already is a promising matchup, but Teen isn't where I thought he was. He's actually above.
Yeah,
so that's not going to happen.
On the mini-map as well, I was like, oh, they're next to each other. No. He's playing the Sphinx angles. Who's back? Bomb
Wild move that is, by the way.
Yeah. I have no idea. I'll find out eventually, but Jesus. This is a really weird round. We've got to play a top main. We've got the bomb red. We've got, obviously, Teen, who's actually dropped off the T roof. We've just got the opening kill on B. Rotations are going to go wild right now. But then it's like, oh wait, they're outside. Teen died. Cabby got the kill. So we've got 2 players down vent. Mars is coming in, but they've got no vent. What? This is a massive oversight to just completely neglect the presence of them. 20 seconds left. Altex holding sturdy. He also has Iceberg in reserve if necessary, but I've got a feeling Altex is just going to do it all. They're trying to double swing. Iceberg finally does lend a helping hand, but it's Altex, the man of the hour.
I can't believe that. That was the opening kill. Fall in favor to ESC. They then put that into a 4v3. But you're right, they just didn't have vent control. And where teams died, you really start to think, well, if he's died, then you know that they've pushed lobby, which means they know about the fact that it isn't going to be A, which means you should be watching vent. They just had no idea.
I'm really quite confused at how they just seemingly have no idea someone could be vent. Like, okay, well, you've lost your lobby lurk. You've had no one in and around vent for a while. You know no one's rotating down ramp because Cabby, the ramp player, is pushed into lobby. It's like, go figure, where are they going to be? Down vent. By the way, Sashi have another best of 3 starting in 37 minutes in Challenger.
Really?
Yeah, I just noticed that against Fireflux.
Oh yeah, that one's starting at 3 PM. The others are 7 PM for Challenger. We've got 2 more best of 3s after this one as well. Our next game is Aurora versus OG, which is a banger. And then we've also got
This is the Monty Cybershoke.
Yeah, I was looking at...
Are the times right for that on HLTV? They're not, are they?
No, I think they're an hour earlier than they should be.
Yeah, both the final games of the day are an hour. No.
No.
The Monty Cybershoke should be 17.
No, that's correct.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh no, it is correct. Yeah, no, it's correct.
9:12:36
yeah.
UK time.
I just can't count.
That's okay.
Nothing new there.
That was good as well because that gave us an extra few seconds to do maths and get ready to go.
Yeah, because maths for me is hard. You don't have any excuse.
No, you're right, I don't.
Well, ESC have definitely flatlined a little bit. It's 4 rounds in a row for Sashi, and they've looked quite dominant. These are definitely the rounds you're going to be careful with, though. A pop with Tech 9s. Out we come. There's no double exec this time. Iceberg completely blind, but overlooked. And that's the difference maker.
Wow.
Altex just came around the corner. Not Altex. Who came through main there? Was it? It was... No. It was Zyphon came out of main shooting Iceberg. That really threw me off. Wait. So Altex first has had a massive hold. Can we get a replay of when Iceberg died? Zyphon just flew out of main shooting him. That really threw me off. But either way, that is a fantastic hold from Altex.
And suddenly, as my voice breaks, we're in a 1-round game.
Suddenly. A
1-round game between these two teams. Lucky is decided, okay, enough's enough. I need the orb.
If in doubt, bring out the boom. It's a good time to bring out the AWP as well, because you don't want to bring it out against the Tech 9s, obviously.
Oh, team spotted. Altex's, thank you very much. Altex's impact kills have been brilliant. And
Also,
he swaps his incendiary for a big molly. And
also, they know that Teen's the lobby lurk, and look at the reaction from the CT side. You've already got Iceberg now walking outside. He's T-spawned. They get all this pressure outside, they kill Teen, they're like, well, that's the only person in lobby, and they instantly pounce. So, you've now got the bomb going down secret, you've got 2 players in and around outside, and you've got Iceberg making his way to backstab. It'd be cool to see what's going on, but that's not the fun.
What?
Oh, so May, who's holding the main smoke, actually is able to still catch Iceberg off. And even though this round looked to be set up for infinite success for Sashi, it's a 3 versus 3, and ESC have control.
yeah, we need to see Cabby right now. Because look, they are going up heaven. Cleared by Altex, but that would just make you commit down in towards B. No! You want to go into Altex? You might think he's the only defender here, but hey, guess what? He isn't. Lucky. Swings around with the Tech 9. And Sashi equalized the scoreline. I did not think they'd swing up the vent there. But it kind of makes sense, actually. With Altex going there, you feel like, okay, if I kill Altex, there's 15 seconds left. They've already pushed lobby. They think it's going to be a B play. If we come up the vent, we kill Altex, we've got the site. No, you don't. Lucky was there the entire time.
6 in a row, baby. Sashi only 4 rounds on their T side after getting the pistol, and that started off with 3.
I was going to say, they've not lost a gun round in this second half, have they?
They haven't. They lost the pistol round to ESC. They lost the eco, and since then, it's been an upward trajectory for the Danes. I'm still not happy, ultimately, with whatever happens. If Sashi win this series, I'm still sitting here and being like, you know, I'm not fully convinced yet with Sashi, but it would make me very disappointed in ESC that they couldn't hold on to this.
I'll be impressed if Sashi, like, close this now.
I'll be impressed in isolation.
Yeah.
Oh, it's outside smokes. It's the default ones. It's just cheeky. 1, 2, 3. Iceberg's already down the vent, though. Oh, that's a big gap.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear indeed.
Well,
there
you
must
can't
have been a
go
mollo.
down there now.
No, and Iceberg doesn't need to be down secret anymore. He could do well with rotating back towards the A bomb site. You have full information, no one's gone down B. Iceberg needs to be getting up this vent.
That's the point, actually. I don't really see people disrupt the smokes with mollies anymore.
I think it's because it's doing mouse smokes. But instead, all of a sudden, we've thrown 1, 2, 3, and there must have been a disrupt the molly. There's no way they missed those smokes. That's like Nuke 101. And also, as I mentioned, Iceberg has come up vent, and you've also got now a double setup towards ramp. Zyphon's gonna be a fast rotation towards heaven. These are very good positions, and for ESC, the only thing to get them onto the bomb site is a Molotov from Samey and human flashbangs. Smoke replenished towards door as well.
You just gotta go. You have to go and just rely on the fact that you're gonna hit your headshots. If you're Sashi, you're thinking, we've got 20 seconds left, where are you? Like, what are you doing? Molly will go in towards CT vent, and then Altex can just swing on the left-hand side. Yeah, that's easy. That's simple. That's nothing for ESC, and that is 11 for Sashi. 2 rounds away from taking the series.
They had to go out towards A, and they just go to their death. Flawless on the gun rounds here for Sashi. And the rounds have also been fairly clean.
Tell you who else has been clean. Teen. Nearly got 20 kills.
I think he's our favourite player now.
I think he's great.
He's also just a good player.
He's really good. He's really good.
Outside of his name being fantastic, he is also just a good player. And I love how this is only his like 7th HLTV best of 3. So that's also, for me, that's giving me a lot of hope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Exactly a 7th. To be fair, though, I said the same about Spavok, who was the AWPer who replaced Mars on Permitter, and he, well, we've all seen. So hopefully with Teen, he actually does continue to improve, because I don't think Spavok did. Speaking of Teen, yeah, okay.
There you go.
He's such a fiend. And he just spots the ramp lurk as well. So now it's going to accelerate down towards B. But Lucky is here. That's a big kill. That's a big double. Oh, he's not allowed them to make their way onto the bomb site. He's also just provided extra layers of defense. Bomb's been denied. Cabby coming down vent. He's been caught. And Teen, he has control of A, but we've lost control of the bomb. Zyphon holding it. Oh, Zyphon nails the instant headshot. This was a 5 versus 3. You had only one player to deal with, and they cannot get past Lucky and Zyphon. Sashi stay flawless, and they hit map and series points.
I know Zyphon had a massive hold there with 3 kills, but look at this from Lucky. After the double entry, the fact that he goes back in to take the second shot, and it is an instant flick onto Mari. And that gives that space for Zyphon. What a round. Sashi are in control. And the money is very limited now for ESC.
Yeah.
They prioritize the weaponry over the utility.
Ooh.
Where are your smokes? You got one on B Army.
Never a fan. Bro, Lucky went for that double peek the last round because he knows he has to. Issue is Zyphon, one of the heroes.
Bit OTT from Zyphon.
Yeah, do we need to be playing above the credit smoke with a rifle there? If you had an AWP, okay, I could understand. But instead, we've now allowed for them to scale down towards secret. Or have we? The smokes. Oh, it's ruined ESC. Iceberg, though, only able to get 1 kill. Deals so much damage to the second. And Lucky, the rotations, it's pivotal. Teen, he's being hunted for, and all of a sudden, Teen, who's been a predator in this map, turns into the prey. B-Army on 8 kills after the altercation with Iceberg. They know they're towards secret. They don't have confirmation. Oh no, they do have confirmation of Mari because he got the kill onto Zyphon. So they know that both players are in and around outside. And Iceberg, he's looking to end it off onto B-Army, ends what he started. Mari's been identified. Sure, it comes at the cost of Iceberg's life, but he was on 8 HP. You're more than happy to get the information for the death there, and you can see the CT side reacting in response. Altex just holding for this main push. He's going to get rewarded for his patience. Boom. Instant headshot. Sashi, a comeback where they lose the pistol round in the second half and then go flawless on the CT side.
Yeah, gun rounds were brilliant. And you got to give a lot of credit in those closing rounds to Lucky. Because he brings the AWP out. We say, we've not really seen him on the AWP all that much. And he gets it, and he just blows them out the water. 2 important multi-kills in back-to-back rounds mean that Sashi stay alive in CCT in this series, and unfortunately for ESC, they are eliminated.
It makes more sense to have Sashi be the team that wins on paper.
Yep.
But in the series, it doesn't make sense. And I think Sashi, look, it's a victory, but I cannot imagine, Brendan, they're overly excited about this victory. They do survive, and it is ultimately an unranked tournament, the CCT 16, so it's not going to have the biggest of impacts, but I think I brought this up at the very beginning of the day, being like, as a newer team, it doesn't matter like where you're getting the wins. It's just getting that early momentum, motivation boost. It's so important to these newer teams. So for Sashi, look, they get the victory, sure. And for ESC, it's hard because I feel like they've played really good Counter-Strike tournament, but ultimately, that's how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, it's a shame, but the matches were kind of hard. Like the Swiss stage is stacked now, so you can't really afford to be making these mistakes. And the fact that they have pushed teams so far, I think is important and a good learning experience for them moving forward into the future series. So I'm happy for them, to be honest. I do think that they will come back and bounce back. I don't think 0-3 is a real reflection of how well they performed overall during the Swiss stage.
Completely agree. So I can't wait to see more from this Polish firehouse. But in the meantime, Brandon, that's us done for today. We've got 2 more best of 3s. We mentioned them during the broadcast. We've got a Barnbuster, OG versus Aurora. And then to finalize the day, we have Monty versus Cybershock. Those are both 1-on-1 games. So whoever wins those will be in touching distance of playoffs. And then on the duality of that, you'll be on touching distance of elimination. So make sure to tune in about 15 minutes. We'll be going live again with a new set of fresh faces. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you next time.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to be heading into the action of our third series of today. Obviously, I'm Zola, joined by the wonderful CMD. And before we delve deep about this first match that we get to see, Charlie, how are you feeling today? You looking forward to today's games?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, we're right in the thick of it with the Swiss stage right now. Already got to see some crazy stuff out here. We've already seen 2 teams eliminated, Fred.
Yeah.
I mean, it was always going to be a difficult situation when you are in that 0-2 record, but we've already seen that fate has been sealed. So when you start to see teams already progress and already get eliminated, that's where it feels like the tension's already heating up. Sure, you've got a few days left of it, but it does feel like it just adds that spice, it adds that drama factor to it. But we're right in the middle of things with our first game, aren't we? With that 1-1 record. No team's getting eliminated just yet or progressing just yet.
Yeah, obviously you're looking at the teams that have already gone 0-3, as you can see on your screen. It's 9 in ESC, and let's be honest, I think ESC, you're coming into it, it's a newly formed roster. Obviously, pieces have played together before, but they're not kind of that kind of crazy team that you'd expect. Oh, okay, well they're going to make it through playoffs. But for 9, this is a side with many strong pieces. You know, you look at the individuals on this team, and these are players that played at that kind of highest level. I guess maybe for the likes of Kragan and obviously Babexter, it's not that same level, but look, you've got players like Mantu, like Rouse, like Faven. These are very experienced players, very, high quality players as well. And the fact that 9 have gone 0-3 here in the Swiss stage is pretty ridiculous. I think that's a crazy, crazy story. I think Paravision as well, being in that 0-2 spot, it's also pretty mental. Obviously they have won, so they're now 1-2, but in those 2 games they lost 2-0 to Monty and to Sinners. So I'm thinking, you're looking at that game that's an 0-2 game. It's 9 against Paravision. I don't think either of these teams deserve to be one of the first to be eliminated. But obviously 9 have been removed. But obviously, Charlie, Aurora versus OG is going to be our first game to be seen today. Third series of the day. And I'm excited for this one because obviously, with OG, we got to see them. A couple of days ago, and I think they look pretty good. I really like the way in which they played. I feel like a player that played absolutely incredibly was Buzz, and I was really, really impressed with kind of the ability that he showed in the server. And I think if that's something that can be brought here, look, I'd be pretty excited for it. I think, look, had a really good game. So did Spook. In fact, Fiku too. I think everyone had their moments on the side of OG. I think the only player that wasn't kind of fragging to the levels we'd expect was Modo, which is an interesting one because usually is at the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, I think let's just dive straight into this game a little bit more in general. Obviously, Aurora versus OG. Yeah, like you mentioned, we got to watch OG, but you got to watch them recently. They definitely were prone to a few mistakes at times, which made the game look a lot closer than it probably could have been. But of course, that was against ESC, one of the teams that we have just seen get eliminated already. So OG definitely need to look to build on from this because the competition is only going to get harder, and harder it is as Aurora are going to be the team that they are facing. Of course, Aurora won their first game. They bested Rebels. Losing, though, to Ecstatic. I don't really exactly think losing to Ecstatic is any sort of cause for concern. Ecstatic are a solid team. It probably is a game Aurora looking at, hoping that they would do a little bit better. But I think it's more the thing that caught me off so much is how one-sided that map number 1 was. They did kind of get blown out of the water. It felt like Aurora didn't even show up. It felt they were really slow to warm up into the server. The pieces weren't really stepping up. You had Grix, of course, who looked great. The rest of the team, though, just nowhere to be seen. And that just felt like, I don't know what that was. Whether that was just it took them a while to warm up. Because they at least stepped up on map number 2. It was their map selection, though. But yeah, it wasn't the greatest showing in the last outing for Aurora, and the competition's only getting harder with this OG that, like you mentioned, they've looked very good in the game that we did get to watch from them. But in terms of the pieces of this team, I mean, you've got an average age of this team of 22. There's a lot of very young players on it, and there's a lot of very young, talented prospects that I think a lot of other teams are going to be looking at, hoping they can maybe get a slice of the pie with some of these players. But who is it that you're looking at? I might even say other than Grix on this team right now, because there's some brilliant players.
Well, look, the reason Charlie said that, Grix, he's come up from the academy. He's been absolutely excellent. And I think a lot of what we saw was when he was on that Aurora Youngblood. Now he's on the main team, he has still continued to impress.
Yeah, not looking out of place, is he?
No, definitely not. And I think that's something that we're always going to be expecting from a player like Grix. I actually have been really impressed with Kenzie, actually. I think he's a player that's one of the longest standing members on this roster. You've got to imagine that Norway and Kenzie have got great synergy. And I think Kenzie can be, a really, really high-performing player at times. Obviously, when you've got players like Grix that have come in, and obviously Patsy as well, that's a big name too. I think Mackenzie's now going to be less of a kind of a high fragger and maybe a little bit more of a facilitator. So I think right now, I think this roster's looking pretty good. I think Kenzie can be one of those players that can have those big moments, can kind of have those really, really kind of creative moments. And I think now that they've injected a little bit more firepower, I think this roster's looking scary. But obviously, we had a little bit of a talk about the OG roster. I think the way in which they played the other day was really, really good. I think everyone had their moments. As mentioned, Modo was the only player who didn't really kind of have crazy frags in that game against ESC. But look, I don't think it matters. I think everyone was really performing. I actually really was impressed with Crizzen. You think back to that Ancient game, the only reason they were so dominant initially was because of Crizzen, and obviously Crizzen on Nuke as well was pretty good. So I think right now, this roster, you've got to imagine, as time goes on, as kind of they are able to progress and kind of better their synergy with one another, I think this roster is going to be moving on to kind of bigger and better things. But look, Charlie, I think it's going to be an interesting game here. I think both teams have that kind of stacked lineup, and I think a lot of what could determine success here will be the Vetos. So we'll head over there. Anything you're expecting regarding the Vetos?
I mean, between these two teams, what we have seen, it feels like there's a lot of interesting pieces where to go. I'll be surprised if we see a train today, if I'm going to be honest, Fred. I know you've been desperate to actually get your first game to cast on. I think there's no chance train is going to be coming out. I think that's going to be... I was going to say it'd be interesting if it's not going to be an instant ban, but it feels like it should be on paper. There's a lot of different areas you can go. Aurora feels like Mirage is the obvious shout in terms of what to pick. OG haven't played it a lot. It's a map Aurora love to play. A lot of their players are suited to it, and yeah, that's going to be an early pick for them. I think Anubis would be an interesting shout here for OG. It's not a great map for them.
I go for Ancient.
For it.
No, look, sample size.
Instead, yeah.
Sample size alone, statistic alone, OG prefer Ancient. It's clear that that's the map they want to pick. You touched upon whether kind of maybe both these teams are going to look to slide train. I would have actually really liked to see OG ban Mirage, because if OG ban Mirage, okay, yeah, there's the chance for train, but neither team are going to be too well versed on train. Yet, Mirage is a map, as you said, OG don't really play it at all. Aurora is one of their best maps, highest sample size. I think OG could have taken that gamble. They could have taken that risk. And then you kind of force your opponents to pick a map like Dustin, which you're better at. A map like Inferno, which you've got the sample size. Nuke, the same regard with statistics. And same with Anubis. I think maybe we could have seen kind of a Mirage ban from OG, but it's clear they are still so hesitant about train. They don't want to bring it into their map pool, which is understandable.
I mean, I think that's the biggest concern. I think if maybe OG were facing most other teams apart from Aurora, they might actually opt to make that play. The issue is Aurora have actually played this map. Yeah. It is only once, and they actually were the ones to pick it. And I think that's a big difference, where you're the ones to pick and want to play on this map. It likely will indicate to OG, okay, this team's got some understanding of what exactly they want to do on this. This isn't a map that they're necessarily looking to insta-ban every time. Just maybe keep it as that 7th map in the pool or the 6th map, just to slide and punish teams early on with this map just newly being introduced. Because you can still do that before every team's at least going to have somewhat of an understanding on it. Yeah, in terms of the vetoes, I was hoping maybe we'd see a bit of an Anubis from OG. Solely as it is a bit of a punish pick for Aurora, but you completely understand that they want to play to their own strengths. It feels like this is a pretty good indication of that being the case from this veto. We've got the Mirage from Aurora. That feels like best of both worlds. It's a map you're great at. It's a map that OG don't play a lot, or haven't at least played a lot. Ancient, yeah, obviously it is going to be it's the most sample size this team play. They want to pick it in most of their series. It's a pretty decent win rate for them as well. And then obviously having that Inferno as the decider. King of third maps, everyone's going to know how to play that one to somewhat of a degree. But I think it's going to be an interesting one. And Fred, we're jumping straight into things here.
Yeah,
I think of Aurora.
Yeah, look, you touched on the Inferno. We saw Ecstatic absolutely dominate Aurora on Inferno. So I think if things do get to that third and final, it could be a little bit scary, I have to say. I think when you base it off recent form, it's not looking great. But Patsy searching for an opener here. Crizzen be able to keep himself alive. I like this idea from Crizzen. A bit of a bait and switch. Oh, nice find from Crizzen. This is the bomb in apartments. If Klax goes down, this could be really difficult. Fiku now systematically tapping through the con smoke. Has gained a lot of vital information. Modo from Window Finding Norway. And pushing through the smoke is Kenzie. I said he likes to go for these kind of risky, creative plays. But Fiku, wise to Kenzie's plan. looking at this pistol round, it doesn't seem as though Aurora, they kind of have the game plan, and as the frags are just going the way of OG, we expect this pistol round to follow. Clax and Grix, though. Grix is a player that we've seen countless times in the CCT, and we know what he can provide. So, although it is a 2 versus 5, it's a pistol round, isn't it, Charlie? This is where the clutches really can be seen, because all it takes, a couple quick shots, bring things back into a positive scenario.
Yeah, Aurora are just trying to search at anything, but nothing's being given up. It's really well played from the CTs, but Grix goes the extra mile to find Prison. Player in CT here, Clax losing the bomb. Grix, his chance of winning the round now is almost all but gone. Spook will surely find the kill. And OG win the pistol round. A couple of kills are found towards the end from Aurora, but it always felt like it was going to be a CT round, and they do go on to finally take it.
A real consolation prize, wasn't it, that round? You know, Aurora given a couple kills, but it's not the end of the world. OG were never going to lose that. I think we say, okay, yeah, pistol rounds, they have that kind of allure for clutches, but I think the expectation and the reality was always going to be going the OG way. Just the eco here for Aurora. Obviously, you know, we said that OG, you know, they're a side that are looking good. They've got the individuals. I think Aurora as well. When you look at this group stage, right? When you look at this Swiss stage, you're looking at a team like Aurora, and you're thinking they're probably one of the favorites. You think about Aurora, you think about Fnatic. These are some teams that have kind of competed at the top level. And the fact that both of those teams are 1-1 is a bit of a surprise, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit. You look at the side of Aurora, obviously, there's a couple of newer additions. They've only really played with this full 5 for 4 series now. So it's not been a massive amount, but, I mean, there's already is a lot of synergy in this team, so you don't feel like it would be one of those big roster changes that should take a huge amount of time to really get settled and everything. On the other side of OG, yeah, I mean, like I said, when we've seen them, it does feel like there is a bit of a nature that there is still a good few mistakes in this team. And it's just ironing out those before it feels like they're really hitting their full stride. Because we've seen a lot of great moments from them, but yeah, it can be brilliant rounds just followed by a really questionable couple of decisions, and then the round spirals and the game gets a little closer. Yeah, things like that. So it definitely feels like these teams still have a little bit to work on before we do fully see them in that spot where we're gonna get to see really what they're all about.
And look, I think that's what we were saying about Ecstatic, you know, a fair few months ago when their kind of new roster changes and stuff like that. We didn't see the best of initial performances, but we knew that this Ecstatic roster could have these high heights. And now it's been, you know, 8 months that the main core has been playing together now. It's not this new form roster. And that's the reason they're the top of the Swiss stage. Highest round difference. They've looked excellent. In the games against Aurora and Iberian Soul, they've both been 2-0s. And you look at the result on Inferno, Ecstatic are looking very, very confident here on that map. So I'm thinking right now, Ecstatic, they gave it time. They allowed the project to kind of have its moment, and now they're reaping the rewards of it.
I think it also just shows how competitive all the teams are in this.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, it's so tough to determine the Swiss stage, but it's going to be a palace pop here. Buzz finds nothing. Flax actually doesn't take down Prison. It's Grix blinded towards the balcony to take him down instead, and kills through smokes are just the name of this round. CTs are trying to press something, but nothing's going out for them at all. Kenji in the lurk towards middle might be able to find Fiku, but the round's already won by Aurora.
Look, I said it the other day when you're playing that balcony position. The player jumping out is always going to be the hardest kill to get, especially when you've got an MP9, but it's not easy. Just wait for the second to jump out. You're not going to be seen by the first. You're going to get a freebie on the second. Then you can readjust and try and find. I really struggle with the kind of the idea of, let's get the awkward kill first, and then we can find the simple one. And time again, you see it caught out or catching out a player. Usually it's when there's kind of Tech 9s and Glocks, but it was a full rifle round, and that's why the trade was so easy to attain there. But Aurora, first round with weaponry, can't really go much better. 5 survivors, finances on the rise, and it's not that we didn't see any Galils or Mac 10s. They opted for full AKs. They opted to kind of restrict their own utility, but it's worked out very well.
The reinvestment's out. for both sides. I mean, it's going to be interesting talking about the AWP duel in this game when we do get to it, because I do think, obviously, like you mentioned already, didn't get to see the greatest of times from Modo against ESC, so be interesting how he does contend with Grix when that weapon comes out of play. I mean, certainly it looked like it was just a bit of a bad day at the office there for Modo, but still, the team won dominantly, so can't complain too much.
Yeah, look, Aurora. Can they double down though? Oh, it's unfortunate for Spook. I feel like he's got to be finding Norway there, but CT setup could be strong to deal with this short and Apps aggression. Fiku kind of has to get 2 here. Modo though will get 1 quick trade from Klax, and now still man advantage the way of Aurora.
And this is where the util just starts to come out to force Buzz in market at bay for as long as possible.
Look where his team
Looking
is.
at Chris's position,
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any real intent to go for this. I think the util towards Buzz probably indicated, yeah, there's not a lot of room for me to breathe here.
Aurora,
Second
though,
round.
I'm liking it.
Yeah.
It's just I feel like it's a fairly simple round. It's the same as what we saw in the last. It was just an A hit. This time it was a B split. Nothing fancy. Aurora playing the round with a bit of speed. They don't want to allow OG to kind of get these deep positions, and I think it's the right way to play. I think they've kind of realized that OG, they like to take kind of deep control and maybe push a player through apartments, maybe get a player deep in Palace and look to flank. Yeah, Aurora, they don't kind of allow for it. So right now, I'm really liking how Aurora are playing. It was a bit unfortunate for Spook there. It's got to be said. But I think at the same time, it's just sometimes early on in a series, might not be kind of fully dialed in, might not be fully warmed up. I'm loving this, though, straight away. OG, they've lost 2 rounds in a row. They haven't looked kind of competitive enough to take them either. So we're going to be seeing a pause called. I think it's the right approach. They've got to change things up. They're on the favoured side here of Mirage. And I don't think they want to allow Aurora to string all too many rounds in a row.
No, I mean, that would be the biggest issue. We end up seeing a couple more rounds go the way of Aurora, and next thing you know, the good start from OG is quickly evaporated. But it is likely just going to be this eco. They've got enough money to bring out weapons in the next. It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be good enough. You've at least got Buzz and Crizant on some weaponry, so there's always that chance of a round going their way. I mean, we haven't even discussed this in terms of what team either of us are particularly leaning towards. Did you have any specific favouring coming into this one?
To be honest, I just want to sit back and watch. I don't really... I feel like it's tough with teams like this because OG have made fairly recent roster changes. Same goes for Aurora. You look at the maps and it's kind of Mirage where we're thinking, okay, OG don't play it that often. Obviously, we saw that long drawn out game against Fnatic, which obviously they lost, but still, it shows they're competitive on it. I still think Mirage is going to go the way of the Aurora. I think Ancient should be found. I think it's going to go all 3, but I have no clue where Inferno is going to go. So, I feel like favouring's tough. Maybe just recent form alone, kind of, that we got to watch OG, I'd favour them, but it's not really kind of any concrete evidence as to why. It's just a bias based on kind of we got to cast their recent game. I think that's all I can go off of.
Yeah, I do think a lot of these games are going to be difficult. I have really been liking what I've got to see recently from Aurora, and obviously being a big fan of players like Grix, it's going to be great to watch them play, but really good re-aggression there from the CT. Spook's looking for more in front of the flashbang, does get traded, but a 1-for-1 with just an unarmored 5-7.
Excellent, yeah. I love that. Just peeking before the flash is going to come, peeking before Aurora's kind of idea even comes through. I really like that, but down to the 2-on-2. Weaponry can be retrieved. Oz has got a smoke and a defuse kit. Certainly a possibility here. Aurora have to realise that they are going to be making their way up short. Black's in a nice position here. Reposition for Grix, and Grix out in the open, but will find Buzz. Oh, Modo. Not quick enough to spot. We'll sight the second, though. Modo's got information here. Grix might go try and play silent here, expecting that Modo doesn't know about him. But Grix will still find, and that's the Grix we were hoping for and expecting here. Simple shots there with the AK, but... yeah, I think, obviously, when you kind of have the early games in the Swiss stage where we're kind of trying to reshuffle the deck and I guess identify which teams are going to be kind of the strengths and the weaknesses. And obviously, as the Swiss stage goes on, I feel like the games always get closer. And as we're kind of in the round 3 games, I think these are always going to be close ones. I think we are going to be seeing far more 3-map series.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always the chance of a 2-0, but you're going to need a team to play completely on top form for that to be the case. But yeah, a lot of them do give off that aura of, it does feel like it's going to be a 3-map series, really. But
yeah,
got the AWP out on both AWPers now.
And Moto's got a molly that you have to imagine that's been dropped to him, because otherwise he could have bought armor.
Yeah, you'd probably hope so. In fact, just judging by the loss bonus, I don't think there would have been a world he would have been able to buy them both. Norway does find one towards mid. Spook getting the trade on him. You can see a lot of players towards Connector and Jungle Buzz. Gets peeked onto from Pazzy. Kenzie finds one and at Klax's HE grenade. Finishes it off Buzz in Connector. Disadvantage from OG, and you can see Spook just giving himself some room to play with from the smoke, and the spam's so good, but it's the last bullet that needs to connect.
As I said, though, OG, they love these deep flanks. That's exactly what's happening already. Fiku is in a great position. With Grix finding Spook, now it becomes very difficult. Fiku, so tough. He's got Grix to deal with. He's going to drop the smoke. He spotted one there. Oh, great find onto Klax. Klax is giving his life up. Now it's the AWP of Grix and the low HP of Kenzie. This could be very difficult, but Kenzie doesn't shy away from the task. Will find Fiku and Aurora. They will continue.
Yeah, really great call from Kenzie there, actually. Gets chipped away at so heavily, takes CT, then wraps around. And you can see in that 1 versus 2 that still the information isn't relayed. That there's a chance he could have been in jungle. So despite Kenzie's HP, he still manages to find the kill, no issues.
Yeah, obviously that being the first round with both AWPers and their specialist weapon in hand. I feel like we've seen a fair bit already from Grix, whether it's on a pistol, whether it's kind of on a rifle, but now he's on the big green. This is where Grix can really look to elevate his gameplay.
Already showed us some nice shots.
Yeah.
With the rifle already, so yeah, it'd be good to actually watch him bring out the AWP again, but it's just a half buy for OG. Not enough cash in the bank to fully invest, so...
I think the scary thing for OG is I remember watching Grix on Ancient. The way he plays on Ancient shows so much quality throughout. The way he utilises the AWP on Ancient as well is very exciting. So with that being the second map, I'm quite excited to see how that Ancient goes. But great luck from Norway, cutting off the rotation, finding 2. They deal with the player in the back of the bomb site quite nicely as well. But OG look out of ways here. They don't seem too confident whatsoever. This isn't the OG of a couple days ago, is it?
I mean, it makes you... There's a number of things to look at here. I mean, like I said, I do really like what we've seen from this Aurora side. I think the pickups that they've made recently as well feel like they fit perfectly. You just need to give it a bit more time for any sort of issues or inconsistencies to disappear.
Yeah.
But also, this is an OG that don't play a lot of Mirage.
Very true. Yeah, I think as well, you're right. I think Patsy's got a lot of experience still at his young age, playing for Spirit, playing for obviously for Liquid for a couple months. So I think obviously Patsy's going to have absolutely plenty of experience. And then you look at kind of the academy progression of Grix. I feel like Aurora Youngblood, that side's going to be a little bit disappointed that Grix is no longer with the squad, but it happens. Very talented individual though.
I mean, it's great to see players advance from the academy straight over to the main roster. And the fact that Grix is playing so well, obviously it's only a small sample size we've actually seen from him so far on the main roster. But I mean, he's looked exactly the same. And you can have a lot of players who have issues progressing and making that leap up to tier 1. And sort of this tier 1.5 as well. But so far, I haven't noticed any of that from this player. But basic A hit here into an empty bomb site, flash into CT to get one of the plays even deeper. I don't think Aurora were expecting this little resistance when they pushed the ball to this side of the map.
Yeah, Kenzie, really impressive round here. Could find another in Fiku. As I said, Charlie, There's a reason I highlighted this man when it comes to kind of the ones to watch, because can be such a nuisance. Just how is he able to do that? He's a late lurking con. All the attention's being shown towards A, but I don't see how OG aren't prepared for it.
Yeah, there's... I mean, we yet to see an OG round since winning the first two. It's a very minor change-up in that one from Aurora, where we've seen a bit more presence towards the actual A site and just a bombardment of utility towards Connector. This time, they do have Kenzie very quick to make it into that position, make his way into the backline. You just see the OG player sort of caught in limbo, in between the smoke and in between Connector. It just allows Kenzie to come in for an easy cleanup. Sure, the double wasn't expected, but when you've got a player of his talents, it's always a possibility. But it's 6 in a row now for Aurora. Unsurprising that we're seeing the tactical balls come through from OG. They need to have some sort of change-up. Luckily, keeping some weapons alive, we're going to at least be able to see another reinvestment. Round number 9. And this is where OG have had the time. Where they've had the time to sort of discuss what they want to do, what they want to change. So it's going to be desperate times very soon if they start to fail to convert these rounds. All the way out towards middle. Flashbangs aren't good enough. Yes, he gets caught by one of them. Might be a CT flash or just a missed E1. But no harm done. Makes his way back out towards now. It's just a bit of a lack of speed. HE grenade towards top mid. Does a good chunk of damage. And Moda with a double collat towards B apartments, finding Kenzie and Clax. Able to back away and now just reposition. The bomb's been reclaimed from Aurora as they fully looked at retreat from this side of the map.
Yeah, I think when a kill like that comes through, I think it's always so valuable. Bit of a 2-for-1. The fact there's no trade possibility either. A bit unfortunate, obviously, for Aurora, but finally, look, it can be a round like that. It can be kind of a lucky moment or an opportune moment for a collateral where, okay, yeah, finally, OG, something goes their way.
I mean, this has got to be a round that they convert.
Yeah.
Unless something severely goes wrong, we might finally have the change-up from OG. Only real issue is we didn't actually get to see the real game plan of what it was that they wanted to do with the tactical pause. Maybe it was to get Modo into B apartments, but even then you can never rely on a collateral digging you out of trouble. Maybe we would have seen that trade. So although it might not have gone the way that they planned the round to go, it's still a round victory. They do it dominantly. They keep a lot of players survive. Gonna have a bit of money flow in now. And Aurora instantly, 6 rounds in a row, they lose 1. Tactical pause, very similar to OG using theirs early.
Yeah, look, I think it's always the right way to play. I think, look, Aurora have had a really good start here on Mirage, but they do have to identify, okay, yeah, yes, we've had a good start, but this is also a map that OG are going to be well versed on. It's Mirage. It's not going to be any team's kind of unknown territory. And I think, realistically, if OG are able to salvage this half and get themselves maybe a 6-6, they find the pistol, they're on the T side, they're only 5 rounds away from winning it. So I think when you look at it like that, Aurora, they understand and they really kind of identify, yes, we're winning right now. Yes, our T side has been good, but let's make sure that we do get these final 3, or at least get kind of 1 or 2 more, because we've had a good start. Let's not waste it. Already, though, Aurora, it looks as though they are going to be going for a bit of an A split. Smoke here in Palace. It's just whether they're ready for Fiku. Fiku's in a really good position. Ooh, see a player behind bench. Molly's going to land, but Norway found beforehand. Still, we have Fiku ready and waiting, tucked away. Patsy will get spooked. They can deal with a player top ticket. Be excellent, but Molly in jungle. Flash is coming over. They still got to deal with Fiku on the bomb site. He maneuvers his way to Ram, but a perfect isolation fight there. Finding Clax. They've still got to find Fiku, and Patsy confident he can do it alone, but Buzz with the quick trade. Now all on Kenzie. 1 versus 2. He's been chipped away at. Reposition from Buzz. Kenzie spots. 50 seconds to work with. His teammate in Moto's got to come and help at some point soon, and he does. At the final moments, Moto appears. Will get the killing blow. OG, although a costly round based on casualties, they are still victorious. They can still get an investment, and Aurora might just have to look to half bite with maybe Kenzie and Patsy with hero rifles.
Yeah, we see Aurora go back towards the classic A site hit that they've gone through a number of times this game, but they just lack the speed that they've had in some of the others. They never really got out of these positions. You had a player stuck towards ramp, one behind a smoking pallet, and it just felt like you were very delayed in actually pushing out, or that even being the intended goal. So the longer they were taking, the more Fiku just ended up getting baited in.
Moto to get posted on this angle. They're all just gonna take their time, wait for their moment. See, swing. Oh, the Deagle will get one, but Moto not ready for the AK of Patsy. Crizzen will find. Close to short. Grix retrieving the weapon. The Deagle attempting. Crizzen continues. Norway now retrieving that AK. Norway posted up on the angle, prepared for Spook. Just waiting for his teammate to join him. Spook now sending the Molotov to balcony. Players crossing back. They've got a minute to work with here, and I think the backing away is the right approach. Because already OG, they seem a little bit confused as where Aurora are going to go. They've opted to split. I don't mind this market holding jungle, but it does leave Fiku very isolated.
Yeah, we luckily have the weapons joggled across now. Clax to play with armor wielding that AK. And the two of them just looking to push towards middle. It looks like the main goal is going to be probably Clax to try to trade Norway, but a chance to win a round like this, you're hoping Norway's going to be able to find one before going down. They're able to get towards short without being spotted.
Yeah, but this double B is going to be really tough to deal with. Ooh, Spook spotted one. Quick find from Spook, and that is Clax falling. Armored AK eliminated, and Norway such limited time. Spook will get a second of the round. Nice discipline there from OG, from both Buzz and Spook, not wanting to kind of throw everything at that. But as said, look, Aurora, it was 6-2 up. It goes 6-3. It has been the OG show. I feel like not really much has changed. It just seems like maybe Aurora are playing a little bit more timidly. I feel like, as you pointed out on their last A hit, there was that lack of speed, there was that lack of intensity, and Aurora have got to win this final round, because otherwise, I guess the successes of the initial portion, you might not see it. If OG can somehow come back and win Mirage, it would be crazy, especially when they were 6-2 down on the CT side. But nice find from Grix. The AWP in hand can provide, and now Buzz under a lot of threat. Ooh, such an awkward fight. Moto finds Norway in the process. But Kenzie again on these late lurks. Aggression here has got to be found, but Buzz missed shots. Grix can find him, and now Grix, 9 HP in the clutch. We'll get the tag there, Mollying off his opponent. Blinded though, and Grix unable to find the kill. Not going to be an easy clutch, not in the slightest. Reposition from Grix. Trying to isolate. Odo's got to be cautious. He is very much out in the open. Grix, quick to Palace. Moto realizing. Smoking Palace now. Odo's just posting on the angle, yeah.
He's actually still holding this smoke. Really well played from Moto. Understood the game plan, understood what Grix is likely to do, and still read him like a book there. And big turnaround from Moto himself, 13-5 at the end of that half, but mainly big turnaround from OG, because 6-2 with no signs of Aurora slowing down at all. It looked like this half could have ended really dominantly and put OG at a spot where maybe there was no room to come back, but they've done it within the half. Look, the final 4 rounds, and I mean, look, we're in a leveled up game now.
Yeah, very impressive. I have to say, OG, you look at the rounds where they are kind of taking those gambles. Obviously, you look at the previous round against kind of the AK and Deagle of Clax. Aurora showed presence towards B. OG stayed doubled up. The same goes for that last round. Okay, yeah, Grix is in a 1 versus 2, but he has enough time to go towards B. Yet, OG seemed very sure of the game plan of Aurora, of they're going to show presence, but instead of rotating off, they are actually going to go back. And it's clear that OG, they've done excellent research on Aurora, because there's been so many rounds where Aurora have shown presence, they've lost a couple kills, but they've still decided to go back to where the casualties were, because I'm guessing a vast majority of time, they're worried about space being taken elsewhere and they don't feel confident about it. So I like how OG played their CT side there, where they kind of double up where all presence has been seen. Because if Grix goes towards B, it's an open bomb site. He can get posted up. He's got utility. It could have been perfect. But trades coming through here in Connector. Fiku finding Grix. Fiku now searching for something. Oz finding Kenzie, Kristen. Oh, okay, the CTs. The round gets very difficult now for Fiku. I want to say this was a 3 versus 2, but it's gone down to a 2 versus 0. Excellent stuff there from Norway finding 3.
I mean, that was a 4-on-2 there.
Yeah.
That was just so quick. Norway with 2 kills, Klax with 1. And you just see Fiku's in an impossible situation at that point. Low HP in Connector. CT's holding both sides. And Aurora somehow winning that pistol there. Just shows how quickly these pistols can flip. But they do deny OG taking the lead.
Well, both teams now winning a pistol. Fair game. It's all even, all square. There's no kind of world where we're saying, well, this team won both pistols, so there's an asterisk over the victory, or look, this team won both pistols. How have they only got 7 rounds, kind of thing. Just the eco though. OG going to be trailing by 2. I think Aurora are going to be feeling pretty confident here. You have to imagine they do prefer the CT side. They are on their map pick, and you've got to say, I feel like the CT side is where, when you make newer additions, when you kind of have these introductions, I feel like the CT side is a lot easier to kind of show talent still. I feel like the T side, where you're going to have a difference in kind of identity and, I guess, game plan. MP9 though, Norway able to find plenty. Bomb denied there. So much money made there with the MP9, and Kristen all that remains.
Yeah, so close to that bomb actually going down there. And that would have been massive for Aurora to take. Would have been really nice, but I mean, yeah, somehow denied just in the nick of time. But 2-round lead now. OG back on the weapons.
Look, we don't expect the Glocks to be showing much, and obviously the game plan was the bomb plant. The fact that no damage is dealt to a single Aurora player there is crazy to me. Grix, though, he's got the AWP in hand. It is going to be an A play here. OG opting for simplicity here. Utility not perfect. HE grenade slightly chipping away at Kristen. We're going to see some rotations coming through now. Utility. Oh, it's all about timing for a flash, but a flash that never comes. Kristen able to find Klax so easily, and Kristen's taking space now, already so deep towards CT. And to be honest, I like this from Aurora. It seems like they're going to play discipline, wait for a fight, wait for a pick. If it doesn't come their way, do you think they're going to save?
I mean, they don't have a particularly great position in here at all. They're all now coming from CT. This could actually work. They're going with a lot of speed. This could just catch out the T's completely. All of the attack mainly coming from CT, and you've got Kenzie playing very slow towards jungle now, and now he's just trapped away. It looked good initially, a couple of kills found, but finally we see the T's fighting back, and Grix and Kenzie want to save these weapons into the next. Kenzie's not going to be allowed to.
You see that smoke thrown? I feel like that just works massively against Aurora. Obviously, they're doing it to try and get kind of a ninja defuse, but it just allows the players on the back of the bomb site to try and work around that smoke. There was still a fair bit of time there. I don't think they needed to opt for that so early on. I think Aurora, as you said, all retaken from CT, or at least the vast majority, they could have caught out OG, but the second that smoke goes down, you see the real pivot in the round. Big round from OG though, right?
Yeah.
Look,
yeah, 100%.
Without it, Aurora fine 9, potentially 10, with it being a half buy from OG, and that's where we're saying 10-6. Aurora on their map pick. Things could get quite scary, but OG have done very well. Grix.
I mean, they could have really easily just fallen flat here.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, that's the way I thought this game was going to go. I thought it was going to be teeing us up for a bit of a storyline of Aurora taking this one in a 2-0 fashion. And I mean, even if we do see Aurora going to win this game now, just the fact that OG have kept things competitive despite looking pretty out of things those initial 8 rounds. And I thought winning the pistol was the only thing that was going to give them any sort of rounds there on that first half. But
yeah,
no, they proved me wrong. And they're still fighting now on this T side, but of course, he play of Grix, but he's completely out of the action.
Yeah, Norway finds Crescent. Looking at the kill feed, Buzz gets the double. I don't really see a world in which Aurora can win this one. Grix has been given opportunity there towards Con.
It's just going to have to be save the AWP again, surely. But look, the T's want to take this weapon away.
Yeah, I think maybe they've got to kind of re-identify, because look, Grix should know that they're going to be hunting him. He's still, the bomb's only halfway ticked. Grix, if he had a kit, I think he might change his mind, but there's got to be a defuse kit on the bomb side. I would actually love to see Grix try and give it a go with the ninja. Because the team are going to struggle to invest.
Situations where we do. I remember, I think it was with you, or recently on Ancient, the whole team left the bomb site and the player was towards middle and it could have just dropped down bridge, walk over to B and just defuse.
Oh yeah,
empty bomb site
on Anubis, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd wanted a pug last night.
I mean, it's obviously you're never going to know that. Literally all 5 players have somehow given you a perfect avenue just to defuse this bomb. But I would love to just every now and again just see one player be like, yeah, why not? I'll go for it. I'll see.
I think if Grix didn't have an AWP, I think if it was maybe like an MP9 or an M4, he might have gone, well, let's see if we can steal a round away. I think it makes the opposition, not only do you gain the round, but it makes them just look so foolish. It makes them really have to kind of question, we're hunting for a weapon here. We've lost a round, potentially costing us the game because we wanted a kill, because we wanted to take weaponry away. Obviously, it is just going to be Grix with the only weapon here. Potentially a P250, a couple of Deagles in play. I'd like to see Grix try and get aggressive here. Maybe play towards window or jump towards short. I think it's the only way you can play here. I think posting up in B apps, I think it's... Okay, yeah, if they come B, you might have a chance, but otherwise, I don't think it's the right play. But Grix, gonna prove me wrong, I guess. Well, looking at where the T's are on the minimap, I think he'll be proving me right, as Aurora aren't really prepared for this A play in the slightest.
Yeah, Greg's kind of just feeling a bit out of this game. It doesn't even feel like he's necessarily played bad. It just feels like he's not been in the positions to have as much impact with the AWP as we'd want. He is rotating now, and OG's slowing things down. I've actually allowed him.
Well, look how deep we've seen Norway. Oh, has he been spotted? I think he must have done.
I don't think he has. I just think it's all information. Heard some steps, and look at the minimap now. The CTs are ready for this. There is the player in Palace, though. That being Buzz. Could just swing on out and take down Grix, and that might take down the round with it. But 3 players pushing towards ramp. If they go in contact, Grix could have a field day here.
Yeah, Kristen's got to activate and connector. He's only got a Mach 10. It's not going to be easy, but he's got to do something. Oh, ult shot fired, Grix. Sending the HE grenade, dealing a lot of damage. Patsy with the USB confined. Fiku struggling, but will eventually get the kill. Fiku now attempting so much damage dealt from Klax. Norway, the pistols are working, and the pistols make it somehow around for Aurora. Grix was the only one with a real weapon, the only one with an AWP. He was the only one that didn't get a kill. Aurora, what has happened there? OG, that's a real nail bite, a real head scratcher. Any fans watching are going to be very, very disappointed there, and rightly so. How has that round gone the way of Aurora?
I mean, it's like I said with this OG team, it feels like they are prone to making this mistake. They know there is a saved AWP. Why is there not Util forcing every AWP and angle out of the round? Smoke CT, smoke jungle, smoke stairs, just basic stuff to deny Grix having any impact. Modo will deny it in this round, but yeah, last round's where it's needed. And then after that Util's thrown, you can just worry about those site plays, worry about the pistols, molly under pallets, just the most basic things, you'd win the round there. But it feels like they tried to go in contact weirdly, but it was all the information, though, that Nori did get.
Well, I
Telling
think
his whole team to rotate, brilliant.
I think as well, when you look at it, right? Because there's no utility thrown there, and they know the AWP's towards CT, instead of denying him with utility, they try and deny him with their crosshairs. You know what, let's just all aim towards the AWP. Let's make sure that we can take this AWP down the second he peaks. And okay, yeah, there's a USP in play, there's a Deagle in play, but that's not their main focus. OG, they're trying to take down the AWP, and in doing so, they allow that space for the USPs. It's unforgivable. And I think OG now, their chances for Mirage are slowly slipping. You look at the finances, obviously they do get the opener onto Grix. Spook's been boosted up as well, but Kenzie seems aware of a late flank in jungle. So right now, OG, I think if they lose this round, things get really difficult. Obviously, look how deep the positioning of Patsy is. He's got all this control towards ramp. Norway, the smoke can actually work quite well for him. As, knows the T's aren't really going to be pushing here, but steps have been heard. Aggression coming out. Buzz has just thrown his life away. They've heard the steps in under. Norway's got all this information. Look how deep Patsy still is. Obviously, so much control's been taken from Spook, but it might not matter. Norway can deny here. There's no utility to take him down. Bomb to be planted now, but the bomb taken down, and there's nothing OG can do. Viku and Spook attempting, but with too little time and no chances. Aurora again now. Viku, in an attempt to save the AWP, he backs away, but Aurora, they're given another hit.
Yeah, double digits found, money. In a tough spot where we might...
I see the
Do we
force.
see OG Force? It looks
think they've
like
got
it.
to.
Prison's dropped over a Galil.
I think they have to. I think if they force this and win, the finances for Aurora are poor because it is this kind of no loss bonus scenario. So I think this has got to be the round that OG go for the force. I think if they opt for an eco, they allow Aurora to build up a bank. They've got money for the next round if they lose. I think this has to be the round that OG force. But it should never have got to this. We should be seeing a 9-9 scoreline at worst. It's just the fact that OG lose against those USPs and that one Deagle. Obviously, Grix had the AWP, but didn't get a kill with it. The only damage he dealt was with an HE grenade. Modo. He's dropped over a Galil at the cost of armor. He's going glass cannon here.
I mean, Crimson dropped over a Galil for nothing. He did luckily get dropped to Tech 9 into the utility, but proper leader decision there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here Fiku, you don't have enough money to buy a weapon. Take this Galil. I'll go in with a Glock. But luckily, he does get rewarded with a tech. But yeah, I mean, this feels like this could be one of those pivot rounds. It's where saving the AWP's always a difficult choice, and whether that AWP goes down that quickly, the choice gets even harder. Great kill from Fiku, bugged by his side, and the third play on the bomb site, Clax only finding one advantage for OG despite losing the early kill.
Yeah, great entries, great openers there from OG. Excellent out of Palace. A lot of the time, you see when players are kind of progressing out of Palace, you can see things go very wrong, but it's got to be said. The play through Palace there works very nicely. Up in the hands of Crimson. 2 players towards CT. Smoking Palace now, and though OG have the bomb down, this isn't going to be the easiest of rounds. Oh, and the T's look like they want to peek. Oh, so much damage dealt. Now Norway can capitalize. He can find them both. Still, though, so limited regarding time. Crimson missed shot with the AWP. The CT's going to be giving this one up. Norway can find a pick. Crimson will be able to save the AWP. Viku's going to go down regardless. OG, it looked as though they could have thrown that round away if they both peeked from CT. Patsy did so much damage there, but OG, they will win it. And luckily for them, the round, the risky one, the kind of tempting investment has gone their way. Without it, I think we all knew there'd be plenty of struggle here for OG. 2-player saving for Aurora is key, though. You look, there's an AWP in play, there's 2 rifles. Utility's not perfect, but it's a winnable buy.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is. It was a really dire round that OG desperately needed, and they did go on to take it, and that's the most important thing. And the fact that they lose Modo early, which felt like he was so heavily reliant on... He was the reason the round went ahead, because Fiku saved the AWP for him.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, it was 2 Galils, it was pistols, and then obviously the AWP. Nice find from Patsy, great trade, though. Buzz and Fiku on these entries, This kind of partnership has been excellent here. They haven't got control of the back of the bomb site, so they're a little bit worried. Are we going to see a save straight away from Aurora? It does seem that way. So OG, they can level things up. 10 apiece now. I think after losing that round against the USPs, I think many would have written off OG to be victorious here on Mirage, but showing real fight here.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind Aurora actually not necessarily hanging around towards the B side, but maybe just seeing if they can take down a couple of the players as they do look to save. It's obviously money isn't in a good spot for OG whatsoever, so losing 1 or 2 players certainly can make a big difference.
I think as well for these MP9s, you know, they're going to be using MP9s in the next as well. It's not as though they've got themselves kind of premium weapons. We do see one player go down to the bomb there, but not the biggest of problems for OG. 4 survivors, money's looking good. 3 survivors actually. Still though, a cash injection. And Aurora now, they've got these 2 MP9s, they've got the AWP. This is certainly a winnable round. I think this is where maybe we need to see a bit of a risk taken from Kenzie and Klax. You know, whether you drop a player down to under, have Grix posted in window, and maybe send the other kind of creeping through Palace. I think we've got to see these MP9s try and activate here.
Yeah, tactical pause from Aurora. This is it for both sides now. Final one. Going to be no more breaks in this game unless technical. We are really and the dying embers of this one. I mean, this is where literally a round can change the difference. Or a round will break a team's economy and that's it. Next thing you know, the game's done from just winning a single one. And both teams, you can see financially, they're not in a great spot. It's 1.4k loss bonus for OG. 2.4 for Aurora.
It's got to be said though, if OG do lose this round, this is where we're going to see a real struggle. Obviously, Crescent can probably drop over maybe an AK, get out Kevlar. But money's not going to be great. Money's really going to be tough for OG. But we are going to be seeing this Palace push here. It is from the MP9s, and they can upgrade now. He's got information of 2. Open Modo posting up. Ooh, we'll spot out Patsy, sorry. Spook finding Klax. Kenzie, though, still here towards Palace. Fiku spots 1. Again, it's another round where Grix has got this AWP, and he's not having the impact he'd hoped for.
Yeah, I mean, great find from Kenzie just to actually find one more before the util starts to come down.
They forgot about him.
Look, they are still wary about his position, but they're not fully glued to the angle. Kenzie looks like he does want to peek out, but maybe we should wait for a bit of Grix's contact. Just fires 1 bullet, doesn't get any information off of it.
Ooh, Crescent can find Kenzie in the smoke, and now Grix, 1 versus 3. Having to get off the bomb here. Grix jumping across, and he will go down to Crescent. Big rotation there from ramp from Crescent as he's able to get himself 2. There was a timing that Kenzie certainly could have taken. There was moments where both Fiku and Moto weren't holding for him, kind of gambling that he wouldn't peek. That could have been really tough.
Yeah, it does feel like Grix again just is completely out of the action. Imagine he was towards CT there. I mean, that round probably is as good as one. You've got the players pushing towards Palace, upgrading weaponry. Grix there taking down the players towards ramp who think they'll have a free time of things.
Just a jiggle scene there. Kenzie here. Oh, timing's perfect for Kenzie. He can find Spook. OG now, although in the lead, they've got to find victory here. It goes to 11-11. OG might have to eco. As we get to these final stages, this is where the game gets really exciting because, as you mentioned, look, 1 round can change absolutely everything. Right now, though, OG operating with a lot of discipline. Moto just holding towards TV. Crescent holding top mid. We've got 1 towards ramp. Obviously, 1 towards Palace. So we're going to see a boost here, though, from Aurora. Try and get someone deep here in apartments. Be the right play, but also with the discipline that is being shown here from OG, Aurora, got to be cautious. It's a solo A defense right now. Grizzin, he's slowly clearing and he's not spotted anything. He's kind of questioning, okay, well, where are these guys? But Patsy's dropped into jungle. Norway's on a long flank. Fiku, it is his job to hold this. Grizzin deep here. Close to where the molly just dissipates. Patsy will be found by Grizzin. Important kills in this round from Grizzin, and with Fiku finding Norway, the final two in CT might just have to say, but they're giving it a go. And in doing so, they give OG 12. And right now, Aurora, this has been such an awkward game for them. Charlie, they were 6-2 up. It's now 12-10 for OG.
Yeah, this is massively interesting in terms of this is taking a turn I just didn't think was possible. Even then, when we saw it 11-10, I still just in the back of my mind was like, Aurora surely are winning this map still. That's not going to be the case, it doesn't look like. I mean, look at the party they've got to fight with. 3 MP9s, a scout, and a FAMAS. Griggs has barely been involved in the round with an AWP. I struggle to see how he's going to be with a scout. There has to be something here. There has to be some life still left in Aurora, because a map that OG don't play a lot, they could snatch away one of Aurora's best right here.
I think the real problem as well is even if OG lose, they're going to be getting a pretty convincing buyout in the next anyway. But it's got to be said, I think for Griggs, you pointed out, I don't think he's had a bad game. He's just never been in the action. Nearly every round that Griggs has been in, he's been in disadvantaged scenarios. He's been kind of rotating in, facing off against, 1v3s, 2v4s. It feels like every position that Griggs is in, OG just steer clear of. And look, if that's OG's game plan, congrats, you have executed it perfectly. Grizzin, though, in connector here, he's going to be clearing out towards the A-bomb site, and it's a gamble stack towards B. And as mentioned, look, Aurora, and for Griggs, currently towards B, and OG go elsewhere. Oh, Klax has been spotted, just the shoulder, Spook can find him. And now this could be the acceleration for OG. Grizzin finding Patsy. Oh, this is game, set, match. It's a 5-on-3. The final 3 here for Aurora. All to be rotating in now. Got a player towards under. Fiku's just holding. Oh, wait. Always got to find this kill. So much damage taken, but still successful. Man advantage still seen here, though, for OG and Kenzie. Oh, Kenzie pushes through. Grizzin holding. Grizzin's had a really good kind of last couple rounds. But Griggs, nice find there from the Scalper. Spook could end it all here. Norway low HP, 19 points of health. The reposition. Oh! He went through murder hole, but we saw a tick of the molly. If he went down there, that would be devastating. But there's so little time. There's no defuse kit. This one is over. OG victorious. And there it is. Modo to get the killing blow. Modo had a big game. But you look at it. Everyone on OG had their moments. When it came to Fiku and Buzz on the entries, they were exceptional. You just have to look at that round where they had those 2 Galils, the saved AWP from Modo. Just so many moments where Fiku and Buzz were great on the entries. Spook was excellent as well. Modo, near top of the server. And Grizzin towards the last 3-4 rounds, he was getting double kills after double kills. OG, they were 6-2 down here, Charlie, on the CT side. How have they been able to find victory on Mirage? It is absolutely ridiculous. And right now, Aurora are going to be thinking, that's our best chance of the series over. We've got a real uphill battle ahead of us.
Oh, 100% they do. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. They are going to find themselves in a tough spot. I mean, you look at that, like you mentioned, they were 6-2 up. After that, they won the pistol round in the second half. Take away the pistol. Just look at purely full buys. Other than that pistol, the round they ended up winning was that eco, where they had Griggs' AWP that had no impact in the round, actually. Or at least no direct kills. And it was the pistols that found the kills. After that round, they won 1 more full buy before going on to end up losing just more and more rounds. Yeah, they barely ended up winning any full buys. You can make an argument they won 1 more full buy after being 6-2 up. That was a really disappointing finish from Aurora, a team that looked really good, a team that didn't look like they were slowing down. But OG, they kept on battling back despite the odds just not favouring them whatsoever.
Yeah, look, I'm very impressed by OG. I feel like everyone facilitated their roles. Everyone facilitated kind of what they needed to find victory on Mirage. And look, it's an impressive result. We said, look, OG don't play Mirage all too much. And the fact they found victory against Aurora is very impressive. Obviously, we moved to their map pick of Ancient in a matter of moments. And that's where excitement can be seen. But we will be jumping to a break beforehand. Big response from OG. Let's be honest, Charlie. Look, they looked very much out of things in the first 8 rounds of Mirage. They won the pistol. They won, obviously, the eco after. But then you see 6 rounds in a row, obviously, for Aurora. On the T side of Mirage, a very impressive result. I think many expected it to go the way of Aurora, and you picked up on it. Even when they were 11-10 down, they still looked as though they should have been the side to win it. Now we head to Ancient. It is the selection of OG. We saw them play a couple days ago, and they looked absolutely excellent. Aurora backs against the wall. This is a scary time for them, especially with Inferno being that third and final. The question is, do you think they can do it? Do you think Aurora can come back and maybe take Ancient, maybe even take Inferno?
I mean, yeah, I definitely think they can do it. I think the most important thing that I want to see Grix get involved a bit more in the action. That's probably one of the weakest games, one of the weakest maps we've seen from him since getting promoted to the main roster. And I don't really think it's due to the fact that he didn't look out of his depth. He just looked in the wrong positions.
Yeah.
It felt like wherever he was, the opponents were going the other side of the map, especially towards the latter end of that game there on the CT side. He had the AWP a decent amount of times, but just didn't really feel like quite a valuable member of the team there. Just felt completely isolated, completely on his own, and most of the times it was weaker weapons trying to defend the push. And you think that, if Griggs was there, posted up CT with the AWP, if he's towards jungle, could get a lot more involved. So I'm hoping we're going to see him be a lot more mobile on Ancient, a lot more in the thick of it, and hopefully just get to see what he's able to produce, because we saw some big moments early on throughout the whole Aurora side, but it was just, you look at it at the end, things did feel really flat considering how dominant things were.
Yeah, and I think what we've got to point out as well is you look at the kill department for the whole of the Aurora team. Obviously, Norby had a really good game, 22 and 17, led the lines of the whole server. You know, really productive player for Aurora. Yet the drop off was quite large. It's Kenzie with 13 kills in second, joint with Patsy. We needed to see a little bit more fragging power from the rest of the Aurora side. And obviously we saw plenty of it from OG. There was many moments. Modo looking for openers with the AWP. We, had Fiku and Buzz on their kind of entries. Spook as well with the lurks. It seemed like everyone on OG facilitated their purpose on the T side. And I think that's really what Aurora need to be scared of. But speaking of the T side for OG, that is where they're starting here on Ancient, it being their home turf. And a speedy approach of the pistol, quick to donut they go. And the double hit, the double setup could work well, but maneuvering to red now, and it's a guessing game for Aurora of whether they head their way to A or it is going to be a B play. Well, in fact, OG head to B, and Aurora a little late to realise Grix to be rotating in now. Buzz is spotted, and Buzz could be under a little bit of pressure. He's got to fight his way out, and Grix, if Grix can find this kill, oh, he does. Kenzie can deny. So much here from ramp. Plenty of players in cave. Obviously, we do have the deep position of Fiku towards long, but Norway finding Modo. Although the bomb's gone down, Aurora seem far favoured here in the pistol. And now Fiku's got work to do. Peeking towards ramp, he spots out too. Grix now close with the Julie, spots the shoulder, and the Julie spamming away, but the bullets aren't connecting. Somehow that kill goes the way of Spook. Fiku finds Patsy, and now Kenzie's manoeuvred, but still, man advantage goes the way of OG. Somehow, some way, this round becomes possible for OG, and with the limited time they've got to work with, Critic can deny the plant. Anyway. Oh, but it doesn't matter, they definitely don't now. Knife kill attempt. Oh, Clax gets the kill, but look, whether they would have had it or not, Critic denies the defuse. OG find the pistol. It was a 5-on-3. How has that gone so wrong for Aurora?
I mean, like you said, things look very good for Aurora. They were 2 kills up. The issue is they just didn't have a defuse kit, and they weren't actually on the bomb site yet. The fight for Grix, I mean, I can't believe he didn't go on to win that. Spook just wasn't connecting any bullets until that one that finally hit the head. And I mean, that kill really changed the tide. Or at least I think it was Spook. Spook might have been the one tucked away. Regardless of who it was or what happened, it was still around that OG. Just the fact that they did toy with Aurora so much. Buzz delayed a little bit of time in middle so the bomb could get down. And just the lack of defuse kit and the advanced positions of the T side. They somehow managed to take that one. But obviously, Aurora are on the CT side. That's where they struggled massively on Mirage. You had a lot of players who played very well in the first half, just not stepping up there at all. I think Kenzie's the most obvious one. I mean, great first half from him. I think he was top of the server on that first half, but just fell off since moving over. But actually, things are getting very close here with all the fighting from the CT side. But Modo just tapping away with the glue.
Yeah, now Patsy, 1 versus 2. He's got the MP9 in hand. They are going to make their way up ramp, and oh, Patsy's been spotted, but also gained valuable information here. Over himself round. It's being held by Buzz, and Buzz will find the frag. So, we do see OG victorious against the Force Bite. And Aurora, now we see an eco. OG can go 3 rounds up here.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously got to watch them on Ancient against ESC.
Yeah.
And in general, they did look very good on the map, but it felt like they allowed ESC to actually claw their way a little bit back into the game, just by a couple of strange decisions. But apart from just that, their actual Ancient gameplay and decision making was pretty spot on. It looked like a great map for them. Just yeah, hopefully they've ironed out some of the mistakes that they did make. But a good look at anti-eco here. Not a single player falling for OG. Money going to be allowed to start to be built up. Still going to be a bit of a bonus round though. 2 Mac 10s and a Galil coming up against Aurora's full buy. And of course, we've got Grix on the Yorp. Primary weapons out on everybody. So maybe a bit of speed could be an idea here. Or at
could be the way to deal with it.
Some sort of map control early.
Yeah, I like the idea of it. I think with those 2 Mac 10s, maybe you just look to go fast towards B, get the Mac 10s in cave, rifles up ramp. You know, I don't see many problems with that decision. I think in the same regard, though, could just see a bit of a default. Speed from Buzz. Oh, Buzz finds Norway, and now Clax under a lot of pressure. Oh, and Clax just gets half cleared by Buzz, but the information, Kristen can get the trade. Now going to drop a Molotov, and Modo, it looks as though he wants to make his way up the ramp. Oh, Grix. Grix is so close to getting all of that information. Steps now heard, but again, Charlie, it just seems like Grix is always in the wrong place at the wrong time. So unfortunate. Kenzie's on a flank. So much damage from the HE grenades. And Kenzie's just going to wait for, I believe, he's hoping Krisen's going to be coming from B main, but...
I mean, the CTs are saving, so Kenzie's got a really good position, but now it's actually a really bad position because his team aren't going for it. So he's caught in between 2 players, eventually gets cleared by Krisen. And OG will take the round, but yeah, it's Grix again. You can see he wants to cover mid for the rest of his team. There's been presence from the other side of the map. He's heard the kills go, he's heard the noise, and now he's a bit wary about leaving middle open. So he opts to have a look towards there, and it looked like he thought just at the last moment to go back. He would have got all that information, had a chance to deny that round, but yeah, it's a tough call to make, but a really good round from OG. All the early A presence, just a ruse.
Yeah, I think right now, OG, it's the exact start they want. It is going to be an investment from Aurora, at least you'd expect it, as weapons can be dropped across, but maybe they just opt to kind of half around this. Clax not going to have the perfect bite with the M4, but has switched to the MP9, so everyone's going to get an investment from Aurora in the next. They've got a decent enough kind of set of weapons for things to work. 5-7s in cave, we know what can be done here. Ollie's been dropped, smoke as well, and Spook now aggressing out of middle, just making sure that Krisen is safe from this position. Grix has been smoked off in Donut. Again though, it sometimes can just be so unfortunate. Oh, Grix, he's been taken down by Spook there. But it can be so unfortunate, especially for a player like Grix. We know the quality he provides. We know the kind of the excellent talent that this kind of young star does have. But it's the fact it just seems like in every round, he's just never in the right position. You've got to imagine, if he's playing towards Red Room there opposed to Donut, he's got a great chance to find some kills. Krisen now clearing here towards Cave. I said Krisen was such a threat on the T side of Ancient in that game against CSC, and Krisen, I'm liking how he's currently playing here on the T side, but it's going to be a 5-0 start. OG, absolutely excellent, and really doubling down from their success found on Mirage. And this has got to be
number one. Is anything to go by? Obviously, OG just can't sort of ease off the pressure at all.
No,
because it looks like that is what Aurora did slightly, and that allowed their opponents to get back into the game. But yeah, OG, they look brilliant last time we watched them on this map. As long as they can keep things up, they can actually potentially even take this one in a 2-0 fashion, which would be a big statement for this team.
Look, especially as we kind of alluded at the start, we don't think this is going to be a 2-0. I think it would be a little bit disrespectful for both sides to claim that this is going to be a 2-0 for either team. But it's just the fact that OG, somehow they did take it in Mirage. And I think you look at Aurora, you look how their T-side started. They lost that first round on Mirage to make it kind of 6-3. And then we saw them operate with a lot more discipline. I think that was their problem. I think Aurora, when they were up in the face of their opponents, when they were looking to get aggressive, looking to catch off players, it was excellent. The amount of times we saw Kenzie get those doubles in connector, kind of the aggressive pushes out of ramp and Palace working so well. But it's the fact that Aurora, they changed their game plan. That's what cost them. But so much damage dealt here to Patsy and Clax. Clax will get a kill beforehand. Elevated is Modo on the AWP. Patsy has fallen though, and now Modo, free kill there onto Norway. Man advantage here for OG. And Grix, he is towards Red Room. Ooh, Spook. I think both players are quite lucky to be alive in that scenario.
Yeah, I mean, Grix definitely wouldn't have expected him to be that close, but Spook just could not connect the bullets in time.
So much damage dealt to Clax here. That's just been ticked in the molly, but look at Spook's position. Spook can find him. Clax has backed away to Temple, but it's just another round where it seems like Aurora are going to have to save. And OG, they can go 6-0 up here.
Yeah, push it into an empty bomb site. Undefended. Aurora are going to be aware of this. We want to keep these weapons in play in the next. It is going to be that 6-0, and you can see the money is looking superb on the T side. Krisen, Modo, both above 11k. Spook wanted to take these weapons out. He's got more than enough money. If he could find one more player, this would be massive. He's waiting for the rest of his team. They want to remove these weapons.
I think the difference here is right now, OG, they're opting for that similar game plan as to what we saw a couple of days ago, where they're leaving Spook to kind of lurk here in middle. They're just playing as a pack, and it's working so well because it seems like Aurora are the ones overcomplicating things here. It seems like they're the ones that are acting far too frantic. You know, we see the kill go, obviously, the way of Aurora early, then Patsy goes down in middle, but we see the jiggle and kind of the peak, I believe, from Norway on the right-hand side when Modo's boosted up. He had utility. Where's the flashbang coming over? Where's the kind of the team play to deal with that AWP? Because you're just giving Modo such an easy kill. But as well, look at the finances for OG. We've got 2 players above 12k, 2 sitting around 9, and Buzz on 7.2, which just completely identifies throughout this whole T-side so far for OG. Not only have they been victorious in this 6-0 start, but they've been winning around so comfortably. And this is not what Aurora need, because all it takes... If Aurora Broken Money kind of kept these rounds close, at least then they're in a scenario where if they win a round, then finances could get a little bit tough for OG in the future. But it's the fact that OG, they can probably buy for 3-4 rounds in a row, even after losing them. And that's the really scary thing.
Yeah, Cool's very good in this one as well, pushing into an MTA bomb site. Bomb's still yet to get planted. OG maybe taking a little bit too much time here.
This is actually what we saw against ESC. We saw a 3-round streak from ESC on their CT side, and it was because OG became quite hesitant. They became a little too kind of cautious, and it is what cost them, but doesn't look as though that is going to be the thing here, as so much damage has already been dealt. But you say that, Norway's 5-7. 3 to be retaking here from CT. Certainly a chance for Aurora, but they've got to speed things along as the bomb's already 1/3 ticked. Modo posted up to Temple, but no one will be coming from that angle. And now the CT's peeking. Modo, quick shot onto Norway. Again, somehow the weaker weapons are working well, and the Tech 9 of Modo's got to connect, but it does. Now realizes his opponent is off the bomb.
Yeah, should know there's no defuse yet, and Klags isn't even messing with this one. Knows that Modo can just play with the time, so is leaving. Yeah, certainly got far closer than that round ever needed to get. Bomb probably should have went down 15 seconds earlier. You had all the players trapped towards CET. A lot of them have taken some heavy hits. Just following no one was really watching that push. You could have pretty easily just had a spam there, ended up lining up a ton of unarmored players. But yeah, not the best finish to the rounds from OG, but it's still a round successful, and it's not exactly like we're going to be saying, oh, Aurora brought them close, OG gonna have some difficult finances now. No, they're perfect, because they've had such dominant rounds before that. One mistake, it feels like it isn't even going to cost them anything. Look at the util damage towards middle. Spook can find them both. So simple. The util from Buzz, excellent there. Kenzie does a good job to push through and at least get one more to keep this one interesting.
That we spoke about kind of how this Aurora side have made these key signings. You look at Patsy, a player with such experience at the high level, as we mentioned, played for Spirit, played for Liquid, obviously that time on Paravision, but Patsy right now, not the greatest of times here on Ancient, currently 0-7. Then you look at the flip of OG, Modo's 10-1. Prison now. Timing's excellent. He has taken a lot of damage, though. Not the best of kills for Crizzen, but against Grix, it's all going to be about what Grix looks for. But Grix is trapped. Can't get out of this one. And another round where Grix not having anywhere near as much impact as we'd hoped. And OG looks to continue. It's crazy to me that Aurora, this is their first pause. 8-0 down.
I mean, this is the thing. We can talk about players like Passive, we can talk about players like Griggs. The whole team right now, even Clax, they aren't performing well enough. They're just getting outplayed. Coolin's been brilliant. The util's been great. There's only one round I can critique, and that was the round number 7. And even then, it's still around victory. Everything that we're seeing is great. You've got almost the whole side thread above 10k. How rare is this to see now with MR12? It feels like you never see anyone with that sort of amount of money anymore.
Yeah, no, I think as well. Look, you look at Aurora. We knew that their Ancient had some questions, obviously regarding win rate, regarding sample size, but I didn't expect it to be this one-sided. I don't think that's really kind of the major kind of... It's not all Aurora's fault. I feel like they haven't been playing well enough, but also OG have been hitting shots. They have been having these excellent calls, and again, it's brilliant here. You know what? Let's make sure that these MP9s, these weaker weapons, and kind of save weapons, can't provide anything, let's just hit towards B with speed. OG have been doing
so much credit for this game. Cooling's been brilliant. You can't fault him for that. I mean, even the round that I mentioned, the actual call to get into the bomb site was fine. It was just in terms of when they actually got the bomb down, that put me off a little bit, because there's no util after that. But, I mean, the call is so good. You send out the lurk smoke, so much speed. In-game leader leading by example with a Mac 10. Over 10k. Bringing out the Mac 10 because he knows what his intention is. Trade me, I'm pushing in, I'm looking for this. No trade needed, completely catches Norway. Aurora have to save.
Yeah, it's got to be said, look, Prison is always that type of player that you can see where he's kind of always plays for the team. And I feel like a very traditional in-game leader. I feel like a lot of the time you see now, in-game leaders will kind of have that high fragging potential. And not to say that Prison doesn't. Obviously, when we saw him on Mouse NXT, he was absolutely excellent in the kill department. And obviously, that's why he's got himself the call up here to OG. But I think as well, he's still a very selfless player. Modus got 13k. He's on a Mac 10 as well. I think just first spawn, go with a Mac. It's looking like a scrim. Yeah, let's just go for these beat rushes.
Yeah,
let's just work on it.
It's the same call again. I love it. Modo this time, the one pushing. You can see Norway playing further back, but still able to find one at least before going down. Fiku, I mean, it's so perfectly orchestrated. Aurora plays like Grix and Clax. They're on the other side of the map. They're thinking, how has this happened again? What are we doing? Everyone's losing their individual gunfights. No one's looking good. Spook's just taking fights everywhere he can. Grix will at least find one, but this round's done. It's the same call. It's like the old Tarragon mindset. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Keep on going until they finally punish us. But look at the scoreline. Aurora haven't punished anything.
No, not at all. I think right now, Aurora, they're going to be 10-0 down here on the CT side of Ancient. They chose it. This was their decision, and look, you can understand as to why.
Makes you concerned for the D side if this is a...
Look, I'll be honest. I don't even think we see a 4-by round for Aurora's D side.
I mean, there's two more rounds. If we want to entertain the possibility of a comeback.
No,
let's not.
These
final 2 rounds. There's no doubt about that. It's already double digits for OG. There's not been a single response yet for Aurora. You've still got Patsy on 0 kills. He's by no means the only player who's struggling this game.
Jolly, I want you to just think back to the pistol round. Remember that round? It seems quite a while ago now. Aurora were in a 5 versus 3. They were crunching in on the B-bomb site.
It's done again. It's 1 kill. It's an open
but it's Fiku and Buzz.
Site and Spook on the lurk.
This partnership is absolutely exceptional. You look at many teams' kind of aggression and what they can provide on their entries. You know, I look at a team as well that we casted recently, Monty. Players like Ryo, players like Gizmy, because of the synergies that they have and the entry pathing, it works so well. And OG have that same kind of threat. It's just Fiku and Buzz. I don't really know what you're meant to do.
I mean, there's not a lot right now, but the whole team, it's the complete inverse of what we're seeing on Aurora. Every single person does feel like they're struggling. They're losing a lot of the individual 1v1s. That sure could make these rounds more competitive. But OG on the other side, Buzz has got 6 kills, and yet it feels like everybody has had a massive amount of impact. Everyone's winning, getting the kills they need. Everyone's doing what they need to. Clax here might be able to find the kill onto Modo. He won't do. It's another round, but it's a change up this time. You can see early on in the round, towards B, Aurora were pumping a ton of utility. They didn't want to get pushed on again that easily. OG just hit towards A. Grix caught out in the open, mid-transition from mid to A. Gets found. Spook gets one on the lurk, and just like that, you're in a 5v3.
I think as well, you look at how OG are playing these post plants. It's not as though they're thinking, oh, we're 10-0 up, we can swing everything. Let's just disrespect these guys, let's close it out now. There's still that level of discipline in the post plants from OG. You see it from those final 2. They know that Clax has been chipped away, they've got that information, but instead of peaking when there's still time for a clutch, there's still time for that, they still play so disciplined. Oh, Fiku. Kenzie's going to feel a little bit hard done by there. Falls through the wall. But OG, this has been the performance they've kind of been begging for. You know, you look back to their first game. wasn't the best of performances. I think it has to be said. That 2-0 loss to Fnatic, it was close, but it's not how they wanted to start the Swiss stage. And I think there was many rounds that OG could have won there, but it's clear that OG have very quickly ironed out any possibilities regarding mistakes.
I mean, the most important thing to me, and I think a lot of OG fans out there, this is actually an OG team that it feels like you can get excited by.
Yeah,
it
yeah,
feels
definitely.
like they're entertaining to watch. There's a lot of great pieces on this team. And I mentioned even in the ESC game, it feels like there's a couple of mistakes that need to be ironed out. I mean, you can't get more ironed out than this, can you?
No, definitely not. And now we've got the entry pathing of Buzz and Fico, as I was praising so heavily. That is the bomb dropping. Grix is still tucked away here. Fico's got to be very cautious. Oh, Patsy pushes through the smoke unnecessarily. Fico finds Grix, and you said it, look, in these 1v1s, in these kind of 50-50 gunfights, we see it there from Fico and Grix. It's still just going the way of OG. And Crizzen will end the half. Final kill there. It is 12-0. Don't say it. Don't say it.
We were in a similar position like this. I'd probably say a couple of weeks ago, where we might have got our... It might honestly be our first ever... I'm not going to say it. Don't want to jinx anything just yet. Obviously, S2.
You've jinxed it by...
No, I haven't. I haven't uttered the words.
Okay.
You're getting ready to blame me if we see Aurora in this, aren't you?
So ready, so ready. Look, I think OG, well done. Enjoy your 2-1 record in the Swiss stage, because we said OG maybe ironed out some mistakes. What a mistake it would be if they lose it.
Oh, well, I mean, that would be... What, lose the game? That would be...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that would be... I mean, this would be the greatest comeback I think I would have ever seen, but Grix... P250 in hand, great final on Spook. Buzz is here as well. Grix searching, opting actually against taking the fight, but goes back for more. Third time, fourth time. Low on ammo, and Buzz does take him down. I think it sort of gives off the confidence that is in the Aurora camp right now. Moto goes 1-for-1 with the Julies, but Buzz finds his second of the round on the Clax. It's a 2-on-3.
Bomb site open. Utility thrown, deep Molotov. Ooh, bit of a miss smoke. Kenzie in a great position. He can find one so comfortably here. Can't double down though. Buzz will get his third of the round, and Crizzen's on her flank. Norway excellently maneuvers to cave. I don't think there's a defuse kit to be picked up. Crizzen's clearing out the bomb site. He spots out nothing. It's got to be a tap of the bomb. Oh, it's going to force out the peak. And they're aware he's towards cave. Oh, Norway's taking his time. He's worried, but Buzz finds it. And there it is. 13-0. OG, welcome. What a game. Absolutely incredible there. Talk about a dominant performance, right?
I mean, certainly. I mean, the victory on Mirage was good enough. They were 6-2 down, battled back. They somehow took their opponent's map pick. We both thought this was going to be a 3-mapper. And both thought we were going to be in for the long haul on this one. Ancient. Seen some positive signs in the past from OG. But Aurora's a different beast in general.
Yeah.
It's a team that you know can push you to the limits. And somehow, it's not a visual glitch if you're just joining us. We have just witnessed a 13-0. I want to say it's our 13-0 of CS2. We've come close a couple of times. I don't think we've actually seen one.
Yeah, I think so.
Feels like they're a rarity now. But, I mean, Fred, what can we say about this OG team that we haven't already sort of sung their praises enough in the game?
Well, look, I think when you look at their Swiss stage performance so far, I think OG, as I said, maybe not the happiest of opponents to face in round one. It was against Fnatic. They brought things close. They had a very compelling argument as to whether they could have actually won that game. Obviously, the game against ESC was very dominant as well. They looked really, really good there. Absolutely incredible performance against Aurora. Another team that you look at it, you look at the Auroras, you look at the Fnatics here in the Swiss stage. These are teams that you're expecting to kind of really go the distance, maybe even get themselves deep into the playoffs, maybe quarterfinals, maybe semifinals. And I think that the OG, the fact that they have won not only 13-0, but won in a 2-0 fashion when, let's look back to Mirage, they were 6-2 down on the CT side, only winning the pistol round and the eco round. You look at that performance from OG, and I think ever since there, as you said, Charlie, only one full buy was won from Aurora, from that moment. Because the rounds that they won ever since that 6-2 scoreline were the pistol round and then against an eco, the USP round, and then a full buy. That's the 4 they got on Mirage.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, none here on Ancient. I think right now, you have to say, OG, this is going to be a series that they will remember for quite some time. Not only because they had the comeback on Mirage, but also that will be the most dominant game they will ever play on Ancient. Unless if we go back to MR15, you're not getting more dominant than that. And I think for OG's confidence, when we said, look, we've kind of had these newer additions. Obviously, Spook's been brought into the roster, and so far so good, right? I think Spook was excellent on those kind of lurks in Connector on Mirage, those lurks in Red Room, obviously on Ancient. Obviously a fairly newer in-game leader. It's been, what, 5-6 months for Crizzen, and it's clear that the whole side is behind him. You know,
Yeah.
You see that round where they opt for the lurk smoke towards B, and then they just do it again. And it's Modo who's got 13k. It's just straight on a Mac 10. He's got the firstborn. He identifies, okay, I'm going to do whatever my leader says because I trust him implicitly. And look, this is the type of game where you look to Crizzen, you look to, obviously, the coach as well of Lambert, and you say, this is very well worked. Because, okay, the individuals were looking very good for OG, and obviously the individuals on the side of Aurora weren't hitting heavy, but the strategic advantage it seemed that OG had in every round was so clear-cut.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt. I mean, you look at when Crizzen came into OG, I think there's a lot of people positive and looking forward to seeing that change. And sadly, it just felt like we saw the same old OG. Results weren't great. It felt like there wasn't as big a change as that people were hoping to happen. Spook, honestly, I felt like you've got to give, not necessarily just him as a player, but how he molds and fits into this team. Feel like the exact player that they needed for this. It feels like the actual chemistry and the synergies of the players and their positions and roles work so well. There is so much to build on from this team. They've got a lot of young players, and there's a lot of players who are going to grow into the very established stars. But just from a game like that, I mean, that's a brilliant performance to have. Obviously, Fred, them now moving into that 2-1 record. A game like that, I wouldn't be surprised if they just instantly go 3-1. Just because of the confidence and the momentum that they would have had from a game like that. I mean, you can see they're going to be waiting for a couple of the teams that they're going to be playing up against. But what a show in that one it was. Fred, I want to talk about Aurora slightly before we do jump to a break. They're 1-2 now.
Yeah.
They do have their backs against the wall. There were a lot of issues in today's game. Griggs, so far, has been brilliant on the roster. He's been sort of exactly what they need. You lose Deco. That's been a change that was coming for a long time, and Griggs feels like the natural and obvious replacement. But they couldn't really seemingly get a lot of use out of him today, could they?
No, and I think it's a tough game for a player like Grix because I think a lot of the time you look at a game and you say, okay, well, they've got a newer addition and maybe he's not fully synergized into the roster. I feel like Grix was just very unfortunate. You know, there was a round even on Ancient, and you touched upon it. It seemed like Grix, he looked as though he wanted to peek towards B ramp. Oh no, I'm going to actually go back to red. You know, this position's open. And I think in throughout the whole of Mirage and a lot of Ancient as well, Grix seemed as though every time there was a bit of action, he was on the absolute opposite side of the map. And I think sometimes you are just going to have those days. You are just going to have those games where you are just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I think for Grix, for a personal performance, I hope this isn't the type of game where he looks at it and he goes, oh, I really could have done more for my team there. I feel like, you know, we weren't really kind of fragging well. And, you know, but personally, for a young player, a game like that could actually affect them because realistically, Grix has been this star, this outlet that they've been brought in to try and have that success. And I think hopefully for Grix, he doesn't have kind of a change in performance just based off that. But obviously, Aurora, as you said, 1-2 now. It's going to be tough for them to come back. Hopefully they do, because I think they are a very promising young roster. Obviously, though, Charlie, we have got another game kicking off in about an hour or so's time. About an hour and 10 minutes, I believe. It's Monty versus Cybershock. That is our final game for this evening in the Swiss stage of Series 16. That is another 1-on-1 game, so excitement to be seen there as well. But before that, we will be jumping to a break.
truck, can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Hello, hello, welcome back. We are going to be heading into our final game of today. I'm excited for this series. I think it is going to have a lot of excitement. Obviously, Monty versus Cybershock. But look, I'm Zolatron by the wonderful CMD. As we head into this game, Charlie, what are your thoughts and feelings?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I'm hoping it's going to have some of the excitement that the last one had, despite it being a 2-0. But yeah, these two, like you said, they're the 1-1 record. We've already touched a little bit on this game. Obviously, there's going to be none of these sides advancing or getting eliminated just yet. But as you can see, they're in the middle spot. There's a number of teams here, and these are going to be the sort of sides that are going to be looking to face OG. I'll be honest, after the game we just watched them play against Aurora, I'm sure not many of these teams are going to want to face OG particularly. Yeah, this is an interesting one. I mean, you've got two sides of things. You've got, and they're kind of both similar in terms of the fact that you've got Cybershock. We've seen some very good stuff from this side in the past. We've obviously watched a huge amount of this team's game and just seen them sort of shoot up the rankings. I am liking that Glowing's been brought into this side. I think this is a huge amount of experience that you are adding here to a team that is very young. And I think it's going to always allow that positive side. And then you look at things like Monty as well. There's a lot of experience on this team. And they've once again re-promoted Ryu and Gizmi.
Yeah,
so it's a similar thing. There's a lot of young talent, but there is some experience building around this. So I think both teams are in a similar spot. But I think this is going to be a great game to dive into.
Yeah, definitely. Look, we can bring up the rosters, have a little bit more of a kind of a deeper dive regarding the squads. But look, I'm excited to see this game for two reasons. Because we do have both teams having fairly new additions to their side. You know, you've got the kind of the core of Demq, the Hades, and then obviously, as you mentioned, the Academy graduates in Gizmi and Ryu. And obviously, on the flip side for Cybershock, similar kind of thing. Two new additions, so it feels like both rosters are in a similar state where there are going to be some slight kind of chemistry issues, some kind of synergy issues, which is going to be interesting to see how that does form throughout the series. But I'll be honest, I'm looking at this Monty side, and everyone is looking on that hot form. Everyone's playing really, really well. Obviously, you look back to that series against Fireflux. They lost 13-11 map 1. They lost 13-11 map 2. Realistically, we were on that game. We know they should have won both of those maps. It seemed like Monty were in control throughout, yet they fumbled far too many times. So many clutches, so many kind of 5v3s, 4v2s that they weren't able to win. And I think we all know it was a bit of an eye-opening experience here for Monty, because they definitely should have won that one. I think that's safe to say. They probably should be 2-0. Now they're 1-1. They're going to want to right the wrongs of this. And I think same kind of can be said for the flip side for Cybershock. So we can bring up that roster as well. You look at their game against Spirit Academy. They won the first map very dominantly, 13-4. Obviously, they lost map 2, 13-9. But as it got onto Ancient, they had many chances. They probably should have won that game as well. It went OT. Spirit Academy bested them 16-14. So I think for this Cybershock roster as well, they're in that same position where they possibly should be 2-0 as well. So you're looking at both these teams. They've definitely got something to prove. They've definitely got something to show. And I'm excited to see it unfold, because I think it's going to be interesting. One of these teams is going to be 1 and 2. You look at the current 1 and 2 bracket, Charlie. There are many teams you wouldn't expect. Aurora being one, Paravision another. It's pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, 100%. It feels like, because a lot of the teams here, this is their first tournament back after the play break, and it does feel like there is a lot of rust still there. There's a lot of roster changes still. So we're in that weird sort of spot where every team is prone to making a couple of mistakes here or there. It certainly feels like in the game we watched versus Monty in that Fireflux game, that was a lot of the reason why they ended up falling in that one. Even if we went 3 maps, that feels like that would have been a better conclusion to that game. They definitely are going to feel pretty hard done by about how that one did go, because yeah, it did feel like there was just too many mistakes towards the end that cost themselves. So yeah, I'm very much looking forward to actually getting to witness what this one's about, and it feels like there's a lot of teams that, like you said, are in maybe a bit of a false spot of where they actually were playing or what they deserve to be. But it feels like there's a lot of teams like that, and it makes you just think, competition is so high right now. It feels like any game can go either way, and there's not many that I feel like we're walking into and saying, oh yeah, this one's going to be a 2-0. I think this is going to be the exact same spot. I think this one is setting up to be a 3-map series. I do think Monty have a good team, and I have got a good chance, but it's the exact same thing that I can say on the other side of things with Cybershock. Of course, there is more experience on this team by obviously having Demq, Hades, and Deha, whereas on the flip side, it is mainly just Glowing, sort of carrying a lot of that veterancy, but it is still a young team. They've played a ton of games together. I mean, we've been watching the team for a while now, and there is a ton of promising talent and prospects to keep your eye on, not just for the future, but even now.
Yeah, look, Charlie, as we get closer to the game commencing, we can bring up the vetoes and have a little bit of a talk through that. But something you mentioned, look, whether we're expecting 2-1s, whether we're expecting 2-0s, of the 19 series that we've seen so far in the CCT here for Series 16, there's been 19 games, only 4 of which have gone to 3 maps. So you're looking at a lot of these games, you're looking at a lot of these teams having very strong map pools, being very confident, and also the idea that it seems like you take map 1, the momentum goes across to map 2. So I think that's something that we really got to look at, whether we will see this go 3 maps. We've touched upon that ancient game, obviously, for Monty, losing out to Fireflux. And something that I really need to re-highlight, you look at that game, Monty, of the 24 rounds played in that ancient game, 18 of which they were getting the opening kills. So we said it in the cast the other day, and we're going to say it again. The opening phase of each round, Monty have looked incredible. It just seems as though once it gets to the 1 minute 30 mark or the 1 minute mark, that's where we see the mistakes come through. And I think for Monty, obviously they've had a couple days since that series against Fireflux, obviously, 2 days. So I think that's definitely something they will be looking at and working on, because I think they know they probably should have won that one. But kicking things off, Nuke Ban, Inferno Ban, we're expecting this. Both of these teams aren't too confident on those maps, so it's understandable as to why they have banned them. But you're looking at the Mirage pick. I think Cyberstroke have done very well here. They've evaluated one of Monty's weaknesses regarding their win rate. 22% win rate on Mirage of their 9 maps, so 2 of which of their 9 they have been victorious upon. Monty picking Dust, statistically their best map, you understand as to why. Are we going to end things here on Train? I really, really hope so. I doubt it, but I'd love to see a Train. When am I going to finally get to watch one? Is it going to be today?
Yeah, I mean, the fact it's still here, there is always the chance. I mean, it is still in the weird spot where, because, well, we're not going to sadly see it.
Never mind. Goodbye, Train.
It is still in a weird spot where there's not a lot you can predict when you go into the map, because it feels like the meta's still not been fully defined on it whatsoever. Most teams, I mean, there's a reason you haven't seen a Train even after all this time. A lot of teams are not interested remotely in wanting to play this map. So it always does make things interesting when you do go on to watch it, but it is going to be Mirage, Dust 2, and Ancient. I don't actually think Monty Mirage is that bad. Sure, statistically it's not great. In terms of this, like, actual 5 that they're playing with now, I believe they played 2 maps with it. They have lost them both. We obviously did watch them lose to that Fireflux side. But it does feel like, once again, we mentioned in that game, there was a great chance they could have taken Mirage. They did play a second game against Sinners as well. I'm not entirely sure how that game did go down, but it wasn't the greatest of results either. So I don't necessarily think they're abysmal at Mirage. It does feel like there's a little bit to work on. They've had a good few days to do that, if that's how they've spent their time. But obviously, Dust 2 being that second map and Ancient as that third and final, it feels like a pretty good final playground for these two sides. Very similar statistics on them. A similar sample size, both have a lot of maps, both have around that 50% win rate. So I think Ancient, if we do get there, will be a really exciting finish to this.
Yeah, definitely. Look, you touched upon Monty's Mirage and obviously the recent losses, but it's been their CT side, in fact, that they've really, really struggled on. You just have to look at that game against Sinners. They started on that CT side, only able to get 3 rounds there. And it's their T side that usually have been a lot more impressive. So I think right now, Monty, it could be a tough first map, because it is obviously going to be the selection of Cyberstroke. If Cyberstroke can have a convincing victory on map 1, as we said, it could just be the confidence coming across. And obviously, we talk about Cyberstroke and how they're a team that now are going to have a lot more synergy within their core. As you said, look, the core of this team have been together for around 8 months and already around 250 maps played. So it's clear that these guys are grinding out the officials, and look, they're doing really well as a unit. I feel like you have to imagine the stability that a player like Glowing will add is going to be so vital for their success. But look, Charlie, a question that I feel like we usually wait a couple rounds to ask, but I'll push it to you now. Predictions, where do you think this one's going?
Oh, if you press me for one, I'm going to give it to Monty. I think they're going to iron out some of the mistakes that they made from the game versus Fireflies, and I think they were just about to take it. Whether it'll be in 2 or 3, I really can't predict, but I do imagine this is going to be, if I was to guess, I'd say surely it's got to be a 3-mapper.
Yeah, you'd hope so. You'd expect so. Aggression coming out here. D is in a great position. Gizmy will find one, and Gizmy, it's all about delaying. But with Diha falling so comfortably to Lovicus, the CT defenses have been shut down here. Very speedy from Cybershock out of apartments. All the remaining players from Monty to make their way through market. And that's something that Cybershock will realise in a matter of moments. MQQ, he's had big moments in the last couple series, but Glowing and Lovicus combine, take down the 2 in market. And the final in Ryu, he's getting crunched in on, and Ryu surely to go down. Will be found by Glowing. We'll get 1 kill beforehand. But good start here for Cybershock. Big pistol. I think we needed to see Diha getting something more. He's tucked towards bench, but still finds nothing.
Yeah, I mean, just a simple B hit. Get the bomb down as quick as possible, get set up in a good post plant, and you can see Monty couldn't really do anything once in that 4 versus 3. Couldn't make their way out of market. And Cybershock showing us what they can do early. And it will just be that 2nd round eco. Not going to be investing.
No need to take the big risk, really. Monty know it's early doors. They know that when the rifles are in play, that's when they can look to play a lot better. But clean sweep here for the T's. Hades will fall. Cybershock double down. Just a 1 casualty there in Lovicus.
Weapons out, Hades. I love this. Instantly bringing out the AWP. It is glass cannon. It is no util alongside it, but wants to make that difference maker early. And obviously, this is an interesting thing as well. So this is Cybershock's map pick. You touched on Monty. The biggest issues on this map have been their CT side. They've opted to start on it.
Well, I think, look, it's a CT side of Mirage. It's meant to be the side that you do show a lot more form on. And although Monty haven't looked great on it as of late, I feel like they still want to start on that CT side because it's kind of where they should be showing successes. Just because there hasn't been those successes in the past doesn't mean they're not confident on that side. The defending B, Dem QQ just jiggling here, but top con smoke landing and the molly behind it. Things could get a little bit difficult here. Looking at the positioning, I like what we're seeing from Ryu and Gizmy. An elevated angle for Ryu, can find Glowing quite comfortably. Dem QQ through the smoke finding Lovicus, and now Blixie needing to aggress. The flash is good though, blinding Diha. Man advantage, it's a 5 versus 3 here. Gone down to a 3-on-3. Blixie's able to get a double. There is a flank coming through, but man advantage now for Cybershock. Again, Charlie, the errors seen from Monty throughout the whole of that series on Fireflux was mismanaging their advantages. And dare I say it, we're going to see it again. MQQ though, great find onto Notaneki, applying a lot of pressure here. Hades now very late with the AWP into market. It's as though he wants to emerge at some point soon. It's all about timing. Hades will get one. No scope. Nice find and all on Phenomen. Phenomen isolates the fight on the first and now needing to deal. But Demq's the one with time against him. Phenomen just dancing around and that's the 10-second timer. DemQQ can't do anything and Phenomen will find. But again, a 5 versus 3 here for Monty. And somehow they still lose.
Yeah, they lost a pretty crazy amount of them in that series against Fireflux. They didn't look great in it whatsoever. And it feels like we might be seeing the same thing again. Because, yeah, losing a 5 versus 3 on that first fall by round. Things looked good initially. But it just looks too easy for Cybershock. You've got a player in the bomb site 2 towards short. And yet no kills can be found.
Well, I think as well, you see Diha go down. It's a well-placed flash. There's not really much Diha can do about it. But it's the fact that both Gizmy and Ryu, it seems like they peak 1 by 1. After Diha goes down, it's still a 4 on the 3. You're going to have the flank coming through from DemQQ. You're going to have the late rotation in the Orb of Hades. There is actually no reason for Monty to look to peak and look to fight so aggressively from shore. They can just wait for the rotations. But no, it seems like Monty in every avenue on their CT side, it seems like they want to try and show resistance. They want to put up the fight, maybe deny the bomb plant. When in reality, just play the advantage. it's so easy to say, yet I just don't know how it goes so wrong for Monty.
Yeah, and I mean, it's got to be frustrating for them as well, because it feels like step 1 and 2 they get spot on, but it's just after that.
Yeah.
Step
exactly.
3 is where they fumble and it costs them. That's the most important one for them just to convert. Couple of kills have been found in a round like this. Glowing's got a decent bit of money now. In the reserve, you're saving over the AWP. Cybershock, a very good start here on their map selection.
Yeah, look, Monty, I think there needs to be a change of game plan for them overall on their CT side, because we said, look, the CT side of Mirage isn't great for them. It seems like the CT side of many maps aren't great because they're so hungry to deny any team's aggression on the T side. Look, maybe you don't want to get them getting the extra money from planting the bomb, but they make a lot more from winning the round. So, something certainly to note. Hades, though, getting isolated. Molly to land on the back of the bomb site, forcing him out. Gizme here from short. Gizme could go down, but Hades found first. Gizme now to escape. Cybershock, though, they've taken the B bomb site quite comfortably, and it seems like we're going to be seeing a save from Monty. So, a 5-0 start for Cybershock.
Yeah, and I mean, Monty, if they do show us very little on Mirage, I mean, they're definitely going to have to take a step back after a game like this and just consider we've got to put in the work. We have to fix whatever these problems are. But it's still early doors. I'm not going to harp on about it too much. There's, of course, still going to be their map selection up. But Mirage isn't even done yet. But it's just this CT side that they're not showing us a whole ton of. They could be losing a few players. It was the...
Did you disconnect? I don't know. Maybe deep in CT? Drop a smoke, I guess.
Yeah, oh yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, of course. That makes sense. I was just confused. I was like, was he AFK there? But no. Yeah, I mean, a couple of kills found there from Cybershock. Money's growing for them, but we've got to start to find a round for Monty on the board. No save, no ult for Hades, but it is still the rifles out.
Yeah, but look, already Cybershock are 5-0 up. Monty, they've got to kind of treat this remaining 7 with a completely different outlook. And both of us were pretty confident for Monty in the hopes that they could kind of change how they've been playing recent rounds. Nice opener from D here. Great trade, though. Gizme from short, taken down by the HE. Already quick rotations from Hades. Found by Fenneman, though, so comfortably there. And this is a scary thing. We talk about Fenneman and the impact that he can have. Now he's got the AWP in hand. Things could be very, very scary, very dangerous. Denial of the bomb plant from DemQQ, and now it's on Fenneman and Glowing. Oh, right, finding Fenneman. All about timing here, but DemQQ will eliminate. Round goes the way of Monty.
I mean, individually, DemQ wins that. Really good play from him. Fenneman's the only player with any actual health on that Cybershock side in that 3 versus 2. So the push through the smoke, taking him down, but he can't shoot back. And then just slipping away back through the smoke. No one on Cybershock can find that kill, and you can see how low they were. Just a spam, 1 bullet connects. And it's a tricky 1 versus 2 for Glowing after that.
Once they've got to double down, though, they've got to string some rounds together. Interestingly, Fenneman could have invested in the AWP, but has opted for a rifle. Glowing goes down very easily there early on. Cybershock opting for a bit of a split here. And looking at the mini-map, players looking to fake have done their job. Problem is, DemQQ is quite close to the action. Oh, I like the idea of this bait and switch. Yeah, it's all about timing here. Looks like Cybershock are going to make their way back towards A with the bomb Fenneman slowly creeping back. Because to go to under. He might want to try and show some presence here towards B beforehand, but the setup here is pretty good. I feel like the only way it can go wrong is if Blixie drops down, or Fenneman drops down. MQQ could get taken down, no trade, but flashbang coming through. Up shot fired, and Blixie will take down Lovicus finds D here. In fact, Fenneman takes down Hades. Back and forth, but the trades do work in favor here for Cybershock. Again, Charlie, an advantage round for Monty that could be disastrous. All on Gizmy. Big clutch for him now. Notaneki trying to delay for his teammate, but Gizmy's got this information. He knows he needs to fight, but Notaneki finds him. And Cybershock again winning a round in which they are disadvantaged in.
Yeah, I was surprised we didn't actually see Notaneki just try to retrieve the bomb and back away, but either way, still manages to work out, wins the 1v1 himself. Lovicus not even being required there, so instantly Cybershock deny Monty stringing any rounds together. They will be able to scrape together somewhat of a bite, but there's not of a... Oh, it's actually a bit of a partial investment. Dia has fully gone in.
Well, I think D is quite, as the B-Apps player, I feel like a lot of the time you might take a hit on weaponry or utility. Whether he wants to go aggressive towards under in the next round or just play with an MP9. Finances are there. Well, it's not too bad here. It's still possible for Monty. We talk about these types of investments and the outcome they can have. But again, it's got to be said, Monty, they should have won that last round. Great HE grenade there from DemQQ. So much damage dealt here to Blixie Fenneman. Of course, Lovicus. Gizmy now timing for his push. Ooh, nice spam there. A little bit more damage dealt, but first kill found here onto Hades. Notaneki finding Ryu. 5 on 3. Oh, Fenneman. He spotted out DemQQ. Molly will land, and now he's trapped. There's going to be multiple eyes on DemQQ's position. Reposition as well from Fenneman. Elevated up here towards Tetris. I don't really know how DemQQ gets out of this, but see what he has to offer. Oh, okay. Lexie's given his life up to Gizmy. That's information on 2 players now. Not the best of fights, but Fenneman still finding, and Lovicus takes down Gizmy. So, although so much damage dealt there, still plenty of survivors. 4 players surviving that. This is very one-sided. This is not what we wanted to see from Monty. We mentioned the kind of irregularities on this map with them favouring the T side so heavily, and we're seeing it again today.
Yeah, I mean, it's the CT side from Monty. You mentioned it's not good enough on Mirage. They're not showing us otherwise so far. Cybershock, yeah, money's looking pretty good for them. They'll be able to invest a couple of rounds, even if they do end up finally losing some. But yeah, we just need to see more from Monty. We're not really actually seeing anything competent, but it is an A-hit here, and there are 3 defenders, so this could finally be the turning point. DemQ makes his way up towards balcony. Molly off his position. He's going to fall down straight into the crosshair of Lovicus. Glowing falls as well, and there's not a worse position for Hades to be in with the AWP. Towards Ninja does go down. Ryu finds one on the Glowing, but it's surely another save at this point.
Yeah, not really much that Diha and Ryu can do. Obviously, Diha going to look to upgrade that weapon, but again, it's Cybershock so effectively dealing with Monty that... And something that we usually praise Monty for so heavily is the opening kills, but Cybershock have been just as effective, and that's why it is such a one-sided scoreline here on their T side.
It's going to be 8 rounds found already. There's not going to be many left of the half. Obviously, we know Monty can put up a fight on their T side. But they've got to give themselves a chance on their T side, don't they? They can't just go into the second half with 1 round, with 2 rounds. It does feel like we're in a spot where, if this is going to be a capable response in the second half, Monty have to probably find 4, win the pistol off the back of that, and it's 8-6. Still not going to be an easy game, even if you do all of that. But it gives you a chance.
Yeah, definitely. Look, Cybershock, though, I think we know how good they are on this map, and look, they are a team that do obviously prefer the CT side quite massively. So I think already Cybershock are going to be happy with this performance. 8-1. Again, to remind everyone at home, if you're just tuning in, the loser of this game goes 1 and 2. This isn't an elimination, neither promotion game. But it is of vital importance. They're going 1 and 2 down. You've got 2 more games that you both have to win to get yourself into the Swiss stage. Lovicus holding for this aggression. Oh, he spotted one. And Lovicus, wary of D, looks for the fight there while chipped away at. I think he could have just dropped the molly and backed away, but it seems that Cybershock and obviously Lovicus hoping for something more. Hades will get one onto Glowing. MQQ looking to retrieve a weapon here. Gives me in a nice off angle, but still Blixie finds so much damage dealt to Blixie there, though. HE grenade is seen here from Dia, but won't be used to deal with Blixie. 3 on 3. Molly gonna come through here from Fenneman. Flashbang sending Blixie in. Fully blinding Hades. Great find here from Fenneman, and now it's Notaneki. He's in the 1 versus 2, gone 1v1. Notaneki's had a great game here. Spots him out. Information relayed from both players, and now Hades biding his time. The swing comes through. The clutch will go the way here of Monty, but as you mentioned, it had to be seen. Without it, a very, very difficult second half for Monty to work with, but still, it's not all confirmed for them. They've got to find a couple more before they can at least say there's a chance.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things in that round. We firstly start to see a bit of team play from this Monty side. They take mid as a unit. And it's only 1 kill that they find from it. I think it was Hades that finds that one towards top middle. Yeah. But it's a big kill. It just gives them that man advantage. We see the push into the A bomb site. And sure, things could have slipped away in that 3 on 3. The actual flash from Fenneman wasn't great. It didn't actually go far enough to blind Hades. But it's the idea of it. But finally, it's something that we see work out for Monty.
Yeah, the jump across kill there. Obviously, Hades does find the jumping of Glowing, but Fenneman with a quick trade. Not a bad way to deal with the mid player, and I think a lot of the time you wouldn't see the AWP hit that instant shot or maybe get a leg, so I think Hades in that scenario does quite well. D has retrieved the AWP now. We'll find one onto Lovicus, and very simple kill as well. Gives me under a lot of pressure. If he goes down here towards B, this could be really, really difficult. It seems like Diha wants to re-peek. Oh, timing for Fenneman. He was just holding for this re-aggression of Diha. Rotation will be seen. Gizmi finds Blixie. It is going to be this playthrough short. 2-man advantage here now for Monty. Shot baited here from Gizmi. Molly to come his way. Nice flashbang and Gizmi trying to reposition. It will be DemQQ to find Diha eliminating on the AWP. 2 kills there for Diha with the big green. But Monty, a convincing round again. A nice showing from them here.
Yes, the more we actually see them look to take these fights towards middle, it only happened with Diha retrieving the AWP and finding one towards connector. That's all it needs. Have a bit of a fight towards middle, find the man advantage, and then go into playing more passively. So at that point, we just see the numbers advantage, the rotations are quick. Those final 2 players towards short, there's nothing they can do. So I'm sure we'll call a tactical pause here, as they certainly want to secure that 9th.
Yeah, look. Obviously, if Monty win this one, as you said, as you hoped, if they get 4 pistol round conversion, obviously plenty of hypotheticals, but it definitely can come back Monty's way. That said, they've got to win these final few, and for Cybershock, I think for them, they realise, okay, well, we were heavily advantaged here. If we give up these final 3 rounds, Monty have been given a chance. So I think Cybershock really know the problems that they're in if Monty are allowed to take this 12. Glowing. Oh, it's all about timing. Flash is good. Ryu just behind this smoke. Gonna be about timing here for Ryu. Nice HE grenade. Ryu surely gonna be a non-factor. Surely not gonna be realised. He will get one. Fenneman's trade is excellent. Gizmi out in the open. There's so many players to work with. Gizmi finding Fenneman. Now tapping through the smoke, hoping to find something onto 1 HP. Will go down to Blixie now. So back to this 3-on-3 scenario.
Yeah, again, Monty, they want to fight towards middle. It's where they found most of their success in recent time. Just a leveled up game. Notaneki here in Palace is being held right now by Hades.
Oh. Notaneki will find him. Now DemQQ with work to do, just tucked here towards Ninja. Otaneki. Oh, DemQQ. I thought he'd play disciplined here, but now realizing maybe not the best of goals. We will see a rotation. Quick shot from Blixie, and now Dia. A big clutch here. He's going to play in front of the Molotov. He can look to isolate. Again, Blixie just looking to delay. Waiting for Lovicus. Oh, Lovicus has spotted him now, and Lovicus will find Dia trying to emerge out of CT. I think that's the way he has to play it. It's so difficult because not only does he not actually know where Blixie is, or Notaneki is, sorry. It's just the idea that Lovicus could be absolutely everywhere as well. It's tough there from Dia, but 9-3 score. Monty, although it's a very disappointing CT side, they'll be happy that they somewhat salvaged it, getting those 2 rounds towards the end.
I mean, it's just something to work with at least. I absolutely love how Blixie played this one onto DemQ there. Teammate goes down, he just instantly tucks.
Yeah.
Waits a good 5-6 seconds before finally swinging again. DemQ thinks it's all clear towards ramp, and then next thing he knows, really quick headshot from Blixie, nothing he can do.
Very impressed with Fenneman though. The AWPing on the T side's been excellent, and now on the favoured side, Fenneman could do so much work. A nice find there with the Julies. A quick pick onto Hades. And this is all a bait, actually. Fenneman's just trying to show enough presence, but not getting another kill there is a bit unfortunate. DemQQ here towards Palace. Can be able to find Notaneki. Ryu gets the trade onto Glowing. So, a 3 versus 2 here. But the T's are swinging. They're offering themselves up to Blixie. And the Julies are ranged. Final bullet in the magazine. And Blixie denies. Takes down DemQQ. Cybershock. A nice pistol, but it was the Julies that provided.
Yeah, Blixie's actually been really great this game. I don't think the stats justify how good he's actually been with a lot of these really impactful moments and kills. I mean, this is probably one of the most impactful. 3 players pushing him. Finds all 3 with the Julies. Look at this. Great work from him. And that might be him ripping away any chance for Monty to be able to bring things back. And Mirage is just the Glocks. It's going to be 11-3. Surely Cybershock don't let this one slip.
Yeah, it'd be a really tough game for Cybershock to lose, especially because, as we said, both these teams, you look at their first series and you say, well, sorry, not the first. You look at one of their series. Obviously, for Monty, it was the first. For Cybershock, the second. These were games they could have won. These were games they probably should have won. You know, we had the luxury of casting that Monty Fireflux game, and I think we know from the eye test alone, they should have won that game. This is a different story, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely no way we can try to pretend this one should be won by Monty. It hasn't. It's been a great game from Cybershock so far. Blixie finds one with the MP9. So much damage dealt. Blixie could try to clean things up and get them all, but it's going to be the M4s instead, finding them, unless Hades can try to get anything with this Deagle. We'll find Lovicus. That will be all. So a couple of these weapons can be upgraded to the M4s. But a couple of kills on an eco for Monty. I mean, it's okay, but let's be real, at this point in the game, at this scoreline, they kind of need to win the eco.
Yeah, they're what? 8 rounds down now. Cybershock only need 2 on their preferred side. I think we are going to be packing things up and heading to Dust. And look, we talk about Dust being a map that you can look to play it kind of off individuals, and someone can just light up the server and take any chance of success away. That could be happening here. Because the way which Fenneman's been playing on the AWP's been excellent. We know how much work the AWPs can do on Dust too. Fenneman under balcony here, turning from the flashes. Oh, Fenneman, how has he not been taken down? Dia eventually deals with him. One of the most laboured sprays I've seen in quite some time. Notaneki going to be forced out in the open. Has got a Molotov to work with, but I like how Cybershock have kind of fallen back off the bomb site. The bomb is dropped.
I mean, Lovicus has a lot of damage in util here. Depending on how he uses it, he could find a lot. Not going to use it at all right now. Wants to take the fight, and I mean, the confidence that must be in this Cybershock team, you can't blame them.
No, definitely not. The bullets really are connecting here for Cybershock. Not really put a foot wrong. And
wasn't expecting to be here this soon.
Yeah, the last two maps that we've watched were 13-0, now what, 12-3? Bit of a quick one.
But the fact that every single one of these games we've come into saying it's going to be 3 maps, it has to be.
Yeah.
The way that these
It's
teams
got
are
to
playing,
be.
still can be 3 maps, of course. But Monty just haven't given us a lot of belief right now. Cybershock have really had their number from start to finish on this map selection. Of course, it is their map pick, so we would be always giving them the slight favouring. But, I mean, there's nothing slight about this game.
No, definitely not. And I think the way in which Cybershock have played throughout has been very, very impressive. Not only with their decision-making and kind of game plan, but I feel like the way in which the individuals are performing here for Cybershock, very, very convincing for victory here. Notaneki needs to be cautious. Spots how Diha will find him, and now Notaneki looks to swing. Fine from Phenomen, but important trades here from Hades. Hades found 2 kills so far, make it 3. On for a 4th, and all on the AWP of Phenomen. How are both of these players alive? But Phenomen, quick shot. Now all on DemQQ. And Phenomen's got a read. He's got a good understanding. It's holding towards CT, in fact. DemQQ going to make his way to jungle. Phenomen caught in such a tough position. His gun barrel's going to be spotted, surely. Backs away. DemQQ goes against it. It's all on timing. DemQQ surely gets this kill. Monty, they will win their 4th round here, but it comes down to the wire. And in doing so, look what the finances is going to be like for Monty. Okay, yes, Hades on the AWP, DemQQ can buy, but the money's not great.
Yeah, not brilliant on the other side of things either, but they... Yeah, it's probably going to be a similar buy for both teams. Maybe slightly better for Monty, but... It's still... Yeah, it's still a long way for Monty to go, and it came down to a 1v1. Didn't see the best of individuals with somehow Phenomen surviving for that long, but Gloin wants to take the fight to them, towards top middle. Finds the first, no trade possible, and he can just walk away, but takes the fight even more. Still got a decent amount of HP to play with. There is 2 players watching Gloin right now. The amount of presence that this man has made across the map, just from being towards top mid, spots the head, takes down Ryu, and could just walk away as if nothing ever happened.
Yeah, brilliant from Glowing there. Obviously, we have to praise Hades in the last round, actually. You look at it, he gets 4 kills. He's able to get all the trades in middle. But...
all for nothing.
I don't think Hades... Yeah, look, I don't think this game was ever going to go back the way of Monty. Look, I feel like you have a really glass half full mentality and about how comebacks can be seen, but it was never going to happen here. I think Monty were always too far out of things. You just had to look at their CT side, not convincing enough, but Hades and DemQQ... 2 versus 5. Bomb under the control of Cybershock. Let's see what can happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's only any chance Monty win this. We see a ton of mistakes, but we're not. They are being reasonably disciplined. Do see Lovicus peeking to Hades, so that's the information. 25 seconds on the clock. There's no need for Cybershock to overextend this one. There's 4 players. Hades peeks out, and now we see the 4-man swing all together. Great stuff there from Cybershock. The super young team have just shown their abilities on this map. 4 rounds dropped to Monty. Other than that, not a single foot wrong. Brilliant stuff. I mean, I was actually very curious about how this game was going to close out. So we knew when it was 12-3, Cybershock should be taking this one. It only feels like it's going to go one way. I'm always curious in games like this is how quickly can the team actually close it out? Because sometimes you can allow your the opponents to get into the game. Sure, they might not win it, but it can get them warmed up and get them sort of feeling the game a bit and showing up a bit more on map number 2. That wasn't the case with this at all. They lost 1 round, instantly back to their winning ways. It feels like most of the time when we've seen Monty win rounds, Cybershock instantly respond. It's a great showing from them. They're moving on to Dust 2. Fred, we saw some really great individual performances. Phenomen in particular with that AWP.
Yeah.
How are things looking for Monty now, moving over to this pretty individual-based map?
Yeah, look, I think it's gonna be tough for Monty. I guess the one positive that you can take away from Monty is he said, look, for Cybershock they want to close it out quick. They don't want to allow players to get back into the server kind of warmed up. I think obviously Fenneman looked absolutely incredible in the AWP. I think he ended the game 19-8. I guess the only positive takeaway is you look at those last 2 rounds, Eddie's got 7 kills, and I believe 3 of which with the AWP. So maybe he's going to be feeling a little bit more confident going to Dust, but that's the only real positive that I can take away. Obviously, Charlie, Dust 2, we're going to have a little bit more time to talk about it before it does commence, but obviously, for all of that, we're going to be jumping to a break. second map of the series going to be underway in a matter of moments. But Charlie, look, are we thinking positively for Monty? Do we think they can come back here on Dust?
Well, I certainly think they can come back here. I mean, they have to come back, really, otherwise they're going to find themselves one game away from being eliminated here. And yeah, Mirage, we just didn't see anything from. I'm hoping at least they can put up a decent display on Dust, because, yeah, very disappointing just to watch a side like Monty look so helpless, really, against this Cybershock onslaught that was their side. But I have to also look at the Cybershock roster and say the way that they played that map number 1, the way that literally everyone stepped up, doesn't fare too well the fact that we're moving on to Dust 2, a map that really can be dominated just by a couple of individuals, and the fact that Fenneman was the player topping the charts as well. You imagine when the Open Duel comes out, it's going to be great to watch between him and Hades.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, we've seen Dust as of late for this Monty side, unbeaten in the last 3 months. And when you look at with the introduction of both Ryu and Gizmi, it has still been that top stellar performance here. Realistically, have they been winning these maps dominantly? Have they been winning them 13-4 like Cybershock did on Mirage? No, but they're still victorious. And on the flip side for Cybershock, you look at their last couple series within the last 2 weeks alone, they played 4 maps of Dust, haven't won one yet in the last 4 maps that they played, and only attaining 26 rounds in those 4 maps as well. So it seems like Cybershock not the most positive on Dust, but as you pointed out, as you touched upon, the individuals can sometimes overwhelm and swarm on a map like Dust. And speaking of individuals, everyone throughout there on Mirage for Cybershock had their moments, had kind of a top tier performance. Yet on the side of Monty, very lacking from pretty much everyone. You look at Ryu, who's usually a player that can be so effective when it comes to entries. We didn't really see all too much of that. Gizmi and Diha both had very, very tough games. Them QQ as well. It seemed like no one was really at their peak. Hopefully for Monty, that kind of loss on Mirage will be a bit of a, I guess, I don't know, an eye-opening game for them, realizing that, okay, Cybershock, this is a top-tier opponent. We've got to have our A game, and maybe it puts them kind of a kick in the right direction, maybe. But I guess we're going to see as Dust 2 unfolding now, and Monty to start on the T side. Obviously, we've looked at the stats of Monty's T sides on most of their maps, and this one is a ridiculous stat. For the last 4 games they've played, an 81% win rate on the T side. So we're expecting big things here from Monty.
Yeah, I mean, really need to. Even if it's not going to be an 81%, you're hoping that they can at least show some very good things here.
Nice find from Gizmi.
It's just going to be pushing out. Is he going to be ready for Lovicus, though? Doesn't look like it. Lovicus actually taking his time to find the kill, and actually he's fluffed his lines, it looks like, on B. We'll eventually find Gizmi, but we see...
Why that kill takes so long?
Yeah, I mean, he waits a while, I think just tries to line up the shot, and then when he finally opts to take it, it still misses anyway. Honestly, it could just be a save here. There is utility, there is armor on these 2 players.
Yeah, it's the right decision. Got Julie's as well. Teaser hunting, though. I like this from Monty. Making sure that nothing can be brought into the next round. Look at Hades. He's already in such a good position. Lovicus might not be prepared for him. Like a swarm here on Monty. They're going for these kills. Hades will get one. Lovicus now struggling with so many players to fight. We'll just get second kill of the round. But I quite like it from Monty. Go for a full hunt. Make sure they bring nothing into the next round. Not the worst of ideas.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like that sort of play that you make when you realize how desperate you are for each and every one of these rounds. Can't have a repeat of Mirage whatsoever.
We spoke about the impact and the ability of Fenneman through Mirage. He had a KST percentage of 100%. And that's a real rarity. Every single kill that Fenneman found was of vital importance.
Yeah.
Which is pretty ridiculous. Flashbang coming over. Hades will dodge it. MQQ tucked away. Hades by his side. And great there from Monty, dealing with that aggression very nicely.
Yeah, dealt with perfectly there, actually. So just keeping everyone alive there. They kept a decent amount of people alive on the pistol. You can see everyone's sitting around 3k or so in the reserve. But finally, Cybershock will get some weapons out It's not going to be the AWP of Fenneman, though.
Yeah, and I think that's something that Monty are going to try and restrict as much as possible. But Monty, they've already got themselves half the rounds that they found on the whole of Mirage. Already so much utility drained here from Cybershock, and they've got very limited control in middle. Fenneman rotating in, the CTs now with work to do, but Fenneman can find two. Hades eventually gets the trade, but we need to be seeing more here from Monty. Fenneman should not be fighting two there.
No, he's really primed his team to take this one now. 2 players towards B. Got some util between them as well, so they can delay, can damage. Even if they go even one for one or 2 for 2, that should still put Cybershock in a strong position.
Lovicus. It's maneuvered to car, which see Lovicus without the smoke. Utility coming over now. HE grenade thrown, which the T's will dodge, in fact. Still continual utility coming out. Notaneki back at the bomb site. Molly to come his way. Notaneki, feet in the flames. It's all about when he decides to swing. Will we get a kill beforehand now? And Lovicus still such an unknown. The swing from Glowing unnecessary. There is no need for the push through the smoke here. Lovicus could get found. He will get one. Trade come through from Blixie. Blixie close to the action enough to get the trade onto Diha. It gets quite close there, though, you have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't mind the player swinging from window, because it kind of gives the idea that, okay, you've just killed the solo B defender, I'm going to quickly come in and get a trade. But Hades still has the awareness to double check for Lovicus, who managed to go 1 for 1, but that final player quick enough to rotate in. I want to say Blixie just to finish things off there. But so I'm sure they'll win their first round. Sure, it comes down to the wire, it gets close, but it's an early one on the board.
Once again, though, Cybershock, they've taken control here towards Long. Blixie, he sent the smoke, and now Glowing can just leave him. Fenneman again from CT, he was able to get 2 in the last. You have the AWP on Hades. 2 MP9s here. This is going to be tough. The 2 MP9s defending. This is not going to be easy, not at all. Lovicus just jump spotting. Smoke. Smoke has been seen. Molly as well. Hades holding for the jump spot now. Flashbang coming over from Notaneki, all in an attempt to delay. Gives me now aware. Notaneki's close by. Great find. Diha up short. Will find Fenneman as well. And with Lovicus falling. Great openers here from Gizmi. Again, though, it has to be put into question. Why are the 2 MP9s, the 2 weakest weapons, both here towards B? At least have one in kind of, whether you want to take control towards tunnels or obviously have one towards short, but them both defending middle and B. It's not strong enough weaponry to do so. Nice double from DemQQ to take down the remaining 2. Great from Monty here on Dust so far.
Yeah, that's a really good double from DemQ there. I don't really know why we ended up seeing Glowing decide to drop down. Blixie was initially trapped towards there. He made his way out, then Glowing opted to go towards CT. Surely feels like a better idea just for you to both get out. Try to keep these weapons alive, but instead maybe looking to punish the Monty players a bit. Seeing if they can whittle away at their finances slightly. But yeah, it's an important start for Monty. It's the sort of start they needed to a map like this after falling so heavily to Cybershock on map number 1. But we do see a tactical pause out for the CT side. Although it's not going to be any sort of buy in this one.
I quite like how Cybershock have already identified, okay, well, Monty are looking far better here. We know this is their stronger side. We need to make sure that we have a good performance here on our CT side. And I think the fact that Cybershock have called this early pause, it's showing good signs from them. You're not to kind of overestimate their opponents, or underestimate, sorry, their opponents. Notaneki. Tempting fate there, peeking into the AWP of Hades, but we'll be safe for now. Game plan here for Cybershock, just waste as much utility and time on the Monty side as possible. Players in CT to rotate. No one towards middle here from Monty. So the USPs can maneuver their way to short. Diha slowly creeping closer. Another smoke thrown towards CT, but Diha and Gizmi have taken a lot of control now. Ryu with work to do. Is it is going to be a full flank here through long.
Bomb has been planted.
Ryu's got a smoke as well. I think once any contact's made, he will just drop that. Going for the kills is Ryu, and the kills are coming through. Lovicus eventually will take him down, and the rest of the T's quite hungry for the hunt. Let's look at where Blixie is here. Well, out of the round. Kills are looking really good here for Monty. Everyone having their moments. But they have been against 2 weaker weapon rounds. Still, I've been very impressed with Monty so far here on Dust.
Yeah, I mean, I am still waiting for the moment that we do see the all-power Venom. It's going to be another situation where not going to be able to port out here. It feels like the best chance for them to bring it out as soon as possible is to take Hades' AWP. See if they can win around and save that, but it's got to be about winning the rounds first. So all the players who were stepping up on Mirage so far, it's been a bit of a slow game, but there haven't been all too many full buys out for the CTs yet to complain about that.
Again, I feel like Cybershock are yet to have a perfect investment. It seems like they're continually fighting with kind of a lack of an AWP on Phenomenon. Utility a little bit poor. A couple MP9s in play. Obviously in this one it's the FAMAS on Blixie. Just the one defuse kit as well. Again though, Cybershock, the CT side, they've taken long quite effectively in these rifle rounds.
It's going to be a late long hit here.
I don't love that Diha.
I mean, he's in the open. Surely he's going to get exposed. Molly dropped at the perfect time, though, in fact.
Oh, Gizmi. Gizmi catches out glowing. Yet still, it's Gizmi to go down. Ryu as well. Split off from his teammates here. Man advantage for Cybershock. Flashbang coming over. There's a player in car, being Phenomenon. Molly will land, but I don't think it'll reach the Phenomenon, in fact. Flashbang comes over. Phenomenon's still safe. Oh, the fact this Molly hasn't spread into the corner could be costly, but DemQQ still holding. 3-on-3 now, and Ryu eventually strikes from short. Ryu again! Double openers onto the bomb site, and Notaneki all that remains. Giving away his position now. Stepping here very quickly. Needs to deal with Ryu. Notaneki, oh, trying to isolate these fights. AK been retrieved now from Hades, and the 1v1s were given, but Ryu quick to trade. Ryu, 3 kills in that one. AWP can be saved as well. Monty with a big round here. You see this early fight, and that's where I'm thinking, okay, Monty, some mistakes are being shown. Important that Blixie gets one, but it's the fact that Phenomenon goes down. And it's interesting that there's no one close to swing off contact there from Phenomenon. No one was on the bomb site there from Cybershock, which is very odd.
Yeah, I mean, things looked good initially, but it's just Ryu having too free a time in short. He opted not to push after Gizmi fell. Just stayed quiet, and Monty and it was completely overlooked by Cybershock. Just didn't consider after that. 2 kills far too easily. And yeah, you mentioned Phenomenon. Even if there's someone on the bomb site, just to sell a bit of presence to further bait him in. Or like you said, to swing off of him. Whatever it was, it'd be better than that.
Yeah, definitely. And now Monty already surpassed what they found on Mirage within the first 6 rounds here of Dust. And it seems like on the rifle round, Cybershock are taking long. They're taking that control. Yeah, when on the eco, Monty very quick to kind of contain this space on the basis that they've got the range advantage with the rifles. So I quite like the Monty are looking to play slow against the gun rounds, and then when they are against weaker weapons, they look to go very quick to long, and then they can kind of maneuver their way across. Lovicus. Lower tunnels, the lone defender here. 4 players to face. And Lovicus is going to maneuver his way even further away from the action. Just on the contact and presence that's been shown here from Ryu.
Yeah, look, they're still convinced that they've had a good call here. Lovicus flanking towards A, but little did they know it was just the solo presence from Ryu alone towards long, while the rest of the team were out on B.
Yeah, important kills found here. Notineki can drop over an AWP, I believe, to Fenneman. So hopefully we'll see Cybershock maybe with a different approach gun round. You'd hope for Fenneman he gets kind of a bit aggressive, whether it's towards short, whether it's towards middle. Nice find from Fenneman, in fact. Aware of Blixie's position as he did fire that. Nice tag onto Gizmy. Gizmy going to drop the Molotov, try and keep himself alive a little longer. Blixie will be able to retrieve the AK here. Gizmy is safe. Oh, no, he's not. The fact that you can save on the bomb site and only lose 50 health, I don't actually know how Gizmy's gone down there, but...
Yeah, and Blixie gets an AK out of it as well.
Yeah, not bad at all.
In a tough spot, fully blinded, Fenneman keeps him alive. And then from there on out, Blixie somehow manages to still keep himself alive and pick up an AK and back away.
This has got to be the turning point for Cybershock if they want their chance at the 2-0. Monty, they've regained a lot of confidence and a lot of that ability we were hoping to see from them. Hades with a bit of a pot shot through the smoke in the hopes of finding Blixie. Lovicus in a great position now. Into the smoke, Fenneman spots out one, but not connecting the bullets. Lovicus still silent here, he will get one. Here with the trade, glowing, picking up that AK now, sends the Molotov. Blixie found by Gizmy. Blixie unnecessarily pushing through long doors there. Obviously, there was a lot of contact in middle, and I think Blixie was hoping all attention would be towards mid, but Gizmy just holding D, her firing. Molly, reload Herd, and Notineki's got himself in such a good position. Steps to Herd here now, though. Notineki will still get the kill and able to back away through the smoke. Oh, in fact, as it fades, Hades finds a man advantage once again here for Monty. Glowing, backing away here onto the A-bomb site. Utility coming over here from Gizmy. Fenneman towards short. That is where the bomb is going. Orb shot, I believe, fired there by Fenneman. Great find from Glowing, though. We are going to be seeing this quick reposition here from Monty. Hades already posted here. And I love this. Hades tasked with finding the rotating players and Ryu to get the bomb down. He can drop the smoke. And Fenneman in the hopes to find him beforehand. Hades has repositioned. Hades posting on window. And it seems like Fenneman's going to push through the smoke here. It could be perfect, but the missed shot from Fenneman. Hades quick enough to readjust. And Monty again. They now find 7. Excellent round from Hades, though. He's 9-2. And as I said, look, Hades had a couple good rounds at the back end of Mirage, potentially to give him the confidence here on Dust. And currently leading the lines of Monty is Hades.
Yeah, he's been very, very useful with the AWP. Fenneman has been dropped over an AWP as well. It is going to be a hero one to play with in this round.
It's the right approach. Gives him a chance, but Fenneman, he was incredible on Mirage. 19-8 finished that game. Yeah, here on Dust. Ready, close to the 8 deaths, but far from the impressive 19 kills he found.
I mean, last round was the first one he had the AWP in. That's round number 8. It's been a long time for Cybershock to actually be able to have any sort of stable economy, but you can only really put that down to how good the loss bonus is now, rather than anything good that they've done.
Monty are very much in control here on the T side. It seems like Cybershock are playing very reactive in their decision making. You know, we saw it on that eco where it was just Ryu sending presence and pressure towards long, and we saw all players rotating onto the A-bomb site. You see it from Blixie in the last round where he's progressing through long doors, trying to get a flank, but obviously being held. MQQ with a lot of players close by. We'll be able to get one. Big trade attempt. AK retrieved. Kills have been seen here by the CTs. Now a 3-on-3. But again, Cybershock, they put so much stock in defending towards middle, yet the bomb now going down towards B. And as we know, the B-bomb site, infamous for its difficulties at retaking here on Dust 2.
Yeah, with Blixie going down, Fenneman's going to want to keep hold of this AWP. I mean, the money's good enough that Cybershock could give this a go, but is being able to have some extra money for if you do lose the round after that, which the way things are going for Cybershock, there's a good chance that that's going to be the case. 8-1. Monty, I mean, such a far cry from the side that we saw on Mirage.
I have to say, the way in which Fenneman's playing is somewhat reminding me for Grix, obviously, in the first series. It seems as though he's got the AWP, he's having kind of possibilities with the weapon. It's not as though he's unable to wield it. It just seems like he's never in the right place. And I think once we do see that from Fenneman, when he can get himself into the action, we'll be seeing a different story. But right now, Monty are doing a very good job to kind of put a muzzle on this individual. Feel like he's going to be very far away from that 100% KST rating that he had before. 100 ADR as well for an AWP, and not the easiest stat to attain such heights with the big green. Oh, and Hades, speaking of the big green, he provides, finding glowing, and Hades searching for more. Hades takes down Fenneman. Blixie able to tell the tale of the woes of Long, but might not be alive for much longer. Hades finds him again. 3 kills here from the AWPer. 13-2. 9 rounds for Monty.
Yeah, honestly, we could actually have a very similar scoreline to Mirage, potentially, but just in Monty's favour this time. It is going to be 9. And I mean, we saw a bit of a resurgence from Monty, just getting the final couple of rounds on Mirage to give him 3 rounds and a half. I've got no belief that Cybershock can even do that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think right now they're not playing with that kind of level of intensity and kind of threatening nature that they show throughout the whole of Mirage. Nice flashbang, blinding Lovicus. Back turned here, waiting another. Notaneki with an AUG. Well, that's a weapon that we very rarely get to see. We might not even see a bullet fired as Monty hoping for kind of an overextension, but no one showing. Look, if you told me that it was going to be these kind of dominant performances in map 1 and map 2, I'd be very hesitant to agree, just on the basis that both these teams, these are maps that it's not as though it's kind of a nuke or maybe a train where teams aren't well versed, or it's a bit of an irregularity with a change in the map pool, but it's Mirage and Dust. Probably the 2 most played maps in the whole of Counter-Strike's history. MQQ looking to get aggressive there. I don't know what he was looking at. It just seems like, well, I just assumed no one was holding him or no one peeking. Caught out here.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of complacency there, just trying to run over Cybershock slightly, because yeah, definitely can't be doing that. But Hades, he is on absolute fire right now. 14th kill, yeah, 14 kills after 10 rounds, 2 deaths after 10, and there's still more that can be found.
And I think a lot of people, you know, we've seen the heights of Hades and kind of the peaks of this player as an individual. You know, think of his kind of first stint on Ents. Was he back on Ents for, 7-8 months? But I think Hades is looking really, really good here. I think he's a player that's got so much experience, but a lot of people forget he's still only 25 years old. It's not as though he's the likes of kind of your experience of someone like Glowing. Cybershock just going to have to concede.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good in a situation like this. Knowing there's not many rounds left at the half. Knowing in theory it's possible, but there's not a lot you can do. You've got to give it up. Double digits Monty.
Look, we said Monty, they like the T side here of Dust, and the fact they have themselves an 80% win rate on the map. They are continuing that trend currently at 83% so far here on Dust, and that's off the basis of Cybershock winning this last round. But we could be seeing a far better stat line. Monty, they are on track to find themselves 11 here.
Yeah, I mean, final round, this... I don't know the positive to take away from this from Cybershock. I just don't think there are.
There's only
any.
one, I guess.
I mean, what's the one you think it is?
The round that they got. That's about it.
I suppose. At least you're not gonna
Even that.
load.
It comes down to a one-on-one, and it's where they stack the bomb site. Even still, it wasn't positive. Glowing on the AWP now. A double AWP could be the answer.
Well, Hades is actually in the open. He might be holding the glow in here. Fenneman could peek on out and find Hades.
Great from D-Hat. Flashbang from Gizmy. Fenneman will find Hades, as you'd hope. Glowing, posted up on the angle. Nice find onto D-Hat. 2 versus 3 now. Gizmy maneuvering through, but not Aneki finding Ryo. And now it's all on Gizmy. A 1 versus 3 hit. Cybershock. Better late than never to arrive at the party, but just only 2 rounds they'll be heading into the second half with. That's if Gizmy doesn't have goods here. He finds this kill. He will be dropped a Molotov off Notaneki's body. Oh, the wide swing from Notaneki. Molly can be retrieved. Unfortunately for Gizmy, it's not a smoke. Will maneuver to lower tunnels. Oh, he's heard the steps in CT. Both of these players being AWPers. Gizmy, if he hits that instant headshot, could be a possibility, but not prepared for Glowing's angle. Cybershock will get themselves their second, and it's the AWPs to find 4 of the 5 kills.
I mean, it's 2 kills. It's 2 rounds found. Sorry. Yeah, the double AWP felt like it certainly worked, but I do also think it worked due to Monty being very confident and taking a lot of fights. But it's far too late. Surely it's double digits for Monty. They need 3 rounds to close this one out. It could be the exact same situation with Cybershock on map number 1, but they go on to win the pistol, and it will basically be game done from there.
Yeah, like I said, in the last couple weeks, we've seen 4 maps of this from Cybershock, 4 maps of Dust, and they haven't won one yet. I don't think that stat's going to change, but it's an idea of how dominant. As we pointed out, if Monty can close this out quite quickly, Cybershock left heading to Ancient with not many positives to talk about. Obviously, map 1, a resounding success, but Monty done their business here. They've looked very, very good here on Dust as well. Hades, though, this is a performance I don't think many expected, especially from kind of how Monty played, let's be honest, quite poorly on map 1. But Hades close to rivaling the amount of kills that he got on map 1. Just 1 behind now. Glowing, aggressive here, out of long. They've taken that early control. The rest of the T's to maneuver their way up middle. It is going to be a playthrough short, in which Gizmy is very alone here on Nate. Rotation will be soon, at some point soon, but oh, Gizmy surely to go down here. Flashbang's good. Oh, no one's looked at Glowing. Hades will get 1 though. D have finds as well. Fenneman's got to be prepared for a double swing here. Ryo with an important trade, and Hades, in fact, has rotated as well. Ryo switching to the USP. Who's at the range of the Jewelies aren't perfect. Notaneki close to the smoke here in CT. It will just go to ramp. It's all going to be about timing. Nice think there onto Ryo. The swing from Blixie, not prepared, and now Hades. A 1 versus 2 hit. Looking for a peek. It's the double swing, and oh, great headshot there. And Hades just going to back away. With it being a headshot, I think he can get himself.
Yeah, I don't think you're tagged with anything else. So should be able to upgrade the armor if he does one, but Cybershock win the pistol.
Yeah, the problem with that is Hades won't be able to bring out a FAMAS if he does want the easy upgrade on head armor. About timing, well, he will be able to get the FAMAS now. Is this going to be the option, though, Monty? Do they really need
it's
to force?
2.4k now. He could even just eco and get the AWP, but wants the scout.
Hero scout, yeah. We see how much the scout can provide on a map like Dust, and I feel like for Hades, he knows that in the next round he can probably get himself a scout as well. Obviously, it's the decision of glass cannon or 2 scouts, and I think Hades realizes, well, I might have a little bit more impact in both rounds with the scout. Fenneman, oh, nice triple there. I think Hades' decision to invest in said scout is going to be one he regrets. Looking for a knife kill here. Ooh, bit awkward for Hades, and Blixie will find him.
Yeah, I don't even think he got to fire a shot with that scout. Bit unlucky, but yeah, we'll likely just reinvest in the scout again. But he's probably going to be disappointed that, yeah, that was the chance to get the AWP in this round then.
Cybershock have got themselves 4 now. Just 6 rounds away, and I say just because I think we know how quickly a game like this can spin. We talk about how Dust2 has that kind of idea for comebacks. And it was the T side of Cybershock that was so impressive, obviously on Mirage, but oh, Gizmi and Ryu. A strong B setup. Obviously, we mentioned that Gizmi and Ryu have that kind of excellent synergy playing on the Monty Gen. Playing on the Academy roster here for Monty for quite some time. Obviously, both been promoted to the main roster beforehand. But you've got to imagine this partnership is one of which has been going on for a couple years now. And I think both players deservedly kind of back to the main roster. Blixie will get one. Gizmi, though, denies. AK save. Great round from Gizmi. Obviously, a player that I feel like anyone around the UK scene will be keeping an eye on, because I think we know that he can be such a young talent here for the UK scene.
Yeah, I mean, with that round there, 2 rounds off, very strong B hold. And Monty are within touching distance now of the finish line. We've got the AWP of Venom. Gets the tag onto Gizmi, so he's going to have a tough time having the same level of success in this one. But this is a must-win round now for Cybershock. Pretty much every other round from here is a must-win round.
Yeah, exactly. No room for error whatsoever. Phenomen on the AWP, though. It's going to be this Gizmi Ryu combination attempting to take control here towards top tunnels. And just as Notaneki turns his back, that's when they aggress. Molly thrown here from Hades on the A-bomb site. Smoke thrown as well. Gizmi just left in top tunnels. Ooh, Gizmi. He's in a great position, but Notaneki. It's all going to be about timing. Ryu, he spots the utility, trying to play in front of it. Gizmi now. Oh, Notaneki. Is he going to be prepared for him? Well, does find the kill, and now things become very difficult because the B defense non-existent here for Monty. Nice damage, but damage is all that can be found. MQQ will get one. The bomb favorably dropping into the bomb site for Blixie to retain it. Right now, the T's don't need to peek. Great flashbang, blinding Phenomen. MQQ's ready for him. Oh, and unfortunate timing. Dia was holding for the swing of Lovicus. The second he readjusts, that's when Lovicus decides to peek. Phenomen is going to go down here by Hades, surely.
He's on the other side of the door, so he might be able to survive for a little bit longer. A lot of damage has been dealt to all these players. Phenomen definitely will fall. That's an AWP.
That's an AWP for Hades.
Yeah, in the hands of Hades now. The other two have no choice but to give this up. They can't look to fight it. They would just go down to the bomb as well.
Money's not great here for Monty.
Not great for their opponents either. You can see Cybershock just about hanging on financially.
Yeah, Hades can drop over an M4 to Gizmi. In fact, finances for Monty a little better than I expected, but again, as you said, Cybershock, every round a necessity for them. Until they kind of build up the finances, they have no room for error. Because as I said, if they lose, the money is going to be so difficult to work with. Swing from DemQQ, nice find. Contact made from lower tunnels in Notaneki. Gizmi sending the nade once again, facilitating for Hades. Oh, missed flashbang from Notaneki, a little bit awkward. Moves his way up. Gizmi's heard all of this. Gizmi could look for a fast flank. So many steps heard here. Utility coming over. Gizmi in the back lines. He's got a teammate with him in Diha. It's all about the resistance that these CTs can show, but very limited. And Fenneman will get one. Doubles down as well. Diha's trade is excellent. Very quick. Smoke to deny. And Hades still here on the bomb site. Still ready and waiting from ramp. Diha takes him down. And Diha, a great rotation from short. Monty, they deny Cybershock, finding 6. They get themselves 12. But it's great from Diha.
Yeah, brilliant. And that round feels like that could be the one to secure the game. Look at the money now. Glowing, Fenneman 4k. The rest of their team around 2.3.
The bomb plant's big, though.
I mean, it's a bit of a buffer, for sure. He gets a couple of AKs out, but the other 3. Pistols, maybe? A MAC-10?
Yeah, not great enough, and I think it screams a B hit. You're looking at the positioning of Lovakis' spawn. I think a fast B could be the change, but obviously the last time they went in for a quick B, both Gizmi and Ryu dealt with it very effectively. Right now, though, Monty, pole position to head to Ancient. I think there should be no way that Cybershock come back and take this to OT. I think it'd be very, very difficult for them. Not impossible, but it's close to it. Because Monty, they've looked really good. Cybershock not been convincing enough here on Dust. And it's interesting because I think when we looked at the vetoes, when we looked at the percentages, we thought, okay, well, Monty are going to be favoured. But obviously a map like Dust, we know that many teams can just have success based off individuals. I think quite luckily for Monty, the individuals have been very quiet here. Hades posted up, an attempt. Diha close by, dodging the flashes. Notaneki blinded, forced off the angle, and now we've still got this double long setup. Hades though maneuvers to short. Gizmi finds Lovacus lurking through middle. Hades gets one on the orb. MQQ finds Fenneman, and now it's on Notaneki and Glowing, both towards long. Diha gets one before the trade, and Glowing in a 1 versus 5. Will get his second of the round, but still plenty to deal with. Glowing. A consolation prize there to find Gizmi to get that triple. Matters not. Monty, they are victorious here on Dust, and they will be taking us to that third and final of Ancient. As I mentioned before, in the Swiss stage so far, in the 19 series that we've seen, only 4 games have gone the distance. Only 4 of them have taken to 3 maps. This will be our 5th.
Yeah, I mean, just look at how this game's gone. We see Monty get 4 rounds initially on their opponent's map selection. And then Cybershock on their opponent's map selection, just 5 rounds. This has been super one-sided games that we've got to watch here. It's been very interesting to see. Ancient, though, it is a close one statistically. And that's the thing. Right now, the performances have been backed up by the stats. I'm hoping that we are going to have a close finisher, a competitive game here. Because it feels like the stars are aligning for this. In terms of where this one's actually going to head now, I think this one is difficult to predict. You can definitely make the argument for Monty, as they've just come off the back of winning it. Hades was playing brilliantly. He looked on fire. There's a lot of key moments. But I do think this one is still very much up in the air. There's no guarantees, I think, and I think this is the perfect match to display that. The fact that we did just see Cybershock absolutely annihilate Monty, and then even with that, only 5 rounds managed to be gained.
Yeah, look, I think map 1 was dominated by the AWP of Fenneman, map 2 dominated by the AWP of Hades. I'm excited to see the AWPing duel on the third and final of Ancient. I think both teams, we said this is a map that both teams have got high sample size on, they've got decent win rates on. We were hoping to see Ancient, and that is where it will finish here. But obviously, before Ancient commences, we will be jumping to a break. final map of the series is going to be coming up very, very shortly, and already we've seen some crazy action. A very dominant map one, obviously, from Cybershock, winning 13-4. Monty battle back with a 13-5, and now we head to Ancient, where both teams, they've got good sample size, they've got decent win rates. We're expecting this to be a very, very close one. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings, predictions on who you think is going to take this third and final?
Oh, in terms of actually predicting this one, I think after map number 1 and 2, it makes it so difficult to actually choose a team. It has to be a close one, surely, though. Yeah. After a dominant map 1 and 2, the statistics back it up. It feels like both teams are reasonably evenly matched on this. The only slight edge I'd say is maybe Monty, after coming off the back of Win and Dust more recently, maybe that'll spark some more life into them here. Because, I mean, you look... Flashback to map number 2, and there's obviously not a lot to write home about for any of the Cybershock players. Not really a lot of them stepping up to the way we wanted. Glowing ended up top fragging there. The only player to get more than 10 kills to get over the double-digit mark. Yeah, it didn't feel like a lot of the stars that we're looking at exactly had a great map there. So maybe that's the only justification I can have for actually choosing a side in here. Going into this game, I did think I slightly favoured Monty. I don't know if I still do now. I don't know if I favour either of them. I think if I had to be pushed, I'd give a slight edge to Monty.
Yeah, look, I think when you see both these teams, how they played on this map, just in Series 16 alone, it was a dominant victory for Cybershock against 9, winning 13-6. They pushed Spirit Academy to the edge, losing 16-14. And obviously, you know, for Monty, that 13-11 loss to Fireflux, it felt like they were going to win that one. So it's clear that both these teams do have that that kind of firepower and that kind of what-if factor when it comes to Ancient. But I think, I'll be honest, I think the confidence that Monty are going to be feeling, especially after the dominant result on Dust, should help them. But I think Cybershock are just going to slightly edge it. I feel like when it comes to those kind of disadvantaged scenarios, we saw a few of them on Mirage, we saw a few of them on Dust as well. And I feel like Monty, just because they're the team that maybe we've seen a little bit more entries from them, a little bit more success, most recent victory on Dust, I feel like they might play with a little bit too much confidence. So I'd actually back Cybershock, but we got word that Monty were victorious, in fact, in the 9th round. So they've chosen to start on this CT side. That is their choice. That is their selection. Let's see how it works.
Yeah, important for them to win the knife, I think. Just allow them to set the tempo, choose what side they want to play on. They've opted, of course, for this CT side. 3 players towards B for them early. A has been left open as they had Diha and Gizmi towards middle, but I love that they're making this big gamble call towards B, and so far, it looks like that's where Cybershock are going to be heading.
Yeah, it's the right call here from Monty. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath on B. ADs pushing close to ramp. It seemed like the CTs wanted to fight for it. MQQ will get one. Needs to deal with the bomb carrier. Will find Notaneki. So much blood spilled though on the bomb side. MQQ gets the trade onto Fenneman. He's found 3 so far and now Glowing. Wondering whether he can get the killing blow, and he's able to do so. So Cybershock, they are victorious there on the pistol round, as we hoped for. An absolute bloodbath on B, but Cybershock just with that slight edge, that slight difference.
I mean, Monty have to be disappointed with that, surely. They had all 5 CTs there to defend, and yet still just couldn't come out on top of the round. They've stacked towards this portion of the map. Cybershock fall for the bait and push into the site, and yet still come out on top. Yeah, it feels like Monty, they're going to be looking at the demo and saying, in terms of the actual call, what did we do wrong?
Yeah. Yeah, very true.
It's just sort of how they set up for the hold, though, is what unraveled things slightly. But it is this 4x4 Monty.
Yeah, Glowing. Important double there. Gets the trade. Just fallen teammate Blixie. Ryu with an important find. Ryu doubles down, in fact, in middle. Was that hero rifle. Has provided plenty. Deep smoke thrown by Glowing. And a quick rotation from Ryu now. There's a slight gap in that smoke on the left-hand side. That is what Ryu is staring at. Oh, does spot out Glowing. And now all on Fenneman. A 1 versus 3 now. MQQ in a great position. Fenneman spots out 1. But Ryu again here, finding 4 in the round. A perfect round here for Ryu. What a bounce back here.
Yeah, really important stuff. Like you said, massive turnaround. Reeves double at the end. Well played from him, and a bit of a force by War. But it's that M4 that they opted to get out for Monty. It feels like that was a big difference maker. Rather than just having a ton of pistols, a ton of weaker weapons, having a main and premium rifle can make all the difference in a round like this. Notaneki speed here towards Donut. Does find Demq somehow alive, able to retrieve a weapon. Knife out! Gets the stab before Fenneman finishes them off, but the round's not done yet. Gizmy finds Blixie. And a 2-on-2. As a bit of normality is given back to this round.
It seems like Fenneman and Glowing want to take this control in Donut, and they might look to go towards B. It's not spotted. They doubled, in fact, towards Temple, so they're worried about CT. They're going to be worried about Donut. And Cybershock have crept out of it. Obviously, Fenneman hasn't got himself a premium weapon. Wasn't able to retrieve a rifle there. But the deep smoke's thrown now. This could be really tough for Monty. They've got 2 smokes of their own, but Glowing is in such a good position here. Here goes through. One will be found, and Gizmy's shots heard through the smoke will just now have to back away. And the force by Wars will continue.
I mean, brilliant entries there from Notaneki. Finds the first kill. Somehow able to retrieve the rifle, take down a second. Even gets a knife onto the third. Would have loved if he got the kill there with the blade, but...
Yeah. Bit of a hectic entry path.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, madness there initially. Both teams not wanting to give up, but it was after the final 2 Monty players opted just to slow things down. That Cybershock, they made the call instantly. Okay, let's head to Donut and we'll make our way towards B. And from there, it was that smoke grenade dropped. Monty didn't want to wait it out, so instead just got taken down instead.
It's interesting because I think both Diha and Gizmy had a defuse kill. Definitely Gizmy did, so they had enough time to wait it out. And I think that slight decision could have been a real difference maker. Because if they wait it out, not only does it kind of create some chaos for Cybershock in thinking, okay, well, are they going to be flanking ramp? Are they going to be making their way towards cave? But also, it means they've got an equal fight, or in fact, a favoured one onto Glowing. 2 rifles in play here, though. Ryu has been gifted this M4 once again. Molly coming through. Demq with so many players to face off against. Cybershock opting for this same approach of to head towards the A-bomb site. Bit awkward for Hades. Found there by Glowing. Demq back at the bomb site. Nice find there. Could attempt to try and find the planter, but it's just a tap on the bomb. Diha gets 1. 5-7 in hand. Gets his second. And now Glowing out in the open. Diha not able to confirm his 3rd kill, but the damage dealt allowing Gizmy to claim it. And all on Blixie now. A 1 versus 3. And as we said, we're expecting Ancient to be a close affair, to have this kind of excitement that we were hoping for the series, and already we are seeing it.
Yeah, I think this is actually around that Monty. They have to do their absolute best to keep as many of these players alive as possible, because the closer it gets, the easier it will be for Cybershock to bounce back in the next. Because obviously, just having these 3 rifles brought over, having some money being built up, and then Cybershock, what, having pistols to fight up against? But loss bonus might be good enough to get out a Yalil, a Mac-10, something like that, but it's not going to be a great buy regardless. So, yeah, Monty, they've got to keep players alive. Blixie's just going to go for the save. A good response again from Monty.
Yeah, right now, Cybershock, they're going to have to invest again. Loss bonus so limited, at least for Blixie. There's something to work with. It's interesting because it's not as though the round was so quick. It seemed as though there was a lot of confrontation and a lot of time that Blixie could have made his way into Donut, but it was far too late there. It's got to be said. Cybershock now, though. They've got 3 rifles in play, just 1 flashbang to work with.
It's gonna have to be a great flashbang. We'll say that. They prioritize the weaponry, which you understand. You want to really go toe-to-toe with the Monty players.
Slow approach here from Cybershoke. Hades has got to be cautious. Ooh, Hades got a lot of invent. Not a necky great tap, though.
And Cybershoke still slowing things down. They've got glowing. Deep hit towards Red Room. Gizmy's going to be peeking into this. If Glowing can find this kill... Glowing's actually remained tucked. He's just played the time. Does take down Gizmy. And 2 players now flanking from middle. It's just the positioning alone for Cybershoke is so strong.
Right, found by Glowing. Excellent here from Glowing. He's had a really good start to Ancient. 9-2 currently in DemQQ. All that remains. He is trapped in Donut. Blixie. Blixie will find him. And Cybershoke. 5 survivors here. Lovicus will be able to retrieve a weapon in time, in fact. And we will see a continuance to the Force by War.
I mean, this is a lot more competitive than what we saw from the first 2 maps. So that's exactly what we've asked for, at least. But yeah, Money's in a good spot, actually, for Cybershoke. Now, the fact that they were able to keep all 5 alive, everyone was able to upgrade their weapons. And now, even with the loss bonus, even if they do lose the round, they'll still be in a solid enough spot to keep on getting out these pretty decent buys. But it's pressured on Monty again.
Yeah, still 2 rifles in play, but this time it's Monty with weak utility. Util towards Donut here. It's me. He's close to the smoke. It's as though they're going to be backing away. We could be seeing a boost, but it's all going to be about timing here. Blixie. Sending the flash. Couple players to be peeking from cave. Steps are going to be heard. Flashbang comes through. Great open tree here from Glowing. And that one flashbang denies anything here for Monty. Cybershoke will find their 4th.
Yeah, finally, the Force by Wars have concluded. I think 6 rounds to do so. The Cybershoke on top. Again, going to be keeping all 5 alive by the looks of things. Oh, there could actually be a bit more action here towards A main. Blixie seems like he's got a good idea of it. Got Lovicus by his side. These remaining players on Monty might not be able to keep their weapons. And Diha falls, as does Ryu.
And no casualties here on the side of Cybershoke. But look at Glowing. He's 10-2. I said it was the Battle of the Orps. Providing on map 1 and map 2 yet. So far, either Orp has really been required. Cybershoke, they can extend their lead. They can see this kind of 5-2 scoreline. And Cybershoke looking to put themselves well in front. And when you take into account the amount of survivors in the last couple rounds, this isn't going to be easy for Monty now. Ooh. Ryu. You expected him to be trapped there in Cubby, but somehow evading, somehow escaping. Unlucky for Gizmy, falling to Lovicus there.
I mean, Cybershoke's only real goal that they need in this round is just keep as many players alive as possible and be in a great spot. Hades does actually find 1. Takes down Nosaneki there with the USP. But 4 survivors. I mean, look, they've lost 1 player in the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we can see the finances looking so good. You know, even if Monty win 2 rounds in a row, Cybershoke should still have enough finances to invest.
Weapons back out. Hades just with the M4 though. So have to put up with
yes,
this
still no.
Reflash for the CTs, but still Notineki comes out on top. It looked like he was blinded from that. Maybe playing anti.
Yeah, not too sure, Blixie. It's all about whether he's prepared for this setup here in Diha and Gizmi. So Neki will be going through, and oh, Diha and Gizmi, they've given up their setup, but they can still survive. Can still back away. Gizmi retrieved another smoke, in fact. Hades now with work to do. Still here tucked away. Nice flash. We will see the swing. Fenomen repositioning, but Blixie doubles. Fenomen finds. And now all on DemQQ.
Yeah.
And this is looking like a very different Cybershock.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking much more like the one we saw on Mirage. Players looking great. Glowing, interestingly, being the one to be top fragging right now. But look, it was a 4-on-4 there. Thought Cybershock could get the initial kill. Monty eventually got one back. But it's as soon as they looked to hit B, so clean. They all had the same idea. Fenomen taps the bomb. All three of them get ready to swing and hold for any sort of potential pushes, and Monty offer them all up. Nice and simple there from the T side.
Well, look, as a player like Glowing, he's got heaps of experience, and I think when it gets to kind of that part in your career when you do have loads of experience and you're going to be offering up maybe a little bit less of fragging potential, but more kind of a, an experience mentality and mindset. As we see series progress, as we see games go on, it's going to be those players with that heaps of experience that can have the success. Nice find from Glowing while blinded. AK's been retrieved here from Diha. We'll be able to get the trade onto Blixie. So a 2-on-2 here with both players with weaponry. Certainly a possible round here, but not Neki now to just back away. Fenomen, he's taken all this control onto the B-bomb site. Needs to be aware that Diha is going to be a problem. So I'd actually quite like to see Fenomen progress into Cave, but still sat here in Cubby. Diha now worried about that potential B play. Notineki does have full utility. Utility landing. Notineki has to drop the smoke to cross. Diha still tucked away here in Cave. See, this utility has indicated to Monty it is going to be this play onto the B-bomb side, but Fenomen's got had so much information. He's been here the whole time. Notineki knows that the right-hand side's clear. Diha now in Cave, waiting for Notineki to progress down ramp or waiting for Fenomen to aggress, but he won't be seen. Great isolation here from Diha, and Notineki shows his hand, shows his positioning, and a great clutch here from Diha. 4 kills overall. The investment very minimal here from Monty, but are victorious there. And it's interesting that, for some reason, Cybershock, they just deny any possibility of a player in Cave. It doesn't seem like they're ready for it in the slightest.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's, yeah, they didn't seem ultra aware, but the biggest difference maker there, honestly, if Notineki holds his nerve and doesn't go for the instant swing, I'm pretty sure they win that round.
Yeah, Diha was so sure that the player was down towards ramp, and because he was tucked away in Cave, realistically, the player could really be anywhere. And I think you're 100% right. If Notineki isn't so quick to pounce for the trade, he probably wins that round. Nice 7 nades onto Ryu. The Molotov going to tick him away. Naded the smoke here. Ryu, okay. Demku as well, finding Lobicus. Ryu searching for more, but it is Gizmi, in fact, to find the pick. And now, spamming through the smoke is Diha. Ryu is so close by, though. Hades now. Pixel angle, Fenomen prepared, but Ryu finding. And Monty. A big round. We've seen some chaotic kills in that one. Probably the one from Fenomen, the most impressive. But Monty, it's another round where they can crawl closer back into the conversation here on Ancient.
Yeah, just winning those couple of rounds there. Game certainly is still on. But we spoke about how good the finances were on the T side. So despite losing 2... still in a very good spot, still going to be able to grow their economy. I mean, obviously, just touching on Glowing again, it's not particularly surprising seeing with this many kills. It's just sort of with a team that's so stacked, full of young talent. Glowing, who is, in his own right, still a very good player, and certainly can still get good ratings, good stats. you were maybe expecting one of the younger stars to be the one here. Dominant mid-take there from the tees. And it's going to be a dominant finish. This has been a very strange game to watch so far.
Yeah, look, we've had some clutches, we've had some close rounds, and then we've had some dominant performances from Cybershock. I think right now for Monty, though, you have to say this hasn't been the best of showings for them. You look at the game on the whole, obviously we saw kind of the force buy wars at the start, but ever since, it's been pretty one-sided for Cybershock. They had that 4-round-in-a-row stint, obviously silenced by 2 from Monty, but again, Cybershock back to winning ways here.
Hades going to be lucky if he gets to save this into the next. Into the final round of RP. Into Phenomen will peek into his demise. And Cybershock
right now, though,
do find another on the board.
We got to say, both teams do actually very much prefer the T side, so I think there's something that we got to talk about. Obviously, Monty, their CT side, usually a lot better than this on this map. You just look at the inconsistencies of Monty's Ancient in the last couple weeks. They were back-to-back 13-2 victories early on from the 16th to the 21st, I believe, against Yano and 9 Pandas. And then they go to losing to Fireflux in a way that they shouldn't really, throwing away a couple rounds. And then, obviously, that dominant loss to Sinners. So I think right now, Monty aren't really in the most comforting of positions. Because, okay, yes, their T-side is going to show a little bit more. But, look, if Cybershock win this final round, if we're seeing it at 8-4 half, I think we both know how quickly that can become difficult just on the back of a pistol. If Cybershock win the CT pistol, no bomb plant for Monty, a force buy is such a terrifying decision to make, and I think that's where you might be questioning, okay, now we could be looking at a 10-4 scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of question marks as to where this game can go. There's no certainties whatsoever, but there certainly is the possibility this A push will get shut down. Too many T's nearby.
It's crazy to me that Notaneki takes no damage there. It seemed as though he was the one as the focal point fighting there, but Glowing rotating in to find 2. Rotation's been seen here. MQQ and Diha and Gizmi all very close by here towards A. Phenomen still holding the lines in middle. Repositions now to Donut. Oh, Phenomen can be found by Diha. We are going to be seeing Cybershock make their way back towards A, in fact. Gizmi's got to be careful. Zaboose can be seen. Glowing. It's been elevated up, but now this information's been given. Monty know that these final 2 players are still both here towards A. Glowing will get 1. Oh, ammunition run out from Gizmi, but to the USP he goes, and it will find Notaneki. So Monty, they do get themselves their 5th. They deny that 8-4 scoreline, as I was so worried about for them. But now it's their turn on the T side.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a more competitive spot than I thought things were going to finish. With Cybershock definitely taking an early lead in this one. But Monty, they did manage to claw their way, like you said earlier, back into this game. Because that was a 6-2 scoreline. And now we're here with them finding 3 out of the last 4 rounds. I mean, vitally important if there's any chance. And you said both teams, they're favouring the T side right now. So a pistol round for Monty, I mean, not only are they straight back in the game, you could potentially even flip the script entirely and say they're favoured.
Oh, gives me so much damage dealt there through the wall. We are going to be seeing the rest of the team make their way up to the bomb site. So many kills have come through, though, back and forth, but now Gizmi all alone. 1 versus 3. Even though he was the first to deal so much damage there, it's not been seen yet. Gizmi will get 1, trying to isolate, securing a 2nd, and now, with the reload needed, it maneuvers back to the bomb side. Blixie steps ahead. Gizmi pre-firing now, spots out his opponent. And look to retrieve the bomb. Straight up plant here from Gizmi, not messing about. And now with the bomb timer on his side, Blixie to try and find this pig. Oh, great damage from Gizmi. And a 1 versus 3's found here. A great pistol there from Monty, but all from Gizmi.
Absolutely. I mean, he dealt a lot of early damage. We've seen his perspective for that round. And his teammates were just falling around him. finally makes his way through Cave to join the rest of the pack, and they're all gone. 1v3. A smoke down as well to obscure part of his vision. Couldn't fully make it out. And somehow still managed to win the 1v3. Does a great job to isolate those first 2 kills. He knows there's a player towards that cub. He swings out, ignoring that one. Uses the pillar as a barrier between him and the second player, and then just manages to find the rest from there. Great job there from Gizmy.
MQQ now emerging out of elbow. We'll be able to find the final 2. Rifles remain in this round for Monty. And look, right back to a level scoreline, 7-7.
I mean, are Monty now favoured? Would you go as far as saying that?
I don't know. I think the outcome of this round actually is going to be a real determining factor. I think if Cybershock win this one, I think it's going to go down to the wire. I think it is going to be really close. But I think if Monty can continue now on their T side, I'd be very scared if I was a Cybershock fan. And I think as a player as well, I'd be very worried. But nice idea on this round for Monty, speeding things up here towards A. Deep Smoke and Donut glowing. Attempting to be quick here in Temple. Spots the shadow, but still found from MQQ. And straight away, Cybershock just looked to save. They can't be giving this one a go, surely not. Seems like they're going to give this one a slight look.
At least a bit of one. This could certainly come back to haunt them, but they find the first with a great flashbang. Time
Flash
is
coming through.
ticking. I mean, just the util alone is delaying enough in itself. The bomb over a third ticks now. Notaneki finds Hades. He is on the bomb. The T's have to swing. Notaneki's off a bit now.
He's realised there's no time.
Yeah.
Both will fall to the bomb though.
Yeah, if he had a kit, there's a decent chance.
But I think there might have been just enough time when he first got on it, and then he realised his teammate's dead. They're both just going to spam through the smoke, and there's no way he survives there. But Monty, with them winning that round, this is where Cybershock have a big question to ask. Are they just going to force? Are they going to double down and try and kind of work upon the financial damage the bomb would have done there? But it is just going to be the saved rifle of Notaneki and the rest on a couple pistols. He's towards bottom ramp, but the main focus point here for Monty is going to be Cave. And interestingly, Charlie, it's Cybershock that have kind of fumbled in the mad advantages here.
Yeah, they have at times. And that's something when we've previously seen Monty, yeah, that has been one of the biggest things that have certainly cost them games, rounds, at the very least.
Yeah, massively. Discipline from Gizmy, realising there can be this form of ramp aggression. Flashes coming through, but Gizmy not blinded by any of them. And Gizmy, a great triple there. Absolutely excellent here.
Had some big hero rounds in this second half already.
Yeah, that's all you can ask for.
It's going to be 9 on the board now for Monty.
Bomb has been planted.
Fenneman just has the USP. He'll of course Stiegel and armor. Are approaching the end of the game very quickly. In Cybershock, they certainly have slowed down.
Yeah, nice find from Lovicus. I think it's all about kind of just keeping himself alive, maybe dealing a little bit more financial damage, but very impressive hit. Monty, though, they will find 9. And look, you pointed out, it was a 6-2 scoreline at one point there for Cybershock. 9-7 now for Monty. Seven out of the last 8 rounds all going the way of Monty. It's clear that Okay, yeah, a bit of a slow start. Not the best of performances on their CT side, but as we pointed out, Monty, it seems like the T side is which they seem to be putting up a bit more numbers all across the board regarding their whole map pool. So right now, I think Monty are going to be feeling pretty confident.
I mean, they have to do, surely. Cybershock, it feels like they're on the ropes a little bit here. It's been a while since we've seen a round from them. And even that one was in isolation. In one round out of the last 8. 7 maybe, but it's, I mean, whatever it is, it's not great. I think it's 7.
Yeah, one out of 8. It's not great.
I mean, yeah, there you go. They really have just eased off that pressure slightly, and this is why I do go back to Glowing being top of the charts. It's not just that he's top of the charts now, it's that he's top of the charts by a long distance.
The whole server.
I mean, he's had a great game, but it's not as easy to say the same thing for other Cybershock players. Big fight from Fenneman there, but it will eventually get taken down from DemQ. And the bomb's starting to get planted. The spam comes through. So many bullets connect. But somehow,
enough to get the kill.
yeah, DemQ comes in clutch, protects his teammate, and eliminates his opponent.
The team play here from Monty's been excellent. In every round where we've seen kind of the chance for a player to go down, the opportunity for risk, there's always been someone by their side, ready either for a quick trade or just to keep them alive. I've been really impressed, in fact, by Monty. Great from Hades. And you look at those 3 fights there. The one from DemQQ, the one from Hades, the one from Ryu. Obviously, Ryu's just planting the bomb, but it seems like Cybershock, they're just 1 bullet away from that whole round being so different. In all of those fights, in those 1v1s, it's just a change of 1 bullet, and we're seeing a different outcome. 10-7 now, though. And with it to be an expected eco, maybe with a hero rifle from Lovicus, but opts for an MP9, Cybershock not in the position they'd hoped for, not in the slightest.
Lovicus. Oh, he's actually in the smoking middle. Surely finds Ryu. Will do so. Just about turns at the right time. An advantage given to the CT, but obviously Bai is still weaker weaponry. So Monty do still have the advantage to win this. There's only 1 piece of util on Cybershock. That'll be in that remaining smoke grenade.
Right now, Monty are waiting for another push, waiting for another peek. Could come through here as Blixie might go searching here in cave, but the setup's good between Blixie and Glowing. Venom with work to do. Lovicus looks as though he's going to be rotating towards the B-bomb side, but it might not be at the right time. Smoke to come down now. Spam seen. Blixie now. Blixie will find DemQQ, but Gizmi taking down Fenneman. The Molotov keeping Lovicus at bay. In fact, he peeks behind it. Nice HE grenade. Outswinging is Glowing. And again, in every moment where it seems like one of the Monty players are going to go down, there's a teammate close by to keep him alive. Great from Gizmi again. A triple in this one. Top of his team. It's been a great game here from the young in-game leader.
It really is, and Monty, they are just continuing. Sure, they're grinding out some of these rounds. Not the most comfortable or pretty to look at. But as long as you get rounds on the board, and that's exactly what Monty are doing.
Yeah, look, they've got a 4-round buffer, only 2 more needed. And it seems like Monty are on that trajectory. Blixie now looking to get aggressive. The AWP posted up, of which Hades sits in the Molotov, but Blixie's got that information. Molly comes his way, in fact. So much damage dealt here by Utility. Vast majority, though, on the side of Monty. Blixie pushes back in the Molotov. The hopes of finding one, but opted to take even more damage. Oh, I think Gizmi was searching for the kind of the gap there, but nothing seen. Smoke's faded now. Blixie's left his teammate here. Glowing's trapped. Glowing cannot escape. He's got to try and fight his way out, but as he backs away, Demq holds. A lot of damage onto Lovicus. Dia will find Lovicus through the wall, through bucket. Man advantage once again here for Monty. It looks as though the CTs want to go pushing down. Dia getting close. Dia going to be swinging. The setup's nice though. Blixie, excellent stuff. Notaneki finds Gizmi, and now man advantage goes the way of Cybershock.
Yeah, bomb's been retrieved by Demq. Got Ryu by his side, but it's Blixie posted up in the angle. Easy shot for him to get there. 1 versus 3 from Ryu now. Spots the first. An HE grenade would do wonders when he throws this out. Misses his mark slightly. Notaneki will evade that one. And with 15 seconds on the clock, this one is done. Surely the save's going to be the call now.
Yeah, it's the right decision. Only to kind of throw this equipment away. Monty, though, it seemed like they wanted to kind of maneuver their way into middle, but once that smoke faded in Cave, they got the kill, and they got obviously the pick onto Glowing, and I think they thought, well, we've got another kill towards B here. Why don't we just look and see what we can find on the B-bomb side? But it would have been still the right call to drop down into middle and try and make their way through A. Important round, though, for Cybershock, denying Monty from finding that 12th. See, still 2 away from success in the series. As stated earlier, the victor here going 2-1 in the Swiss stage. So it's no elimination game, no progression game, but
an important one,
certainly been. Yeah.
Venom is posted up. The flashbangs force him off the angle. Molly as well. He's in a smoke grenade. Has to push out. Demq finds that kill.
Yeah, quick to turn from the flash there. Demq can look to take some space here in Red Room if he opts to. Naded the smoke, in fact. Oh, and this not really worked out well for Monty at all. The nade of the smoke, it seemed like Demq was spamming through it. And when that nade comes through, that's when the reload happens. Bit of miscommunication here. Blixie tucked in Cave. We've got Glowing and Notaneki rotating through. Lovicus will maneuver his way through A, so fairly positive that it is going to be this B play. Ryu now getting flanked upon. Nice from Glowing here. Important find onto Diha. Ryu will go down to Lovicus, and now all on Hades. 9th to be found here for Cybershock, and finances are going to be getting to a point for Monty where it could go against them.
And we're finally starting to see Cybershock step up. Give us something to root for. But it does also make you wonder now, is overtime going to be a possibility? We're not far off approaching that reality.
Yeah, very possible.
I mean, Hades surely goes down. That's been given a bit of an escape route now from Lovicus, but one missed shot might be the only thing that needs Cybershock to be able to take him down, and they will do so.
I guess the only thing you can look at is taken down before time runs out, so at least he gained a little bit of finances. But we could see maybe a couple hero rifles here. Gizmi can get out a hero AK as well. I wouldn't mind the kind of the idea of maybe a fast pop to A, maybe aggression in middle. Fenneman's been playing towards mid a couple times. You know, you could try and get Hades on an AWP. Fenneman is going to be playing in mid here. It is, in fact, just a boost for Ryu. Flashbang coming through here. He's already crept into Cave. Very quick. Flashbang towards ramp. Hades holding from deep. The rest of the Monty side just waiting outside A. Gizmi going to send the smoke here towards deep donut. The idea to split Fenneman away from middle. Smoke hasn't landed yet, but Fenneman now forced off the angle, and look at the space that Ryu's taking. You can see from the mini-map, just hasn't spotted him. Ryu could go through this smoke, and it could be a really big problem. Ryu's opting against this. I think this would be perfectly timed. There's no way they know he's towards middle. Smoke's faded now, and Fenneman Now he's going to realise, oh, it's all going to be about timing. Ryu, nice find here, takes down Phenomen. And you can see what it's done to rotations. But Blixie finding that kill onto Diha. Oh, we're going to see a full gamble here. Oh, Blixie just spots someone towards ramp. Gizmy's got to be cautious. He's dropped the bomb to his teammate. Hades falls as well in the process. Important find from Gizmy. Great trade from Glowing. Now DemQQ with weak weapons. Ryu towards Red Room. Found here by Notineki. And DemQQ, the retrieved weapon, doesn't find anything. You have to imagine if Monty are a second slower from going up ramp, we see a very different outcome there.
Yeah, I mean, they waste a little bit too much time juggling around the bomb. And then once the 2 players go down, I think you had Notineki that at the end, he just had a Glock. So there wasn't any instant trade he can go. So I had to try to retrieve the Galil and see what we could do from there. Feels like these are things that hopefully would have been done at the start of the round. If Blixie's the one with the Galil, surely drop the bomb to someone else who doesn't. Yeah, it's just these sort of fine margins that felt like they cost Monty a little bit there. But like you said, also, if they're a little bit slower, could have made a difference as well.
My biggest problem with that round is we see Ryu towards Donut. He gets the kill onto Phenomen, and to me that's the fake, and it's worked very well because it's drawn the rotations away from B. But we see Diha just swing out of cave, lose his life, and for that it keeps Cybershock still thinking, okay, there's a chance for B. Obviously then we see re-rotation because of the silence, but in that time, the slight spot of the players on ramp, if Diha just sits in cave, it's going to be a 4 versus 1 at most on the B-bomb site. But it just seems like Diha's progressing out of cave for no reason because Monty are doubling back. They are going to make their way towards B. So I don't really see the value in that from Diha.
One round separates these teams now.
Looking at the money of Monty, loss here would force them to give up 12 to Cybershock. Systematic spam from Lovicus will find Ryu able to survive the shots of DemQ.
And it's just the T's have to play this one in such a different way. It feels like game plan's thrown out the window a little bit. You didn't have a lot of util to do anything with, and regardless, but now you just lose Ryu through the smoke from the spam. What is there you can do? And I like that Cybershock. They're re-aggressing here towards the site. I mean, my
Molly's
be a
gonna force
little awkward.
It's all about whether Gizmy can kind of facilitate this lurk. He actually just needs to not take any contact, but Glowing finding DemQQ. Lovicus taking down Diha. Hades will be able to get 2 kills now, but spotted by 1, surely. Well, the swing's going to come through. Notineki finds him. Cybershock. That's now 4 in a row for them. And as I said, the money here for Monty looks very weak. This was an 11-7. Cybershock, they've leveled things up. Finance is broken for Monty. Cybershock should find 12 here. But this looked like it was going to be an easy finish for Monty. It was 11-7. In my mind, the game was already over, but Cybershock...
But that was 11-7 as well, with Cybershock being absent for a good amount of rounds.
As we said, it was, you know, I want to say 8 out of the last 9. Yeah.
Yeah. But it is obviously the half by in this one. Monty can still give this one a decent enough go of things. They've been struggling to find success on the full buys. Quite poetic if this is the one to find them at 12.
Yeah, it's going to be this aggression through cave. Glowing will get 1. Quick trade though from DemQ. Blixie now on the bomb side, but Blixie does so much work. And Cybershock, plenty of survivors, a perfect investment going into round 24. And somehow, some way, they're the ones with that map and series point.
Yeah, I can't really.
You said it earlier though. Yeah, you alluded to the idea of OT before this fixture kicked off on Ancient. A real possibility now. Monty very much in the driver's seat here throughout the second portion, this T side of Ancient. In the final moments, they falter. Utility coming over here. Ryu out in middle. Ryu's got a bit quiet here. Yeah, big moments in that first half, yeah. 11 and 17. Hades as well with 11 kills. Ryu has just spotted Lovicus in Cubby. Flashbang coming through to try and get Lovicus out of there. Such an awkward fight for both Lovicus and Ryu. Miss Molotov there from Hades. Gives me fully blinded as he peeks on out. Makes the shot Fenneman. Re-peek from Fenneman. We'll get the trade there. The smoke though. Lovicus is still trapped.
Yeah, I think they've just given up on directly looking to take him down. Worried what it would do. I wonder if they're going to even be aware that he's still here. Sunny are now made his position known. Glowin finds one. Tucked in the corner now, Ryu. Guess one back, but Glowin with his second. 27 kills for him so far. Fenneman missed shot to Demq, but relaying this information to Blixie. Demq still finding that, yeah?
No damage taken either. He is trapped in Temple currently. Glowing and Fenneman. Weaponry has been switched now. Steps from Fenneman heard. A tap of the bomb. Be excellent here. Reposition now, and great shot from Glowing. Hades finds the pick, and now Hades just backs away. Glowing's low HP. No stick on the bomb, and Hades surely to do it. Glowing's got to find this pick right now, but I still don't believe there's enough time. And overtime is where we're heading. Just enough of a delay here from Monty. And it's taken to OT. Let's be honest, though, it never should have got there. I feel like Monty, this was always their game to take. Once they hit that 11-7 scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, madness that we did get here. Glowing, nice attempt at the round there. He's brought down low. I think he's going to be kicking himself that he actually got off that bomb after tapping it. After his teammate in Fenneman died. Could have just thugged that. Hades didn't even give it a look to see if Glowing was still on it. Just knew that he found a kill. Chance how that's going to be him off of it.